Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom, to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Я бачу, тут багато людей зібралося. Дуже вас всіх радий бачити, тому що це перша конференція, яку я відвідав за останні 4 роки зі зрозумілих причин.
Живемо ми, звичайно, що дуже непростий час і важливо, окрім того, щоб продовжувати займатися нашою професійною діяльністю, підтримувати нашу армію, завдяки якому ми маємо можливість так зібратися і продовжувати просто працювати.
Я приїхав з Одеси на JavaDay Lviv. У мене тут дуже багато друзів, з якими я спілкуюся, і це така можливість провести формальне, неформальне спілкування на професійні теми.
One thing I know, and I will always tell all my Western colleagues, is that the Ukrainian engineers are the best, and we should hire them more. And that's also one way to support Ukraine.
Дуже не вистачає якогось офлайн комунікації між всіма людьми, де можна послухати дуже цікаві і якісні доповіді і в той самий час підтримати ЗСУ, завдяки яким ми сьогодні і зібралися. Тому дякую організаторам і сподіваюся, що в майбутньому будуть тільки більше івентів і перемога.
Знаю, що цей JavaDay планувався з цією темою ще до повномасштабного вторгнення. Проте пройшов час. Я дуже тішуся, що команда JavaDay зробила це. І сьогодні ми маємо можливість послухати класних спікерів, зібратися тут всі разом.
I'm not a military guy, I'm not a politician, but I can support in small ways. And I think that if everybody supports in small ways, then Ukraine will easily win this war.
Дуже добре, що навіть в такий складний час люди приходять, щоб здобути знання, а всі ми знаємо, що знання – це що? Правильно, це база.
Алло, всім привіт! Вітаю вас на сьогоднішньому івенті JavaDay Lviv. І думаю, ті, хто ще не встигли долучитись, обов'язково долучаться. Сьогодні в нас буде багато доповідей, і думаю, ви точно встигнете. От, побачите кожну з них, як ні, то потім все буде в записі, звичайно. Сьогоднішній івент буде повністю онлайн, тому можна зручно переглядати його з дому, з дивану і з будь-якого місця, де вам тільки зручно. Отже, поїхали. Як я вже і згадував, це в нас онлайн-івент, тобто переглядати його можна на Ютубі. Також вітаються будь-які коментарі, запитання щодо доповідей або в загальному щодо івенті. Давайте комунікувати, давайте знайомитись. Тому будьте активними в чаті на Ютубі. І діліться посиланням з друзями та знайомими, щоб більше людей подивилися сьогоднішній стрім. Звичайно, це всім зрозуміло, що основний партнер сьогоднішнього івенту і завдяки чому ми можемо такі івенти робити, власне, це є Збройні Сили України. Так як вже 4-й рік вони боронять від повномасштабного вторгнення Російської Федерації. Звичайно, сама війна вже триває набагато більше, ще з 2014 року. Тому велика подяка та шана всім військовим волонтерам та хто причетний до оборони України від навали російської агресії, і шана та світла пам'ять всім, хто загинув, захищаючи Україну. Дякую велике всім. І хочеться згадати також про фонд Help a Hero, разом з яким ми організували в межах сьогоднішнього івенту збір на дрони. Дрони, вони завжди є потрібні, це є ефективний інструмент в обороні на війні, щоб зупинити російську агресію, щоб зупинити російський наступ. Тому донатьте, будь ласка, на дрони, донат будь-якого розміру важливий. І в кінці буде розіграш сувенірів від Help a Hero, тому за донат від 300 гривень можна отримати якийсь сувенірчик. Отже, донатьте протягом всього дня, і банка буде відкрита ще після івенту. Будемо раді кожному донату. Також хочеться подякувати команді організаторів, які, власне, зробили цей івент можливим. Дякую за багато чого, що було зроблено за кулісами. Дякую за комунікацію з спікерами, за те, що знайшли цікавих спікерів з цікавими доповідями і зробили так, щоб цей івент сьогодні відбувся. Дякую всім. І сьогодні у нас буде 6 чудових спікерів з різноманітними темами, не тільки з світу Java, але й на більш загальні інженерні теми, такі доволі теми кар'єрного розвитку та інші. Тому рекомендую не пропустити ніяку, тому що кожна з них особлива по-своєму. І дякую спікерам, які змогли долучитися до сьогоднішнього івенту. З нетерпінням чекаю вже старту доповідей. Хочеться подякувати також нашим ком'юніті-партнерам, це Coffee Jack та 3Bit Talks. І не забувайте слідкувати за нами в соцмережах, щоб не пропустити майбутні івенти та оновлення щодо будь-яких подій, які пов'язані з JavaDay та іншими Java ком'юніті. І невеличке нагадування, звичайно, на кінець. Це перевірте програму, щоб не пропустити жодну доповідь, о котрій вона буде починатись. Звичайно, не соромтеся задавати питань, бути активним в чаті. Так як це онлайн, це такий спосіб, власне, комунікувати і нетворкінгу на нашому івенті. І спікерам буде також приємно, що ви зацікавлені їхні доповіді, і вона вам сподобалась. Ну і, звичайно, діліться та лайкайте сьогоднішній стрім, діліться посиланням, щоб більше людей змогло його побачити. І діліться також посиланням на збір, який ми проводимо разом з фондом Help a Hero. Ну і основне, звичайно, насолоджуйтесь сьогоднішнім стрімом. Надіюсь, кожен знайде для себе цікаву тему та дізнається щось нове. Ну і не буду затримувати, через трохи ми почнемо, тому поїхали. І будемо вітати першого нашого спікера.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. To contribute, as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you. Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. To contribute, as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you. Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. To contribute, as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you. Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. To contribute, as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you. Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. To contribute, as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you. Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. To contribute, as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Hello, Vadym.
Ja, hallo.
Щось не чути.
Чуєш мене?
Hello, Vadym. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Cool. Щось мене не чути. All right, so how are you?
Fine, ready to present, as always.
It's nice to have you back. You were with us last year, and today we have a pleasure to have you also, and especially because you're opening today's event, and yeah, you are the first speaker of today's live stream, and it's pretty nice, and especially because it's Java-related event, and Spring is the most popular framework, as you mentioned, and also AWS most popular provider. How it could be another topic to kick off a Java related event, right? So
Yeah.
looking forward for your presentation, and we can jump straight to it.
Okay, then thank you very much, and добрий день. Я повинен поставити мету, може, наступний раз на український доклад робити, але 25 років у Німеччині це трошки складно. So I just said I would like to do this type of talk in English next time, but yeah, too long in Germany, so that's why I just would like to stick to English or to German. So yeah, thanks once again for inviting me. I will be talking REST type of application on AWS Lambda. Yeah, I'm Ukrainian native. That's why a huge pleasure to be part of this event. And Java and AWS Serverless is one of my topics where I have kind of passion and share my knowledge. So if you have any questions, there will be a bit of lots of topics to present. So you can contact me via LinkedIn or whatever. I'm quite active on social media. So yeah, you mentioned I presented last year here, and I gave this talk quite frequently, high performance serverless Java on AWS, where I just talk about how to optimize the application where we use pure Java. So with as less dependencies as possible and without any framework on top. And after one of such presentation, I was you showed how to achieve at least acceptable performance by using Java or AWS Lambda. And by the way, it's not the basic talk about AWS and serverless. Need some kind of understanding, but I would like to highlight some concept on the way. But Spring Boot performance on AWS Lambda would be bad because too much runtime annotation, processing, reflection, dynamic class loading used, and as a result, high cold start or application startup, and probably even high warm start time. So many people told me we tried things on top like Spring Boot, but also other frameworks, and the performance was quite disappointing. So for me, it was kind of the something just to explore. Is it true? And simply mirror the stuff, show you the things. So this is type of demo application that we will be using.
Sorry, Vadym, sorry for interrupting you. Are you sharing right now your screen?
Yeah, I'm sharing. And
because it was there and disappeared. Could you please stop and try to share again?
I can try to share it.
Yeah, maybe something happened.
Let's do it once again, because it's strange that it's disappeared because I didn't stop anything, but let's see. Do you see now the sharing? Do you see the sharing? I'm sharing once again.
No. Could you, I know, is it a full screen sharing or
It's
just
a
slide?
It's full screen sharing. It's PowerPoint full screen sharing. I can try to share the whole screen. Let's stop because...
Yeah, like entire screen, not just the slides.
Okay, sorry. Maybe, okay. This type of thing. Is it now better?
Make sure that all required permission granted. So
I granted. Now I shared everything. Do you see?
Yeah. Looks like no. Huh.
Because I'm
That's weird.
completely sharing.
One sec.
Because I see here StreamYard has kind of shared your screen, and I can
Mhm.
stop it, but I'm not doing that.
And yeah, sorry for that. It's probably something on our side, or I know some issue with StreamYard. Yeah, now everything visible. Yeah, sorry, Vadym, please go ahead.
So you see me sharing now, yeah?
Yeah, perfect. Now,
So thanks for interrupting. If you see that the one screen is a long time not changing, tell me, because I will switch quite frequently.
sure.
So yeah, you didn't miss anything in terms of slides. Maybe, yeah, so this is this demo application that I will be using, the product API, so for the application for creating and retrieving the products. And the product API is managed API gateway on AWS. And for simplicity, I only have two Lambda functions for creating a new product and where the business logic resides with Java as a programming language, and then another Lambda function to retrieve the product by ID. I will be using completely serverless DynamoDB table. It requires a bit of knowledge how NoSQL database works, but not too much. You can replace it. I will say something about it. If I will be using Java, this is how the Lambda function needs to be written, which does retrieve the product by ID. This is basically I implement request handler interface from AWS SDK for Java, and it implements handle request method. Because I use API gateway as a trigger, public facing interface, then the type of event is API gateway proxy request event, basically, and from which I get the ID, and then I'm asking the DAO product DynamoDB DAO just to fetch this ID. So this is nothing wrong if you will simply say, I can use Spring and simply inject product DAO. I don't use any services here, just simply inject product DAO. And that's fine, kind of. But what I would like to be focused on in this talk is more portable solutions, basically reusing as much as possible, not everything, but basically, if it's possible, reuse even Spring Boot controllers, but portable in the sense that you can switch basically services on AWS cloud, because DynamoDB locks you in, but if you see it's not, the performance is not that you would like, you can switch to containers on AWS or pure EC2 servers. That will be possible. Of course, you will need to adjust dependency management infrastructure as code part, because it's different services require different logic, but the business logic will be easier to port. Once again, DynamoDB locks you in here. But you can try other databases. You can try manage Postgres and all that stuff. There are lots of choices on AWS. Even now, Aurora DSQL was released several weeks ago. Also, Postgres managed database. So you have options, but you will need to remeasure performance, because basically DynamoDB, pure AWS serverless one, gives you the best performance. I will also reference my other articles where I explore these ways. But there are other trade-offs like connection management with traditional relational databases. So what will be our agenda here? We will explore several approaches just to use to make that solution portable. These are all open source projects. Two of them are maintained by AWS, like AWS Serverless Java Container and AWS Lambda Web Adapter. And we will be also using Spring Cloud Function, which is independent framework, and it has different adapters, like also AWS adapter. We will very briefly look into you can deploy also containers on AWS Lambda, so you can containerize your application. But we'll also measure and then see the techniques that I also presented last time. We will use it there, AWS Snapstart and GraalVM native image, and just see a bit of trade-offs, what we will see there. So you will have, on all slides, you will have a link to GitHub repository, so you can simply clone the code and run it on your own. So first of all, I will present a piece of business logic that is common for all approaches I will take, so just not to show it with each of this framework. This is basically main entry point to your application. This is the class annotated with Spring Boot application with the main method just completely reused. The same is true. I have, for simplicity, very simple record product that I will bestow or retrieve, only ID, name, and price is a big decimal. And this is the repository part, how to implement DAO with DynamoDB. It requires a bit of knowledge and usage of AWS SDK and DynamoDB part, but basically you see below, this is the put product, just to put the product, this JSON into DynamoDB. And of course, I construct this DynamoDB client just to talk to DynamoDB database. And this is the part to retrieve the product by ID, just I construct, get item request, and then I get item response, and then I can convert it to the product. So it requires a bit of knowledge, but let's abstract it with just simple repository, basically. So now let's start with the specific part. What is, first let's look into AWS Serverless Java container. This is a framework which provides container just to make it easier to run Java applications written in different frameworks. To receive struts for older people like me, but there is also Spring Boot 2 and a 3 version and also others. So what these containers provide, it's adapter logic. This all frameworks will be some kind of adapters to minimize changes. So incoming requests are basically, events are translated to Jakarta servlet specification so that the frameworks can work as before. And what does it mean? So first of all, you need some dependencies. I use POM, but you can use whatever it is. You basically have this AWS Serverless Java Container Spring Boot 3 dependency, which provides this container for Spring Boot 3. Important is to exclude dependency to Tomcat. We are using managed API gateway, so this dependency is just several megabytes, and we don't need this, so simply exclude that. And basically, we can reuse controllers. So you see here product controller, which is typical REST controller from the Spring Boot, and you have here DynamoDB auto-wired, and we have two methods, create product and get product, and we use request mapping annotations and all that stuff that we simply use. So now how this stuff is resolved, how the framework knows that this controller method needs to be invoked. This is the mapping in the infrastructure as a code. Fortunately, we need that. And this is, I use here AWS SAM, but you can use CloudFormation, whatever you want. You see here, this as an example, only get product by ID function. You see here below, there is a path product / ID as a dynamic and method get, and it maps exactly to request mapping annotation of the get product by ID method. Yeah, so there will be controllers discovered, and then via this mapping, then this framework would know, okay, there is no Lambda function, it's hidden kind of, but there is a controller, and this method needs to be used to just for mapping. Of course, you need to define some kind of handler Lambda function, because this is how AWS works, but this serverless Java container provides this proxy with the very long name, Spring Delegating Lambda Container Handler, which comes with the framework. You simply put there, and this container handler will simply resolve the controller and method for you. That's basically it. So you can completely reuse your business logic. There is another framework, AWS Web Adapter, managed also by AWS people. It works a bit differently. It's written in Rust and supports the frameworks, not only Java frameworks. You see here Express, Next.js, ASP.NET. So a bit of different type of framework and for different goals. And you can also not only use it in serverless, but also on other types of services, and it doesn't only support HTTP-based triggers, but also non-HTTP. If you are familiar with AWS, it can be simple query service, simple notification service, so all other triggers. For us, it's for this type of talk, it's not relevant. So it's the main thing, it supports Amazon API gateway as well. It's packaged a bit different. There are many ways to package it. I will package it as a so-called Lambda layer. So you can attach the Lambda layer to each Lambda function. I will show you. But basically, the controller looks completely the same as the example before. Exactly, no dependency to AWS. Infrastructure as a code mapping works exactly as before. Also, no dependency to AWS framework. But here you see this Lambda function get product by ID. You need to see here layers. This is the layers provided by AWS. Just to simply copy more or less this line. The last, you see that's the version 23. You can look up if there is a more recent version of it. And you see the handler, there is no Lambda function. As a handler, you see run bash script. And this is very basic script that you can provide to your application, which starts Spring Boot application. Yeah, you see here execute Java class path, and this is application class is my class where the Spring Boot annotation is placed. So no Lambda function here is used, but a simple starting as you will start on Spring Boot application on containers, basically. The thing is it relies on Tomcat. You need to have Tomcat as a dependency. Yeah, it's another magic happening with the adapter, but basically it's how it works. And that's basically it. So very similar to the logic before, but Lambda layer instead of Lambda function. Probably you are familiar with the Spring Cloud function framework itself, because it's maintained basically by Spring, or just Broadcom, the company behind it. And the goal of this framework itself is to promote the implementation of the business logic via functions. And under functions, what we mean is Java 8 functional interface with the apply method. That's the only method. So you can simply write business logic and then promote it as a functions. And it can be even JMS message, or it can be AWS Lambda function, it can be Azure function. So there are kind of adapters that can be put behind. Yeah, and that allows you also kind of decouple your business logic from specific target like AWS, but it doesn't work 100%. We will look now into the example. So yeah, you see here the path request adapter will be converted, the JSON coming from Lambda function once again in this HTTP servlet request. Then it will invoke the Spring dispatcher servlet, and then the business logic will be executed, and then it comes back as a response. So basically very similar how it works for the first framework that I presented to you, so AWS Serverless Java container, simply just converting the things coming from API gateway through Lambda then to this framework specific logic, and then sending a response back, so that basically you don't need to do too much. Dependency, you need to declare dependency. You see here Spring Cloud function, adapter AWS. There is also adapter Azure, for example. And you see here we need Spring Cloud function web just to hook into this API gateway request. Once again, you don't need Tomcat, so exclude it. It just doesn't rely on it, and you save on some dependencies. And now it's a bit differently how it's mapped. So first of all, this is the infrastructure as a code part. You see the handler. This is once again function invoker comes with this Spring function AWS adapter. Simply copy this. This is what the frameworks gives you. You need two variables, environment variables. First, the main class with the Spring Boot annotation. This is our application class. And now we need kind of mapping. Let's first see the business logic. Once again, this is get product by ID handler method, and you see we implement function interface, Java 8 function interface with the apply method. Unfortunately, I have this one dependency to AWS SDK, this ABI gateway proxy request event. Yeah, this comes what you will be using in normal Lambda function. Unfortunately, I cannot inject this. It's not a web application. There is no controller. I cannot use request mapping annotation because I only need ID here. I only need request event, get path parameters, and get product ID. But unfortunately, this small dependency is there. That's why the portability, for example, to another cloud provider like Azure requires here to replace or provide abstractions and then to replace stuff. But basically, this is the Lambda function which implements function interface. Now, how is mapped? Once again, let's come back. You see this variable Spring Cloud function definition. And this gives the bin name, which will be resolving to the business logic. And this bin name, get product by ID handler, is exactly the bin name of this class. Because by default, the Spring bin name is the class name, the first letter converted to lowercase. You can, of course, put in component another Spring bin name and then map it to this, but this is the default conversion. That's why that Lambda function knows that this function interface kind of corresponds to this. I will not be focusing. You can package all three possibilities also as a Docker image. and deploy it. The thing is, it provides the worst performance, and there are no optimization techniques. That's why I will jump over it. There are, of course, certain advantages with the Docker. You can use recent Java version, but basically I experienced the worst performance. I could not basically improve it. So now let's come to, once again, in case you're not familiar, Lambda, where you place the business logic like get product by ID that we saw, create product, is a function as a service. It's completely different to all others like platform as a service, container as a service, EAS, and all that stuff. So basically one environment, one execution environment is only capable of executing one request at a time. Like, and then the environment comes back to the pool, similar as a connection to the data source pool. And that's why it's different. It's with horizontally scaling the environment, the complete environment. And when we need to scale it, then we have less warm environments than the request. For example, we have 5 execution environments in the pool. Now we have 10 requests. We can 10 requests in parallel. We can reuse 5, but we need 5 new ones. And of course, if we redeploy the Lambda function, then the new environment needs to be started. The older needs to be recycled because they contain the old version of the code, of the business logic, and so on. And sometimes AWS also releases the environments to patch the stuff because for security reasons. So what happens for the first time? Let's imagine that's a completely new Lambda function. What will happen if we deploy that? So first of all, AWS has its Firecracker VM. This kind of hypervisor is this execution environment which contains this fully isolated environment. We select Java as a programming language. That's why AWS Lambda will start Java runtime. And of course, then Java runtime will need to load the stuff. So first of all, the function code to be downloaded. It's deployed on S3. So the execution environment needs to download it. The class needs to be loaded that are required in the beginning. Java uses lazy loading, so certain things will be loaded only when we first need that. But of course, the static initializer block of the Lambda function needs to be executed, and all dependencies reachable from the static initializer block. And of course, if we use Spring Boot, then runtime dependency injection might kick in just in time compilation. This is all parts which is so-called cold start. So download your code, start the execution environment, and this execute init code. These are parts of the so-called cold start or startup phase. And the last part is Lambda invokes the handler method, where the business logic resides, where only kind of get product by ID. This is the warm execution. And if the container, there is a warm container, only the last step will be executed, this warm start. If there is no container, then all 4 steps will be executed. The first 3 of them are cold starts. So now let's measure that stuff. Just simply see. I used 3.4 Spring version, Spring Boot version, so not the recent 3.5. I gave Lambda 1 GB of memory. It's a good starting point and uses the default x86 architecture. There are others. I will briefly mention this. I used tiered compilation disabled, like tiered stop at level 1. For short-living Lambda function, it's very good choice. And I run my experiment for 1 hour. I just put a bit stress on this get product by ID Lambda function, like executing it hundreds, even thousands times in parallel. Then I kind of stopped the execution so that the container is gone. Then I restarted this, and this took kind of 1 hour for experiments. So you see, I had approximately 100,000 executions, warm starts, and only 100 cold starts within this hour. So you see the cold starts are quite rare, only 0.1%, but it's my type of workload. Your type of workload might be different. I only have one Lambda function. You can use on your page many Lambda functions, and you need all the results. So if one will run into the cold starts, then the whole performance may suffer. So this is only for simplicity. Normal pattern will be several, 1-3% maybe of the cold starts. I will present you the results. You will see these images, the cold images for the cold starts, and you see here kind of fire. It's for the warm starts. So without any optimization. So what we see for all 3 frameworks, and I also show you here Docker image for AWS Serverless Java container. This is the cold starts in millisecond, and we have percentiles like P90 mean in 90% of the cases. This is the yellow. You have this type of result. So what you see if you look into the yellow line, AWS Serverless Java container 7 seconds will start. Yeah, AWS Lambda Web Adapter nearly 5 seconds, and Spring Cloud Function AWS Adapter 5 seconds. What does it mean? Quite huge cold starts. Not everybody will wait, like on the login function, if you are not able to optimize it for 5 seconds, 7 seconds, and all that stuff. This is what I presented to you last year. The last column is the cold starts without using Spring. So through a Java function, as less dependencies as possible. You see 3.2 seconds, the yellow line, the last column. So you see this using Spring Boot adds 2 seconds, depending on the framework, even 4 seconds on the cold start. It's kind of a problem. Yeah, so it's this dynamic type nature of Spring Boot adds on that. The warm starts are indeed more or less okay. You see here P99, 20 milliseconds. That's fine. Java is a very quick programming language, and even adding Spring Boot, and I show you now the last column is without Spring Boot. You see that warm starts by adding Spring Boot a bit bigger, several milliseconds, but it just doesn't matter. So the warm starts are basically not a problem. So that's why we will basically focus on how to optimize the cold starts. I will jump over this. So let's start with the AWS own offering Lambda Snapstart, which I also presented last time. So what is that? Logically, Lambda Snapstart is the possibility, the offering to improve startup performances, startup cold starts for latency sensitive application, and it's fully managed. So what does it mean fully managed? Basically, you decide per Lambda function, would you like to have Snapstart or not? You see here in this orange, that's basically true or false. It's one line in the infrastructure as code, just to define it. So I will show you what does it mean, but it's currently available since end of the last year, not only for Java runtimes, but also for Python and Net. So the programming languages that kind of suffer from the cold starts in Python with LLMs, it can be a quite nice solution. So it's not available for Docker container images. That's why we can't optimize it. And for custom runtime, this is the way how we will be shipping GraalVM native image later. So basically what we can do is just to use that for the first 3 frameworks that I introduced and see what will it bring. And I will show. But first of all, how does it work? What is that Snapstart? In case you enable Lambda Snapstart for Lambda function, then the life cycle will be divided in 2 pieces. There will be additional things happening on deployment of the Lambda function and additional things on invocation. And it's very important to understand. So you see on deployment, there will be additional steps. Normally we deploy Lambda function, nothing happens. But here the container will start this Firecracker VM and execute all steps that are cold starts. Yeah, they will not execute your business logic. They cannot, because there is no event like give what is the ID to get. But they will simply download S3 code and run all the static initializer block, and then they will create a snapshot of your running application. The snapshot is this micro VM Firecracker micro VM snapshot. The fully snapshot of its operating system is JVM and the state of your application. This will be snapshotted. There are optional hooks. We will be looking into that. And then during the invocation, the snapshot will be restored in case Snapstart is enabled. Of course, there is post hook, and then the function will be invoked, basically. Yeah. So what's the promise? That the restore phase is quicker than the cold start. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. And we will be looking whether that's true or not. Probably you hear snapshot and all that stuff. You probably heard about Creo, Crack, and all that stuff. Similar technologies, but Firecracker does it differently. So Crack is based on Creo, just for moving around containers, and Firecracker snapshots the whole running operating system, and Creo snapshots a single process, for example. There are different advantages, disadvantages. It probably deserves the whole talk, but a bit different technologies. It's not the whole thing. You can simply activate Snapstart without writing the business logic, and you will see the results later. I will show all of them, but it's not the end story. We can use so-called priming, pre-initialize stuff that it becomes a part of snapshot, just to have the restoring. And what can be pre-initialized? We can preload as many Java classes that we need. For example, the things that will be only required during the warm start execution, only then they will be for the first time loaded. So it will not be the part of the cold start, but we can preload things by executing faking methods, just by taking advantage of lazy loading. And we can also pre-initialize other stuff. For example, we'll be looking how to pre-initialize communication to DynamoDB. DynamoDB is HTTP-based service, and that's why it's HTTP-based connection. And with that, we have Apache client by default, HTTP client, and we have JSON marshaller. Both can be pre-warmed. For example, I will show you later. And of course, what we can also pre-initialize is this adapter logic of the framework that I showed you, because there is a resolving logic. Yeah, for example, how to map to the correct method of the controller. This all needs to be resolved for the first time and then cached. And if we can preload that, then we can speed things up. You will see this a bit hard to understand, but the first question is how we can do this. And now this pre-snapshot hook comes into play. You see this during the deployment phase in this orange block. You see this pre-snapshot hook, which is executed right before the snapshot is created. And we can put as much logic as possible. This hooks uses Crack API, but it's only Crack API. There is no crack behind this. It's simply just to give the possibility to use one API for all types of things. Let's start. I will show you two priming approaches. The first one is prime DynamoDB request. So what we can do, I showed you the logic how to talk to DynamoDB. First, you see we initiate DynamoDB client, and then with that client say get item and give then ID of the product. So in the first line, if we initiate DynamoDB client, then there is Apache client by default. We can set another one, but by default, it will be Apache HTTP client. And it's designed more for the long-lived application. And that's why if we first initialize HTTP Apache client, there are several hundred milliseconds initialization. There are lots of singletons and all that stuff. So if we can pre-initialize that, it will be good. The second thing, if we talk to NoSQL DynamoDB, then there is a conversion from Java to JSON or back, depending whether you're reading or writing, or conversion, marshalling, unmarshalling, serializing, deserializing. Default one is Jackson. AWS SDK talking to Dynamo uses Jackson. And if you simply open now your, whatever you use, Eclipse, IntelliJ, and simply invoke new object mapper, which is initialization of Jackson Marshall. Now you will measure, depending on the power of your computer, 300, 400, 500 milliseconds for the first execution. If you copy this line and do this once again, there will be 1 millisecond, because a lot of singletons are involved. If we can pre-initialize that, we can also speed up things. So how to do this? Basically, it's very simple. So first of all, we implement resource interface. This is the Crack API. And it gives you two methods, before checkpoint and after restore. But first of all, in the constructor, we need to copy this logic code, get global context, register this, to register this class as a crack resource, basically copy this line. And after restore, I don't use it too much. This is after the snapshot is restored, but in the before checkpoint, this is the business logic be executed before snapshot is taken. And as I already have product DAO get product method, I simply faking the execution. I just would like to have the product by ID 0. I'm not interested is this product in the database or not. With that, HTTP client will be pre-initialized and Jackson Marshaller will be pre-initialized, and a lot of classes will be loaded just to get to invoke this get item on the DynamoDB path. And this is what I would like to achieve. Pre-initialize those two things and invoke and preload as much classes as possible. I'm not even interested in the results. This is kind of priming of DynamoDB invocation. I prime that. There is more complex type of priming that I discovered. I call it API gateway request priming. And basically, if you know how this works, in API gateway sends a bunch of JSON to Lambda function, and then Lambda function comes kind of from the framework, yeah, like Spring Cloud function. They provide this function invoker, and then it will be translated into, for example, in this case, Spring Cloud function adapter type of logic. So this works like this. API gateway receives this type of JSON, and then it calls Lambda, and then this Lambda will simply invoke the Spring Cloud function or AWS Java Serverless container stuff. The question is, can I fake that invocation? Basically, can I construct the API gateway proxy request event and go through all the steps from the mapping from API gateway request to Lambda and then to the specific framework? And it turns out it's possible for AWS Serverless Java Container and Spring framework just to adapt to write this kind of priming. It works like this. Once again, this is the Lambda function with Spring Cloud function. I implement resource interface. I register it as a crack resource. And what I do here, I use the APIs that are any dependencies are there to construct this API gateway request event. I simply set HTTP method get as a parameters ID, like product ID, and set this is the path products ID, so that this can be mapped to the function interface. This is with that minimal logic, I can construct API gateway request event. And the question is, how can I proxy it? So once again, there is this functions invoker for Spring Cloud function with that framework together. And this provides me exactly this API. So in this before checkpoint, before snapshot is executed, I use this function invoke handle request method, which has input parameter, input stream and output stream. And I construct from this get API proxy request event that I showed you in the previous slide, the input stream array. And with that, the whole invocation chain from this Lambda function from the framework and to this apply function of the Spring Cloud function framework will be executed. A bunch of stuff. All the mappings will be preloaded, all the classes. It's a bit of additional logic to be written, but it's not too big. Just this type of thing. If you need, for example, create product and you use for example, instead of set path parameters, there is a set body, and you can provide then JSON body. Yeah, this is for the get method, and then you have other HTTP methods. So you can construct all types of events with that. It might sound a bit difficult, but not too much logic and very easy if you figure out that. The similar APIs are for AWS Serverless Java Container, but there are no APIs for AWS Web Adapter. They don't provide this API. I haven't found the way to do this. So this type of priming is only for Java Serverless Container and Spring Cloud function. So now let's see only P90, because otherwise it will be overloaded. Only P90, percentile 90, what does it mean? You see here, I discarded Docker because I cannot optimize. You see AWS Serverless Java Container, AWS Web Adapter, and Spring Cloud function. And you see the red one I already presented. This is without snap start. The numbers, the previous numbers. Green ones simply enable snap start without any business logic. The yellow ones, snap start and DynamoDB request priming, and this dark red is snap start and this last API gateway request priming. So what you see, especially if you look into the yellow one and dark red one, we can go down nearly to 1 second of the call start, and with the Spring Cloud function even to 800 milliseconds with that. And if you look into the green line, it's only enabling snap start without any business logic. We are basically also down to 3.5 or 2 seconds. But especially if you can prime something, and sometimes you cannot prime. If you have like calculator, business logic, A plus B, you will not prime anything. Yeah? So that will not work. But for this time, if you type of application, if you talk via HTTP and all that stuff, there is a lot of priming potential, and especially using this framework like Spring Boot. So you can be really down to 1 second of the cold start, maybe even below. And this is fine. On the right now, you see the pure Java without Spring. There is no API gateway request priming here possible because we don't use this complex stuff. But basically, you see you are near those numbers as if you don't use any Spring Boot. So it's kind of, I would say, acceptable. So warm starts, it's not the technology for this. And there is a snap start priming guide published by AWS. They show you the ways what you can optimize and what you can't optimize, because it requires a bit of logic, a bit of kind of understanding the things behind. But once you just read through it, it's not very complicated. Once again, AWS released Profiler extension which is based on open source async profiler. So you can profile your Lambda functions, and this is one of the examples. I could optimize the cold start without using Spring Boot, and there is an article beyond. By using this profiler, I saw the initialization chain and look what can be primed, and just cut the cold start by 20% once again. I need to find out if I can do this for the Spring Boot. It's quite a fresh improvement, but once again, you can see what's happening beyond the scene. So what I showed you, they are the cold starts for all 100 invocations, for the all first 100. There is some magic here, where these snapshots are stored. This is the cache, low latency cache. And this cache is very complicated. It contains of multiple pieces, like operating system pieces, JVM pieces, if you use 21 or 17, but there are also your function code pieces. And if you have a new function, then this cache is empty, yeah? And then it starts to cache your Lambda function pieces, and then it becomes quicker. So this is the property of this cache. It becomes quicker with the time. Of course, sometimes it will not become quicker anymore. But the thing is, the first call starts are slower because this cache is empty, doesn't have your function Lambda function pieces. I recommend this talk by Mike Danilov. He explained how does it work behind the hood and how snap start was implemented along the way. It deserves 45 minutes. But basically, if I only show you the call starts, not for the all 100, but only the last 70. So I will drop the first 30, which are kind of a bit slower. Then you see that result. So you see here the pairs, 100, last 70 for each framework. And you see it goes down for the last 70 even much more. So you have here 600 milliseconds, something like this yellow line with the last 70. So what's the morale here? If you don't deploy a Lambda function each 5 minutes, and sometimes you don't deploy it for 1 week, then you will probably experience 1,000, if not 10,000 of call starts. And the first 30, which are slower, just nothing. Yeah, comparing to the rest 9,000, that will be much quicker. And this is kind of it. Yeah, so don't stop by measuring the call start with priming all the stuff after 10, 20 invocations. Measure further. Of course, after 100 requests, maybe call starts that will not be quicker, but the first 20, I would say, are much slower than the all others. So measure until the end. This cache is really a miracle. There are other optimization. I cannot talk about it because the time is running out. You can use another ARM architecture based on Graviton processor on Lambda. It has other trade-offs. It's cheaper, but in my experience, it's a bit slower. So you need to find the sweet spot, and you need to test with different Java compilation options and different memory settings. By giving less and more memory, you just activate more processing power and need to measure. Depending on your workload, it might be different. And once again, Apache client is a default HTTP client. You can use URL connection one, or AWS provides its own native one, AWS CRT. Yeah, you need just to measure, but with the priming, I saw that the results are quite near to each other for all HTTP clients because everything is primed, basically. Yeah, there is a pricing. Currently for Java, it says below it's for free, but as it was released for Net and Python, it comes with a pricing. So I would expect maybe someday Java will also has this type of pricing for using SnapStart. Once again, it's for free, but you see here there is a cache and restore dimensions for 2 other programming languages, but it's not too expensive if you will look into the whole pricing. So once again, there are also disadvantages. SnapStart is one of the things. It takes 2.5 minutes to create the snapshot. Yeah, it needs to be secured and stored in all availability zones. But if you deploy multiple Lambda functions, it's happening in parallel. And yeah, there are things that doesn't work. For example, EFS-based system, Amazon EFS, doesn't work with SnapStart, only S3. So there are certain limitations here. If you run into this, that might be not a good solution. I will jump over the comparison of the framework. It's very complicated. I personally would like to stick to AWS Serverless container GraalVM native image can be made from that. For me, it's kind of a sweet spot, but look to what is the trigger for you. Maybe then explore the slide once again. So last words about GraalVM native image. Everybody knows what is that, and especially ahead of time compilation is here important because it's just native image. Yeah, and native image promises less cold start times and less memory because it only contains what's reachable, basically. And Spring Boot 3 and Spring Plus provides official support for compiling Spring Boot applications into the GraalVM native image. So there are annotations. This is so-called Spring IoT, ahead of time processing. So all this annotation needs to, that are normally processed at the runtime, needs to be analyzed at the build time, and the optimized version needs to be generated, which is because native image in reflection, it's another story. You can find examples how to use it in POM XML. They just simply copy the stuff with the process IoT goal. It's not the question, but of course you will run into errors if your application uses reflection. Yeah, and for example, instantiate classes by name. For example, Lambda functions are instantiated by name, or the entity objects and so on. So you need either to fill those stuff, like there is a reflect JSON with all that stuff, or you can use annotations with very long names. You see runtime hits registrar. So identify all those classes. It requires a bit of habit for the first time, but it's not very difficult. But I just spent one day running into class not found exception for this type of application to identify them. Or you can use assisted configuration with GraalVM tracing. Just run the test on the Lambda locally, and it will find all these classes and generate this for you. Yeah, but testing Lambda locally is also another challenge here. So it requires a bit of things. Now this is the cold start with GraalVM. I use 23. You can now use 24. And I used a serverless Java container. You can use also Spring Cloud function and convert that application into GraalVM native image. You see here P90, the yellow 100 milliseconds. Yeah, this is what I measured. And yeah, this is the warm start. They're quick. And this is the comparison of all three frameworks in GraalVM. Like a bit higher cold starts with GraalVM and Spring Boot. For example, if you can use priming and you look into the last 7, yeah, then it's a bit higher. Interestingly enough, as I tested that without Spring Framework, GraalVM produced the best result, but having Spring on top seems to be adding a bit too much, or maybe people can help me optimize it a bit. But basically, we are below 1 second cold start also, if you can prime, which is a good thing, I think. Yeah, and this is once again the comparison. If I don't, on the right side, if I don't use Spring Framework, yeah, you see that the Spring Framework also with the GraalVM, you have 200, 300 milliseconds on the cold start added by having a Spring Boot. Okay, once again, you can give less memory to Lambda function, and GraalVM will produce quite steady results. So you can just give maybe 768 gigabyte of memory, and that will be even quick enough. You need to explore this. Here's the conclusion. GraalVM really powerful, no questions. But of course, other challenges. For example, build custom runtime. It requires also 3 minutes to build this native image for this type of application in my machine. And you need to scale CI/CD on, it's your money. You can use managed services that will scale it for you, but just don't forget you manage this process, and snapshot creation on the snap start is managed for you. So this is kind of the trade-off, and you need to be careful not to run into this runtime errors and all that stuff. Yeah, and you need to just watch your framework. Is it GraalVM ready? Yeah, is it just, or you will run into runtime problems. The bigger frameworks, Spring, Micronaut, Quarkus, Helidon, all are battle tested. And below you can also find the open source frameworks and the versions, because sometimes you use also some other open source projects. They have transitive dependencies, so you just need to look. Otherwise, it might be surprised if you upgrade the framework and there is some reflection and just simply stops working and you haven't tested that. What I briefly talked about, you can find in my article series. The link is below on Dev2, with a much better explained, or in kind of I had more time to explain all that stuff. I wrote the article series also how to do that with Quarkus, because it's more natively supported microservices and serverless, and I will do the Micronaut also in the future, so that you can compare cold and warm starts. But there are also other properties. Testability, it's not only about performance. To be honest, I'm not focusing here. And word of caution, remeasure. If you simply download my application, you might have different results. For example, the minor version of managed Java runtime, and AWS has its own corrected distribution, might have changed. might patch and it will be better. Yes, you can of course upgrade Spring Boot versions that might change. The snap start might improve with time very easily. If AWS improves the technology, there can be a Firecracker, micro VM improvements, and Graal VM improvements. So there are still servers behind Lambda. You can run into garbage collection phase. So there might be certain differences. There are still servers behind and all that stuff. But the result direction will be probably the same. Yeah, my personal suggestion, it's easy to start with snapshot, especially if you can't prime something. It's managed, it's easier. Yeah, if you need, of course, if you can't prime things and every millisecond counts, of course, look into the Graal VM native image. It's mature technology, but requires more on your side. And that's my personal advice. It's I'm not selling something here. I'm not working for AWS and Oracle. And once again, let's look into what will Project Laden bring, because it's comes from Oracle basically, and the goal is to improve start time to peak performance and footprint of Java programs. But they're all these things based on native image, on class data sharing, so some type of snapshotting. And for me, if AWS will support this, similar to Snapstart, by managing this type of snapshots for me, then it will bring value. Otherwise, I don't know how to make this snapshot. It's very difficult just to make the snapshot on the first execution and then provide this snapshot for other executions. You need this type of thing that Snapstart do by making the snapshot on the deployment phase once and then providing the snapshots, managed snapshot for invocation by restoring it. So let's wait what the future will bring. And that's basically it, what I wanted to tell you. I hope it wasn't too much, and sorry for problems with sharing. I hope that they have been solved. Thank you very much.
Thank you too, Vadym. No, I guess it's totally enough, and a lot of practical examples and suggestions how to use AWS Lambda and in many use cases. Thank you for all this information and a great presentation. And again, want to highlight that it's great to have you again this year. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, we have a few questions in the chat. So I'll read them one by one.
Yep.
Let's start from the first one, from Valentin Boguslavsky. What metrics do you recommend tracking to monitor Lambda function performance?
And basically, you have everything on the CloudWatch side. Yeah, so everything is there kind of by default. You can go to your Lambda function and see all these types like errors. You can have, there are CloudWatch queries for cold and warm start. You can copy them. They're quite different in case for cold start, whether you use Snapstart or not. You see throttlings, and you can, of course, we're only focused on Lambda performance. Basically, you need to measure end-to-end from API gateway, from the client, starting the request and then the response being basically processed. That's because API gateway has also kind of latency. So this depends on the stuff. But basically, you have everything on the AWS Lambda side without doing anything. Yeah, so everything is there.
Yeah, that's nice. Thank you, Vadym. And next question from Dmitro Malyon. In your opinion, when does it actually make sense to run Spring Boot in AWS Lambda? And when would you recommend using ECS or EC2 instead?
Well, that's a difficult question. So because it's simply broader, when it makes sense to use serverless or not, that's the question. It's very complicated question, and it depends of maybe the knowledge of your people. If you're not familiar with serverless, then it's a different story. If you have more classical system administrators, then they are not very comfortable with Lambda, because what they will do, everything is managed. Yeah, they would like to have some kind of work at least, and with the containers can be a part of the platform team. So lots of stuff which doesn't make sense for serverless. So basically, we work with serverless. It works for our type of organization. We don't have classical system administrators, and looking at the total cost of ownership of the whole stuff. Yeah, you need to pay people, you need to pay system administrators and all this stuff. For us, it works, but I totally understand there might be different things. For example, if you're in the regulated environment, then probably you will be pushed toward containers because you can at least partially migrate the business logic to another cloud provider. It's storage, permissions, infrastructure as code is another story, but there may be types of organization in the serverless which creates completely lock-in is not a good solution. But basically, what was my message, and I forgot to say it. If you are productive with the Spring Boot, it doesn't add too much on startup latency comparing to the poor Java. So there's with frameworks you can achieve very good performance. So it's not a stop criteria like it was years before. If you have Spring-fied application, then why not? And that frameworks makes you productive for sure. That was my basic message. Other things, serverless containers, EC2 is a bit broader topic.
Yeah, and usually what I like in such questions to answer, it depends. So here's also, it depends.
I'm not a consultant who earns money by answering all questions with that exact answer.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just needs to be looked. Of course, I still see completely serverless environment more or less as an exception. Yeah, there are more containerized things, and especially now with that situation in USA, people would like to reduce lock-in. You cannot avoid it, and reduce lock-in, and serverless provides you a full lock-in. So I can totally understand that it's kind of important topic.
Thank you, Vadym. And we have 2 more questions and 4-5 more minutes before next talk. And next question from Andrei Ostapko. What specific challenges have you faced when deploying Spring Boot applications on AWS Lambda, particularly regarding cold starts, memory usage, or integration with other AWS infrastructure?
So there is nothing specific in Spring Boot that prevents you to use something else from AWS services. It's just simple business logic. You can do whatever you would like. Yeah, it's a bit higher cold starts, of course. A bit higher memory usage because it's in another framework. The classes needs to be loaded, and it's of course then part of the memory, and it's of course then pricing because Lambda is priced by execution time and memory, so it's a bit higher. But a bit, it's just maybe 5% or something like this. But if it makes you more productive, this framework itself, then 10-20% more productive, then it's worth doing. On my opinion, because using poor Java on AWS without frameworks, without these patterns, it just will have other costs, like you will rewrite things instead of reuse things. So this is about the total cost of ownership of application. So there are no particular challenges. Yeah, you need just to figure out the cold starts as the major one, and whether your application is good for priming. That's the major question, because you will not leave with 7 seconds of the cold starts, especially if it's public facing application. You will not. Yeah, if it's a synchronous one, it doesn't matter, but otherwise you will kind of suffer.
Thank you for your thoughts on that question. And the last one from Oля Hupal. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's from GraalVM, so there will be questions.
Regarding using GraalVM native image solution for cold starts, the requirement is to build inside on Amazon Linux 2 container in cross compilation with static or muscle builds, supported, recommended.
Oh, it looks for me like it's not a question but recommendation. Basically, there is now, I think, Amazon Linux 3 to 2023, where I basically built GraalVM native image. Once again, I didn't explore GraalVM native image in all depth. There are so many parameters. There is this PGO, but it's very difficult on Lambda because you need this, once again, snapshot and then start with that snapshot. It's okay for containers maybe because you can automate it. With Lambda, it's a bit difficult. So there's for sure some GraalVM optimizations. I read even that there will be some dynamic class loading supported in GraalVM next versions, at least. That they explore how to do this. For me, it's magic. But yes, that's my honest opinion. On AWS, they have this native snap start, which fits exactly into the Lambda model. But GraalVM that's then another story. Snapstart is only for Lambda. It's not for containers. It's not for EC2. And there is GraalVM, of course, then basically the only option.
Yeah, thank you, Vadym. Maybe next time in next event, Oleg can tell more about internals of GraalVM and all these parameters. Yeah. That's it from questions section and Q&A. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for your talk and for participating as a speaker this year.
Thanks for the invite. It's always an honor.
Yeah, hope to see you next time, maybe next year, any other event we will organizing. So
I would like to be in person if the situation allows. I think we all hope that this will change, which will be then a starting point for other changes.
And because of that, of course, let's support Armed Forces of Ukraine, and don't forget to donate on any fundraising that you know, and also our fundraising to drones. So please support Ukraine any ways that you can. All right. Thank you, Vadym. I'm wishing you a great day. And in 5 minutes, we'll have a next talk. So stay tuned.
Yeah. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom, to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you. Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom, to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you. Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. To contribute, as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Іван, привіт.
Привіт.
Ну що ж, ми рухаємося далі. Я радий представити наступного нашого спікера. Це Іван. І я знаю Івана, власне, особисто, так як проходив чудовий хардкорний курс в школі, який Іван є фаундером цієї школи, CS освіта. Тому, перш за все, хочу сказати, максимально рекомендую. Дуже хороший рівень викладання матеріалу і дуже практично орієнтований курс. Тому рекомендую, долучайтесь, коли буде наступний набір. І, власне, також Іван дуже круто пояснює складні речі простими словами, такими практичними якимось прикладами. І, власне, думаю, буде кожному цікаво почути та побачити, як якісь дрібні деталі дійсно мають сенс. Іване, тому буде круто послухати твою доповідь.
Клас. Дякую, Олеге, за представлення. Я зараз шарю презентацію. Чи видно? Сподіваюсь, що так.
Так, все супер.
Так, клас. Шановне товариство, дорогі львів'яни, всі ті, хто нас слухає на YouTube, я надзвичайно радий бути тут на JavaDay Львів. Я сам з Херсону, я пам'ятаю, як 15 років тому вперше побував у Львові, це був концерт Ельзи. Наскільки чудово мене прийняло ваше місто. Це дуже вам дякую. І дякую ще раз організаторам за запрошення. Давайте починати. Про що буде сьогоднішня доповідь? Ми будемо говорити з вами про швидкодію. Більше того, ми з вами будемо говорити про базу, про те, як працює наш комп'ютер, чого від нього можна очікувати, чого від нього очікувати не варто, і як ми можемо використовувати всі ці знання на практиці. Як ми можемо використовувати ці знання для того, щоб пришвидшити наш код в продакшені. Більше того, ці знання, вони є сталими. Тобто їх можна буде використовувати безвідносно до того, на якій мові програмування ми пишемо на черговому проєкті. Чи це буде Java, чи нас занесе в світ Python, чи будь-якої іншої мови. Отже, такий у нас план. Спочатку ми поговоримо про, буде трішки практичної такої теорії, а потім виключно досвід з реального життя. Поїхали. Як сказав Олег, я працюю інженером, я займаюся програмуванням більше 15 років, але моє таке хобі – це викладання. Я обожнюю це робити, мабуть, тому що батьки були викладачами. І наразі ми збираємося такими невеличкими групами і розбираємо, як працюють складні програми. Прям до рівня наnosecond. І я пам'ятаю момент, коли на одному з занять до мене підійшла колега, і вона говорить: Іване, слухай, я не маю освіти інженерної. І мені якось важко помислити про те, а що ж таке 1 наносекунда? Вона говорить: окей, я розумію, що таке секунда. Так? Наприклад, Усейн Болт пробігає 100 метрівку за 10 секунд. Це означає, що за 1 секунду він пробіжить 10 метрів. Добре, 1 секунда, 10 метрів людина може здолати. Але що таке наносекунда, говорить мені вона. І як на мене, колеги, от більше того, я переконаний в цьому, що нам, як інженерам, дуже корисним є вміння мислити про те, як працює наш інструментарій, на прикладі аналогії з реального життя. Аби ми розуміли, що коштує та чи інша наша дія, чого коштує та чи інша дія наша в коді. І ми з нею прикинули, що якщо швидкість світла 300 тисяч кілометрів на секунду в вакуумі, так, то за 1 наносекунду, а наносекунда – це 10 в мінус 9, так, секунди від секунди, світло пройде відстань, яка приблизно, сподіваюся, зараз має бути видно мою ручку, так? От відстань, яка трішки довша за довжину цієї ручки. Приблизно там 30 сантиметрів. Окей. І ще раз, як на мене, мати в голові ці аналогії дуже допомагає при оптимізації різного роду програм. І, власне, зараз я хотів би, щоб ми разом з вами ці аналогії у себе в голові якось зафіксували, аби потім використовувати ці знання для оптимізації. Давайте потренуємось. Перед тим, я говорив про те, що ми дослідимо комп'ютер, так? І для нас, як інженерів, яких цікавить швидкодія, нам безумовно дуже цікавий процесор як такий. Нас цікавить також інші компоненти, там пам'ять, але зараз давайте сфокусуємось на процесорі. І мене направду шокує, наскільки швидко розвиваються технології, пов'язані з залізом. Так? От всі зараз говорять про штучний інтелект, там, ChatGPT і так далі. Але якби не було такого прориву в світі хардвер розробки, так, якби не було чіпів рівня Apple M1, то навряд чи ми мали з вами зараз такий софтвер, який у нас є. І зміни відбуваються просто неймовірні. Подивіться на малюночок зліва. От там намальований процесор ARM1. Йому років 60, тобто пенсіонер, поважний такий пан або пані. І в ньому всього 25 тисяч транзисторів. 25 тисяч. На процесорі, який справа, на Apple M1, їх кілька мільярдів. Так? Їх кілька мільярдів, ви уявляєте? 25 тисяч і кілька мільярдів. Цікаво, що і це як мала розвинутись людська думка, щоб могти вмістити мільярди і мільярди транзисторів на такому маленькому клаптику, на такій маленькій площі. Так? Це неймовірно цікаво. Більше того, якби зараз хтось спробував, якби процесор ARM1, він виготовлявся з транзисторів Apple M1, то він би був менше, ніж ось ця ось чорна крапочка, яка є всередині рожевої. Так, знову ж таки, до теми аналогії. Але що нам важливо, коли ми говоримо про процесор? Нас, скоріш за все, цікавить, з якою частотою він виконує ті чи інші операції. Так? І от давайте про це помислимо. Знову ж таки, на рівні аналогії. Частота ARM1, який був 60 років тому, вона там або сотні кілогерц, або декілька мегагерц. А це або в мільйони, або в тисячі раз повільніше, ніж те, як зараз працює Apple M1. Так? От процесор Apple M1, він може виконувати 3.2 в нього частота 3,2 ГГц. Так? Тобто 3,2 помножити на 10 операцій в секунду. Тобто тактів 3 мільярди тактів на секунду. Окей. Давайте тепер подумаємо про конкретні його дії. Так? Насправді їх дуже мало. Ну як? Він вміє робити якісь елементарні операції. Додавати числа, порівнювати, множити, ділити, сходити кудись в пам'ять. Так? Все це прописано в його архітектурі, так, того чи іншого процесора. І давайте подумаємо, знову ж таки, на рівні аналогії. Ми можемо подивитись на специфікацію якогось процесора і побачити, що приблизно додавання двох інтежерів працює десь за один такт. Добре. Один такт, якщо наш процесор має потужність 3,2 ГГц, це, і ще раз, 3,2 на 10 тактів в секунду. Це значить, що один такт буде приблизно займати 0,3 наносекунди. Окей, це ми зафіксували. 0,3 наносекунди займає додавання чисел. За скільки людина зможе додати два числа? Я не знаю, за скільки ви зможете. От мені здається, що якщо ці числа будуть маленькими якимись там, да, там 2 плюс 2, або там, я буду вже знати результат, то мені, в принципі, однієї секунди буде вдосталь. Давайте це зафіксуємо як якусь базу, від якої ми будемо відштовхуватись. Далі ми можемо помислити про множення. От множення, зазвичай, воно дорожче і займає 4 такти. 4 такти, знову ж таки, якщо один такт на нашому CPU це 0,3 наносекунди, то, значить, 4 буде 1,2 наносекунди. Добре, тоді пропорційно для людини це буде якби в 4 рази довше, ніж додати два числа. І приблизно, знову ж таки, якщо числа невеликі, так, то я зможу за 4 секунди, як людина, їх помножити. Там, не знаю, 22 помножити на 3. Ну, в принципі, десь так воно і є. Поїхали далі. Цікавий факт, що ділення, воно суперповільне. От варто його уникати, особливо в циклах. Чому це так? Це дуже цікава тема, я можу про неї довго говорити, але можу навести таку аналогію. От в реальному світі ми, наприклад, ніде не побачимо ділення на 17. Да? От що в природі відповідає тому, що там щось ділиться на 17? Такого немає. Але тим не менше, от, наприклад, множення на 2, от клітини діляться на 2. Так? Це те, що є у нас в природі постійно. Бо там люди там парами ходять. І от так от трапляється, що те, що в природі працює добре, воно і на CPU працює добре. А те, що у нас і немає в реальному житті, його і важче помістити закодувати на рівні заліза. Да, ну от ділення у нас працює за порядка сотні тактів. Знову ж таки, на процесорі, у якого 3,2 ГГц, це приблизно від 7 до 33 наносекунд. Для людини це до 1,5 хвилини. Знову ж таки, по нашій аналогії. Які у нас ще є операції? Ну, у нас є branch misprediction, ми про нього ще поговоримо. Це тоді, коли ми промахуємось по if. Ми не вгадуємо, в яку гілочку потрібно піти. Це також має свій штраф. 20 тактів, 5 або 7 наносекунд, це 20 секунд для людини. Добре. В принципі, це основні такі операції, арифметичні і перехід на бранч. І ще один важливий клас інструкцій – це доступ до пам'яті. Так? Ми знаємо, що у нас є різні рівні кеша, L1, L2, L3, оперативна пам'ять. Давайте трішки про це. Знову ж таки, щоб у нас були ці аналогії в голові. Доступ до L1 кеша 4 такти, 1,2 наносекунди, 4 секунди для людини. Добре. Він знаходиться найближче до процесора, або прямо на процесорі. Так? Ближче тільки регістри. L2 кеш, 12 тактів, 4 наносекунди, 12 секундів для людини. Повільніше, але не критично. Якщо дані в L2 кеші, нам окей. L3 кеш, 40 тактів, 13 наносекунд, 40 секунд для людини. 40 секунд для людини – це все одно, що уявіть собі, що ви працюєте за столом, так, виконуєте якусь домашню роботу, і вам треба піти кудись в іншу кімнату, так, за якоюсь книжкою, взяти і принести, покласти біля себе на столі, щоб у вас був швидкий до неї доступ. Окей. Але оперативна пам'ять, так, 3,5 хвилини, так, для людини. Це все одно, що сходити в оперативну пам'ять, це все одно, що ми підемо за книжкою кудись не знаю, ми живемо там на 25-му поверсі, ми спустимось на ліфті за цією книжкою, піднімемось, і нарешті вона буде у нас на столі. Так само, як для процесора дані лежать в кеші. Окей. Цифри – це добре, краще анімація, так, щоб у нас добре ці дані закарбувалися в пам'яті. І ви зараз бачите, що якщо ми пишемо додаток, для якого важлива швидка дія, то ми можемо, в принципі, забути, що у нас є оперативна пам'ять. Оперативна пам'ять, вона настільки повільна, що доступ до неї має нівелюватись в ділянках коду, які є критичними. Чудово. Але ж у нас не тільки дані зберігаються в оперативній пам'яті, так? Вони ще зберігаються на диску, наприклад, на SSD-диску. І ви бачите, наскільки це ще повільніше. Так? Якщо там ми оперуємо на рівні доступ до оперативної пам'яті, це рівень сотень наносекунд, так? То доступ до SSD-диску – це мікросекунди. Так? Мікросекунди. Мікро – це, якщо наносекунди нагадує, це 10 в мінус 9, то мікро – це 10 в мінус якій степені? Мінус 6, так? Далі, у нас ще є диск. Так? Диск – це доступ до диску, це вимірюється в HDD-диску в мілісекундах, так? Це 10 в мінус 3 від секунди. Окей? Тобто, наскільки разюча різниця, наскільки нам не хотілося би ходити на диск, так? Наскільки важливо дизайнити наші алгоритми, структури даних, наші додатки, аби вони поменше робили звертання на диск, так? Або якщо роблять, то брали все необхідне для того, щоб далі все це опрацьовувати в оперативній пам'яті. Добре. Час переходити до практичних прикладів. І перший буде пов'язаний з тренуванням нейронних мереж. Дуже часто при тренуванні мереж нам доводиться проганяти той чи інший код величезну кількість разів. І не дивлячись, що сам цей код може працювати швидко, але оскільки нам його треба запускати купу разів для того, щоб підібрати правильні параметри моделі, то це може впливати на загальний час тренування. Одна з головних проблем, з якими стикаються appliance-сайентисти, це те, що ці мережі тренуються довго. І от дуже часто я стикався з тим, що використовується, наприклад, для естимації того, скільки у нас там унікальних елементів в датасеті, використовується структура даних hyperlog. І ви зараз бачите шматок коду на скалі, прямо з продакшена, який є частиною реалізації цієї структури даних. Нам навіть не важливо, що він робить. Тобто, частиною якого функціоналу цей шматок є. Нам важливо розуміти наступне. Він відпрацьовує за 1 мілісекунду. От ми поміряли, він працює за 1 мілісекунду. Здавалось би, друзі, це швидко чи не швидко? Нам треба оптимізовувати цей код чи ні? Так, наче подивишся і ні. Але у нас з вами є розуміння того, наскільки швидко працює CPU. Так? І відштовхуючись від цього розуміння, ми можемо або приймати рішення щодо оптимізації, або не приймати. Про що йде мова? Так? Мова йде про те, що подивіться на 7-й рядок цього коду. Він визначає розмір масива. Розмір цього масива 10 тисяч. І далі ми в циклі while, бачите, біжимо по цьому масивчику, доступаємось до елементів масива, а далі робимо якісь арифметичні операції. Розмір цього масива приблизно тоді був 4000 елементів. І якщо на кожній з ітерацій циклу ми робимо там плюс-мінус 2 операції, можна грубо прикинути. Я грубо прикинув, там плюс-мінус 2 операції. Насправді більше, але то можна побачити, що ми робимо порядка 10 тисяч floating point operations. Наразі мене цікавить 13-й рядок, 15-й рядок. Приблизно 10 тисяч floating point operations, і вони закінчуються за 1 мілісекунду. Питання, це те, на що ми можемо розраховувати від нашого інструментарію, чи ні? На щастя, у нас є відповідь, так? Тому що ми знаємо, як працює CPU. Ми знаємо, що приблизно одна елементарна операція над числами, вона, давайте прикинемо, що вона займає одну наносекунду. Так? А тепер трішки математики. Якщо 10 тисяч чисел, так, ми оброблюємо 10 тисяч. І це займає 1 мілісекунду. Але в ідеальному світі обробка 10 тисяч чисел має скільки займати? Це 10 тисяч помножити, тобто 10 четвертій, помножити на 10 в мінус 9, це вийде 10 в мінус 5. 10 в мінус 5. А у нас з вами виходило 1 мілісекунда, тобто 10 в мінус 3. Так? Отже, цей код можна пришвидшити, по ідеї, от порівнюючи з ідеальним світом, в 100 разів. І якщо нам вдасться це зробити, то тоді наші підрахунки показували, що тренування нейронних мереж буде працювати не 1,5 години, а в 100 разів швидше. Так? В 100 разів швидше. 1,5 години виникає з того, що цей код запускається купу разів. Тому нам важлива його швидкодія. Окей. Давайте це зробимо. І я думаю, що ви помітили, що найбільше, що кидається в око, це 15-й рядок. І от, друзі, коли ми знаємо типи даних, з якими ми працюємо, то ми завжди можемо зробити краще, ніж реалізовано в стандартних бібліотеках. Тому що стандартні бібліотеки, алгоритми і структур даних, які там реалізовані, вони реалізовані для всіх можливих випадків. Для всіх можливих там типів даних, всі можливі корнер-кейси оброблені, backward compatibility певне є. Ми ж для наших конкретних даних завжди можемо зробити краще. Давайте подумаємо, що означає 2.0 в степені мінус mg. Ну, піднести 2.0 в степені мінус mg – це все одно, що 1 поділити на 2 в степені mg. Так? Окей. А як ефективно можна піднести 2 в степень mg? Ну, там, 2 в степень x. Як ефективно піднести? Ну, ми можемо трішки подумати і зрозуміти, що це можна зробити з допомогою побітових операцій. Можна зробити з допомогою побітового суву. І якщо ми зробимо це за допомогою побітового суву, тобто це ви бачите, от левову частину коду ми поміряли, займало саме піднесення до ступеню. Але якщо ми замінимо 2 в степені mg на побітовий сув, то це буде займати вже в 10 разів швидше. І нейронна мережа вже тренується не 1,5 години, а 15 хвилин. А далі можна помітити наступне. Далі можна помітити, що mg Це результат того, що ми взяли з масиву. І тип цього значення – це байт. А якщо тип цього значення – це байт, то це означає, що у нас існує можливих 256 різних значень. А це означає, що ми можемо наперед підрахувати для кожного з MG результат ділення. Ось цього ось ділення. І помістити це в lookup table. Так, аби ми знали, що нам повертати для кожного з цих значень. І цей код ще працює в 10 разів швидше. І врешті-решт ми отримали в 100 разів пришвидшення, і з 1,5 години маємо там 1,5 хвилини. Перший приклад, який про те, що знання того, як працює CPU, на що можемо ми розраховувати, знаючи частоту, швидкодію базових операцій, як ми можемо оптимізувати код, тобто позбуваючись від важких операцій. Приклад номер 2. Багато випускників нашої школи CS освіти, вони наразі працюють по всьому світу, Netflix, Facebook, Google, і є велике ком'юніті, всі діляться досвідом, і те, що вони розповідають, є наступним. От Facebook, він декілька років тому опублікував open source бібліотеку, вона називається Folly. Це збірна селянка алгоритмів, структур даних, інших речей, які вони оптимізували, бо їх не влаштовували реалізації зі стандартних бібліотек. Окей. Тобто, уявіть собі, що ви компанія розміру Facebook. Ви бачите, що є якась функція в стандартній бібліотеці, але ви бачите, що вона використовується, прям повсюду. От у вас є кодова база, ви бачите, що якась функція дуже популярна. Це може бути якась проста функція. Наприклад, для математичних обчислень треба розуміти, скільки у нас цифр в числі. От, майже в будь-якій стандартній бібліотеці у вас є готовий функціонал, який вам дозволить це підрахувати. Але якщо ця функція викликається часто, то, можливо, ми самі її можемо оптимізувати таким чином, що вся наша кодова база від того дуже сильно виграє. І сайт Facebook буде працювати швидше. І вони, власне, виявляють такі вузькі місця і оптимізовують їх. От давайте поговоримо про цей приклад. Уявіть, що вам треба визначити кількість цифр в числі. От як би можна було це зробити? Я думаю, що одне з перших рішень, власне, воно мені прийшло в голову, це просто взяти число і ділити його в циклі на 10. Так? Наприклад, якщо нам приходить число 482, так, то ми будемо ділити на 10 його, і ми його 3 рази поділимо на 10, і от у нас буде в результаті 3 цифри. Окей, чи можна швидше? Виявляється, що можна. Але як це зрозуміти? Так? Зрозуміти можна з наших попередніх з вами розрахунків. Ми говорили, що ділення – це найважча операція. Так? От, якщо ми можемо уникати ділення, то краще його уникати. А тут ми ділення робимо в циклі. От давайте його спробуємо прибрати звідси. Але якщо ми його на щось прибираємо, так, то виникає питання, на що ми його замінимо? Що ми поставимо замість ділення? І от виявляється, в ієрархії елементарних операцій найшвидша операція – це порівняння. От процесор дуже швидко вміє порівнювати числа. Тоді виникає наступне рішення. У нас вічний цикл. Якщо число менше 10, ми повертаємо 1. Якщо менше 100, повертаємо 2. Якщо менше 1000, повертаємо 3. Менше 10 тисяч, повертаємо 4. А інакше один раз ділимо на 10 тисяч і до результату додаємо 4. Виграш майже в 7 разів. Майже в 7 разів. Поїхали далі. Третій приклад. реалізація бібліотечних структур даних. Я думаю, от, хто пише на Python, то улюблена структура даних будь-якого пайтоніста – це dictionary. Я останнім часом пишу на Python, тому я про це можу впевнено стверджувати. Я думаю, що в Java теж колеги дуже люблять реалізацію хеш-таблиць. І цікаво, якби, як люди їх оптимізовують. Так? Що цікаво, ми можемо підгледіти з нутрянки. Ну, давайте подивимось, які є стандартні способи реалізувати хеш-таблицю. От нам приходять ключі, ми рахуємо від них хеш-функції. Так, ця хеш-функція нам, як якийсь оракул, говорить: слухай, шукай свій ключ в якійсь з комірок масиві. Наприклад, шукає рея в третій комірці масиву, і там його можна шукати. Або шукає Джона в четвертій комірці масиву. Так? Добре, але що це означає? Так, що будь-який ключ, він буде проходити через хеш-функцію. А отже, нам треба бути впевненими, що хеш-функція не тільки має хороший перемішуючий ефект, тобто, що вона не надає перевагу жодній з комірок, а вона може рівноймовірно вказати на будь-яку з комірок, а й те, що вона якби працює швидко, що в ній немає явних операцій, які є повільними. Так? Але ви скажете, ці операції там закладені своєю природою. Так? Тому що задача хеш-функції яка? Задача хеш-функції – це замапити ключ на будь-яку, от в нашому випадку, ви бачите на екрані, на будь-яку з 8 комірок, так? Від 0 до 7. А як це зробити? Ну, в будь-якій книжці ви прочитаєте, що це треба зробити за допомогою операції модуля. Так? Тобто ми підтримуємо з вами розмір масивчика, ми знаємо, який його розмір, в нашому випадку 8 елементів, і ми візьмемо, порахуємо там хеш-код і подіємо на нього по модулю m. Так, m у нас дорівнює 8, значить в результаті ми отримуємо число від 0 до 7. Це і буде комірка, в якій нам треба шукати. Але ж модуль, операція модуля, ми щойно сказали, це ж найдорожча операція. Отже, треба з цим поборотися. І розробники Python цю проблему вирішили. Це структурка, і в ній можна побачити дуже цікаве поле, яке називається маска. Маска. Що таке маска? Уявіть собі, що ваш розмір масивчика, так, з допомогою якого ми емулюємо хеш-таблицю, він розміру 8. Тоді маска буде завжди на одиничку менше. Тобто в нашому випадку 7. І цікавий факт, що взяти по модулю якогось числа, так, це все одно, що подіяти по бітовому і на маску. На n-1, де n – це розмір нашого масивчика. Ми будемо отримувати той самий результат. І враховуючи те, що операція модуля, тобто ділення, воно в рази повільніше, ніж побітове і, яке нам, знову ж таки, коштує наносекунди, а не сотні наносекунд, у нас суттєвий приріст в швидкодії. І тому в коді, наприклад, вставки в хеш-таблицю, або пошуку в хеш-таблиці, або видалення хеш-таблиці, ви в Python побачите не стандартне взяття по модулю, а побітові і з маскою. Ну, для цього, правда, треба підтримувати розмір таблиці, який завжди power of 2. Тому, якщо в вашій програмуванні розмір таблиці завжди степінь двійки, то ви тепер розумієте причину чому. Бо, можливо, в них є ця оптимізація. Окей. Який ще можна з цього цікавий зробити цікаве дослідження? От є такий сайт, ви напевно ним користувались так чи інакше, інколи в той чи інший час в своєму житті. Він називається CodeBolt, і він дозволяє подивитись асемблерний код, так? І Це на малюнку ви бачите простий код, який приймає функцію division, вона приймає на вхід якийсь інтеджер, а далі ділить його на якусь константу. Наприклад, там не знаю, на 17. І цей код скомпільований з оптимізацією рівня O2. Ну, тобто, оптимізуй, будь ласка. Не роби тупих дій. І ви бачите, навіть якщо ви не знаєте асемблера, то я думаю, що наприклад, red, так я думаю, що інтуїція вам підказує, що red – це return, так? IML – це multiplication, SR – це якийсь shift, так? Sub – це віднімання. Тобто, в принципі, можна читати, так? Але ви ніде тут не бачите ділення, так? Ось тут немає ділення. І цікавий факт полягає в тому, що в 2000-х роках вийшла стаття, яка показує, як ділення на рівні процесора можна реалізувати через множення на велику константу, а потім побітовий сув. Окей? Тому, якщо в коді ви бачите, у вас є ділення на константу, то, скоріш за все, це буде оптимізовано через множення і побітовий сув, тому що так буде швидше. Настільки дорога операція ділення. Будь ласка, уникайте її. Наступний приклад. Тут я вирішив дещо перейти в сферу класичних алгоритмів. І от пригадайте, будь ласка, ті часи, коли ви вперше почули про heap-sort або quick-sort. Так? От такі стандартні алгоритми сортування. Наприклад, quicksort, цей алгоритм входить в топ-10 алгоритмів, які вплинули на людство, як таке, так? Мають найбільший вплив. Heap-sort теж це класний алгоритм, не будемо принижувати heap-sort. Але всі вони популярні не просто тому, що вони там ефективно якось сортують, а тому, що вони дозволяють вирішити багато задач, окрім, власне, того, що просто сортують дані. Це окремий цікавий топік, наразі на цьому не будемо зупинятись. Але питання звучить так. От є купа різних алгоритмів. Quicksort, mergesort, heapsort, бла-бла-бла. Купа різних. Якщо ми порівнюємо два алгоритми, той самий quicksort і heapsort, то який з них краще? Адже асимптотична теорія нам говорить, асимптотично вони працюють за n log n. А що на практиці? От який з них краще? І для того, щоб зрозуміти, нам знову ж таки для цього треба звернутися до нашого інструментарію, так? Тобто до комп'ютера, до того, як він влаштований. І ми побачимо, що відповідь на це питання, вона лежить в залізі, а саме в кеші. Про що йде мова? Так? Про те, що коли ми до даних доступаємось, так, нам треба звернутися до елементів, які лежать десь в масивчику або десь в якійсь іншій структурі, так, то якщо їх не буде в кеші, так, то у нас будуть так звані кеш-промахи, нам треба буде походити по різним рівням кеша. Про них можна мислити як про хеш-таблицю, так, але не забуваємо, що відстань має значення, хоч OKNL заспівав, що відстань не має значення, але відстань для нас, програмістів, має значення, тобто світло має рухатись доволі далеко, аби, окей, немає в L1, піду в L2, немає в L2, піду в L3, немає в L3, піду в RAM, немає в RAM, тобто відстань має значення. І потім ми все-таки знаходимо, де лежать дані, які нам потрібно, і пропагуємо їх назад по всім рівням. І врешті-решт вони опиняються на CPU. Для чого ми про це згадуємо? Для того, що це є відповіддю на питання, а який же з алгоритмів є швидшим. Подивимось на те, як працює хіп. От ми про хіп можемо, про priority queue мається на увазі, можемо мислити як про дерево. Але насправді в пам'яті комп'ютера хіп зберігається як масивчик. Так? Я думаю, ви про це пам'ятаєте. Але мислимо ми про нього як про дерево. А якщо ми мислимо як про дерево, то нам треба розуміти, де ліва дитина, а де права дитина. І якщо в дереві ми просто можемо перейти по вказівнику, то в масивчику нам треба знати індекс. І от, уважно подивившись на малюночок зліва, так, на дерево, можна зрозуміти, що, там, знаючи індекс вузла, ми можемо зрозуміти індекси там, лівої і правої дитини і таким чином якби рухатись по нашому масиву. От зараз ви бачите там процес того, як ми там з масивчика будуємо хіп. Там всі елементи опускаємо вниз по певному правилу. Це не суть важливо. Деталі тут не важливі. Важливо те, що це неефективно з точки зору процесора. Не дивлячись на те, що там по часу побудова хіпа, наприклад, вона займає лінію, і це неефективно з точки зору CPU. Тому що ми будемо пригати по пам'яті. Так? І ще Кнут казав, от в стандартній цій мистецтво програмування, здається, так називається його книжка. Там є 3-й том про сортування та пошук, що хіп-сорт на 30% повільніший. І справді хіп-сорт за рахунок того, як він сортує, він робить там на 30% більше елементарних операцій, ніж квіксорт. І тому на графіку це можна бачити. Він на 30% повільніший. Але ви бачите, що після того, як дані починають зростати, тобто ми працюємо з більшими масивчиками, то він стає не на 30% повільніший, а набагато більше. Чому? Тому що наші дані вже не влазять в кеш, і нам треба ходити в оперативну пам'ять. Так? Натомість Quicksort набагато більш кеш-френдлі. Так? От. І все це, знову ж таки, все це варто враховувати при дизайні наших алгоритмів, структур даних і не тільки. Поїхали далі, ще декілька прикладів. Обробка зображень. Я в своїй роботі часто займався тим, що оброблював в контексті там, machine learning зображення. І задача може полягати в наступному, що ваша картинка проходить через певний пайплайн. Окей. І один з етапів цього пайплайну – це визначити, картинка радше темна чи світла. І в залежності від того, який буде результат, ми підемо або по одному шляху обробки цієї картинки, або по іншому. І от я бачу такий код. Він працює повільно. От питання чому? Відповідь знову ж таки лежить не в мові програмування, відповідь лежить в нашому інструментарії, в тому, як організований комп'ютер. Справа в тому, що матриця, яка є просто двовимірним масивчиком, такою табличкою, в пам'яті лежить в порядку, який називається row major order, тобто по рядках. Так? По рядках. А це означає, що якщо ми будемо ходити по колонках, а не по рядках, так? То ми будемо промахуватись з вами по кешу. Ще раз, якщо дані лежать в пам'яті по рядках, так, то ось ми звернулись до елемента номер 1, і якась кількість наступних елементів, вони будуть при наступному зверненні вже лежати в кеші. Але якщо ми будемо ходити по колонках, так, то залізо буде працювати так, як воно і працює. Ми не маємо впливу як інженери на залізо, але ми просто не будемо ефективно його використовувати. Так? Ми звернемось до елемента 1, в кеш підвантажиться рядок 1, 2, 3. Далі ми звернемось до елемента 4, його немає в кеші, ми підвантажимо в кеш 4, 5, 6. Далі ми звернемось до елемента 7, його знову немає в кеші, ми підвантажимо 7, 8 і так далі. Так? Тобто, перше, що можна зробити, це просто поміняти ці два for-лупа місцями. І в нас буде в рази швидше працювати. Ну, конкретніше, в 3 рази швидше на наших розмірах матриці. Окей. Але це ще не все. Здавалося б, це просто масиви. Ці самі концепції, вони не просто застосовуються на рівні різних мов програмування, але й також більш ширше. Так? Ми знаємо, наприклад, що у нас там є row-oriented бази даних, є column-oriented бази даних. Взагалі недоцільно використовувати row-oriented бази як column-oriented. Так? Тобто, якщо нам треба порахувати, наприклад, середній вік людей в компанії, так, і ми можемо відразу ж взяти вік, просто звернувшись до бази, отримати вік всіх людей і потім порахувати середнє, це супер. Так? Але це супер буде неефективно, якщо наші дані лежать в row-oriented форматі. Так? Тоді ми звертаємось до якоїсь людини, Боба, ми отримаємо всю інформацію про Боба, нам потрібен насправді був лише вік, а ми отримали все інше. Тобто ми забили наш кеш непотрібними даними. І далі що? Далі потрібно знову витісняти ці буде дані. Це неефективно. Тобто ті дані, які нам потрібні, вони мають лежати завжди поруч. Так звана ця техніка Data-Oriented Design, яка зараз дуже популярна і в ігровій індустрії, і не тільки. Тобто не об'єктно-орієнтований дизайн, а дата-орієнтований дизайн. Але це ще не все. От, припустимо, ми ходимо по рядках, потім по колонках, звертаємось правильно. Окей, кеш працює добре. Але чи можна ще щось пришвидшити в цьому коді? І виявляється, можна. І проблема у нас от в 8-му рядку. В чому вона полягає? От для цього треба пригадати, як, власне, код виконується. І кожна наша інструкція, вона насправді проходить через певний конвеєр. Цей, уявіть собі, що от кожна інструкція, вона потрапляє на якусь певну залізячку. Так? Спочатку у нас fetch, потім decode, потім execute, потім ще декілька. Вже залежить від інструкції. Тобто, нам треба зафетчити наступну інструкцію, тобто пересунути RIP, потім зрозуміти, що це за інструкція, тобто зрозуміти декод, виконати операцію декод і виконати її. Так? І потім, можливо, щось записати в пам'ять. І це все відбувається в такому конвеєрі. Під словом конвейер я маю на увазі, що коли інструкція переходить на інший етап, ви бачите, що чергова залізячка, наприклад, fetch, вона на другому такті вона звільняється, і ми можемо її використовувати. Окей, ми тримаємо цю ментальну модель. Так що у нас навіть на процесорі з одним ядром є instruction level parallelism. Тобто з одним ядром у нас є паралелізм на рівні інструкції. Ви бачите, що в останній момент часу зараз будуть паралельно виконуватись декілька інструкцій. Як це відноситься до нашого коду? От ви бачите, що в нашому коді ми порівнювали якесь значення зі 128. А що це означає? Дивіться, ми сходимо в пам'ять, це означає, що ми пішли в пам'ять з якимись даними. І ми їх поклали в певний регістр. Припустимо, ми сходили в пам'ять і ми поклали дані в регістр ECX. А далі ми перевіряємо те, що лежить в регістрі ECX, з якимось значенням. І якщо порівняння less, так, якщо менше за 128, ми робимо jump. А якщо ні, то наступну інструкцію виконуємо. І от виникає питання. Якби ви були процесором, то як би ви цей код виконували? Що мається на увазі? Здавалося б, для того, щоб зафетчити наступну інструкцію, нам просто треба пересунути RIP, і от ми можемо послідовно все виконувати. Але дивіться, в чому проблема. Ми сказали, що сходити в пам'ять – це 100 наносекунд. Так? А порівняти два числа – це супершвидко, так? Це там швидше, ніж 1 наносекунда. Тобто, виявляється, що коли ми дійдемо до ось цього ось місця, то нам просто потрібно буде чекати, поки дані прийдуть з пам'яті. Так? Ось, по суті, це ось є для нас блокером. Поки дані не прийдуть з пам'яті, ми не можемо виконувати наступні інструкції. Ми просто сидимо і чекаємо. Таким чином, що ми перетворюємо наш комп'ютер, тобто computing машин, так? Тобто обчислювальний ось цей ось пристрій. Пам'ятаєте, як раніше називалось комп'ютер? Електронно-обчислювальна машина. І ми перетворюємо нашу електронну обчислювальну машину не на обчислювальну машину, а на waiting машину, так? Тобто на data retrieval машину. Ми просто чекаємо, поки прийдуть дані. Але це ж супер тупо, так? Процесор має бути навантажений нашими інструкціями. І тому люди придумали таку залізячку, яка називається branch predictor. Так? От давайте ми не будемо чекати, поки ці дані прийдуть. Ми будемо на основі певної статистики, якоїсь хеш-таблиці, яка у нас реалізована на рівні заліза, вгадувати, нам треба робити цей джамп, чи нам не треба, і ми можемо далі виконувати ось ці ось інструкції. Тобто ми почнемо наступну інструкцію з цієї червоної чи з цієї червоної. Нам це фетчити далі, чи це фетчити далі. І ми на основі нашої статистики будемо вгадувати, так? І відвантажувати, відповідно, в цей пайплайн наступної інструкції. Ми не будемо чекати. От. Але ви скажете, а що, якщо ми помилимось, так? А от якщо ми помилимось, то нам весь наш пайплайн потрібно буде викинути, так, зафлашити і підвантажити вже правильні інструкції. І ось саме це ми і мали на увазі, коли говорили про ціну за branch misprediction на самому початку. Так? Тобто, якщо у нас є декілька вкладених циклів, і всередині if, то варто від нього позбуватися. Для нас це було тут суттєвим, і це дало приріст перформансі, тому що природа наших даних така була, а саме картинок, що вони, в принципі, були рандомним шумом. І процесор не міг вгадувати правильно. І перетворивши цей код, власне, на такий, що він вже не містить if-else, ми пришвидшили його в 5 разів. Тобто ця оптимізація полягає в тому, що у нас є картинка. Картинка вона складається з байтів, і ми можемо дивитись на відповідний біт, посунувши вправо на 7. І він буде або нулик, або одиничка, і це нам дозволить рахувати, чи картинка була більше чорна, чи більше світла. Останній приклад, колеги, він пов'язаний з пам'яттю. На одному з проєктів я стикнувся з тим, що у нас була структура даних, червоне-чорне дерево. Львів'яни точно знають, червоне-чорне дерево було придумано у Львові. Так? Червоне – це любов, чорне – то журба. Бачите, bull color. І у нас була така структура ієрархічна, таке дерево. І виникло питання, а скільки це по пам'яті займає? От мати в пам'яті такий вузол. Здавалося б, вказівничок 8 байт, цей вказівничок 8 байт, long, припустимо, теж 8 байт, так? Long, якщо. Тому 24 плюс bool 1, 25, так? Ніде не помилився, 25. От насправді не 25, так? Якщо просто взяти там size-off, то ми побачимо, що буде 32. Тобто купа даних, а саме чверть даних, у нас буде сміттям. У нас буде сміттям через вирівнювання. Так? Є така штука, як alignment, ви про неї чули, і з ним варто боротися, якщо для нас це важливо. А для нас це було важливо, тому що у нас таких вузлів були десятки тисяч, сотні тисяч цих вузлів. І нам не хотілося б чверть наших даних витрачати на сміття. От. І це можна виправити тим, що ми знову ж таки будемо знати, як працює комп'ютер. От. А комп'ютер, коли ми алокуємо якісь дані там через malloc, наприклад, він буде розміщувати ці дані не в будь-якій адресі пам'яті, а, наприклад, там по адресам, які діляться на кратно там наприклад, на 8. Це залежить теж від архітектури, але, наприклад, там на 8. Так? От. Якщо адреса, по якій буде розміщена наша структурка, ділиться на 8, то це означає, що завжди останні біти будуть дорівнювати нулями. Так? Ви можете це легко в цьому переконатися. А якщо вони завжди дорівнюють нулями, то ми в останній бітик можемо записати свої значення, так? Або 0, або 1. І тим самим ми можемо прибрати цей колір звідси, тим самим економити купу пам'яті, чверть пам'яті, так? І записати, інформацію про колір тримати в цій адресі. Звичайно, перед тим, як цей вказівничок розміновувати, нам треба буде замінити на правильний біт, бо інакше ми підемо кудись не туди в пам'яті. Але така техніка використовується, це не заклик до дії, але варто просто варто знати. Вона називається text pointer. Колеги, час закінчується. Це було таке інтро в світ швидкодії. Я сподіваюся, що вам було цікаво, так? Бо мені здається, що основне це викликати цікавість у людей, аби вони далі самі могли в цю сторону копати. Тому успіхів вам в цьому. Досліджуйте ваш інструментарій, на якому ви працюєте, досліджуйте мови програмування, з якими ви працюєте. Тим самим вкладайте в себе, бо чим сильніше будете ви, тим гірше буде нашим ворогам. Дякую вам. Дякую. Готовий відповісти на запитання.
Перш за все, дуже дякую, Іване. Я думаю, багатьом було цікаво слухачам, в незалежності від стеку, в незалежності від технологій, з якими працюють, такі загальні речі, які мають бути відомі всім. Я думаю, це дійсно багатьох наштовхне на те, щоб досліджувати це краще і детальніше, і на якісь оптимізації. І так, у нас, перш за все, у нас є коментарі, що кожен раз слухати Івана дуже цікаво, і що дуже цікаво слухати. Тобто це дійсно доводить те, що людям сподобалась доповідь і була корисною та захопливою. І є одне питання від Дмитро Мальон. З вашого досвіду, яка оптимізація була найбільш неочікуваною, але дала серйозний ефект? Таке цікаве питання.
Так, дякую, Дмитро. Знаєте, оптимізація – це, звичайно, круто, але треба, аби вони мали ефект. От найкраще, коли вони мають ефект на бізнес. Так? Тому що якщо вони мають ефект на бізнес, так, то ти відчуваєш, що ти зробив користь для свого продукту. І, власне, у мене був випадок, коли, застосовуючи подібні техніки, ми змогли пришвидшити роботу пайплайна, який пов'язаний з тренуванням мереж. Так? А це дозволило економити купу грошей. Величезну кількість грошей. Так? І коли тобі CEO компанії пише з подякою, так, що от ми тепер на місяць економимо сотні тисяч доларів, так, тому що ми просто менше завантажуємо сервери Amazon, то це приємно. Аналогічні кейси є в багатьох компаніях. І я пам'ятаю, як я колись ходив на Tech Talk в компанії Grammarly. І вони теж розповідали про хеш-таблиці, бо вони часто з ними працюють. І для них був важливий швидкий пошук по хеш-таблицям. І вони написали свою хеш-таблицю. Це, знову ж таки, зменшило навантаження на сервера, і вони почали економити дуже багато, затративши на цю оптимізацію дуже мало часу. Так? Тому для мене найбільш запам'ятовою такими є ті, які викликають кудоси від наших CEO.
Кудоси і навіть, можливо, і премії можна випустити, якщо збереглися якісь кошти.
Так, 100%.
Та чудово, дійсно. Оптимізації потрібно робити там, де є сенс. Напевно, не потрібно заморочуватись над оптимізаціями, які нічого не принесуть, правда? Просто заради оптимізації.
Так.
От, і ще один коментар. Дякую за відповідь. Значить, той, хто задав питання, уважно слухав відповідь. Дякую, Іване. Це все запитань. Ще раз дякую за доповідь. Дякую, що долучився до сьогоднішнього івенту. Надіюсь, будуть шанси і в наступних івентах якось зустрітись на якоїсь доповіді.
100%. Дякую вам, друзі. Всього найкраще.
Бувай.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom, to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you. Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom, to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you. Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. To contribute, as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Hey, Patrick.
Hello.
How are you?
Great. And I have been watching already some presentations before.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. And I know there are also like some familiar faces so during the day. So that's great as well.
Oh, nice, nice. And great that you joined even earlier. And first of all, thanks that joined our event. And it's a pleasure to have you together with us today. And you will share some insights from building truly intelligent applications. Yeah, you'll show us some examples how to make Java app more smart and intelligent, especially because it's still a hot topic, AI and all these LLMs. How we can combine all of that together? Maybe it's just really including a dependency and that's it. Curious to hear.
Well, as my talk is about Spring and Spring Boot, Spring AI and Spring Boot, definitely, yeah, it might be just a starter. But of course, also over the time, I have realized that if you're building such applications, you will have some challenges, and I hope I can point some of them out as well, like during my presentation. Because sometimes it's just easier to use something which is provided by the big ones like Google or Microsoft or whatever than actually like building everything on your own. But maybe you want to do it still, right? And that's why.
Let's hear.
This is the presentation. Yes, great.
Yeah, cool. Then go ahead and let's go.
So, yes, my talk is about making applications more intelligent, or basically like adding a large language model or maybe even multiple to your Spring application. And as you probably know, Spring is like one of the big frameworks we are using for Java-based applications. So Spring actually also came up with a library or like an integration layer to use like LLMs. So let's just jump into my presentation. And the first part is just like, who am I? So I'm Patrick. I'm basically like from Switzerland, and I'm working in the Spring space since a very long time. So I touched probably Spring the first time around 2007. And since then, I'm doing quite a lot, from training, architecture, working with teams, and so on and so forth. And I'm also heavily involved in the development community, like doing presentations right now, running as well events, and doing many other things. Yeah, so that's about me. I wanted to tell you first, and this should be like more like a disclaimer saying, hey, we are just talking about like how to integrate Spring AI and LLMs into your applications. And it's not actually like discussing things like prompt engineering, fine-tuning, and other things, right? We might touch certain topics which are important maybe to like, where do you get an idea what kind of models you can choose, but I cannot definitely like tell you like what you should actually use for your specific application, right? And then other things like sustainability, social impact, and other things, that's another story actually, like which needs to be discussed somewhere else. I'm definitely going to show several examples so you can get an idea like how simple it is to like integrate different LLMs. So probably you know what artificial intelligence is, because we have been doing or using it already like for 2 or 3 years, and they're like big tools out there. And artificial intelligence is basically like a huge area where also like machine learning and deep learning are part of it. And it's more like the broader meaning of like what we are using these days. And all these tools, usually we use like ChatGPT or Gemini or others, they are just basically like part or a small part of it, which is called like generative AI, and which has also like a combination with some LLMs. You see there in the drawing, there is kind of like this sweet spot. And you could even say actually like what we're using these days was like after probably like 50 years of research, like the first time someone can or companies can monetize actually like what they have been researching for such a long time, and actually like we get applications for this kind of technology. So just talking about a few examples, well, you know, the internet is always about cats, right? And I mean, you can generate content like this, generating images of cats if you want to. And I would even say like, this is a really beautiful one. I mean, I was writing a prompt for that, and you might see some flaws actually in the picture, but if you look a little bit from away, you will actually like realize, oh, that's just like nice picture, and I probably would even hang it on my wall. So it's colorful, it's like neat, you know. We don't have finger problems because of it's a cat and stuff like that. But this is kind of a joke, right? Content generation is maybe not that most important part, how we should use these days these large language models. Just to give you an idea, like how you could leverage this inside your company. Think of use cases actually like where you would build queries with natural language. Instead of using like something like SQL and just like one data store, you might use like natural language to basically like do things or check things like emails, complaint logs, tickets, and so on and so forth. And you would get an overall understanding of like why, for example, the user did close the account. So if you have this data, you can aggregate that, and you can actually like query unstructured data in a very natural way. Of course, and that's probably like what you're doing also quite a lot, and even like my email client does it, it's going to aggregate and transform actually like the text, right? So that means like you get, for example, in your Gmail app, some aggregation of the email thread, for example, things get summarized, you can extract bullet points, you could even like say, change the way it's written, so it's like maybe more positive, more neutral, you know, these kind of things, or even like remove like sensitive data. Or you might even translate very easily with a large language model text these days. So translation engines started to be built up on top of these LLMs as well. And you will realize the ones which are still using probably like the older technologies, they're maybe not performing that well like the new ones. Right. And there are more examples like manipulate data. And for example, there could be even be something like you're calling code, right? Which does something. Like in this case, reactivate a customer account and notify them by email. Or other things like you are having like business rules specified, which are executed from time to time, and then actually like you do something on top of that. And the last example we probably know all, you can even like generate some code. You can even like create from unstructured data, structured data, stuff like that. These are like very typical use cases, right? And it doesn't have to be always a chatbot, as we see like in most of the examples. So for me to understand this, it's very important to get the idea that not all the time an LLM needs like a user doing something. As you can imagine, like when you automate things, you might have like time triggers, you might have event triggers, or you might just like have some buttons which needs to be pressed by someone, right? And I mean, that's just like very important to understand. Like, it's not always a user which needs to interact with your model. So it could be also like that you just like have some entry stage, and then afterwards you're even like running a whole workflow with multiple ping pongs between the models, right? And that's actually like something which is now also often done in applications, that it's not just like one prompt and then you get the answer back and that's done, right? So workflows could be also like a topic here. So like looking at the perspective actually like of like what we need to do to like use this kind of thing, it's basically like we have on the right side the generative AI, the LLMs. We have on the left side actually like your company data. And as we know, the models, they're basically like trained on public knowledge to a certain date, right? And therefore, in a company perspective, it might be interesting to have like up-to-date data, current data, actually like even part of the prompts or being available to the prompts, you know, so that you can also like answer things like what will be the weather tomorrow, what do I have to wear, that it's actually like accurate, and so on, right? So like real-time information or nearly real-time information needs to be like presented basically like to the models. So in the end, actually, like we will find out these LLMs from an enterprise application perspective, it's nothing else than just like an integration problem we have been solving in the past already many times, because we are just integrating with a REST API, and that's basically it, right? And that's very important. It's very important that like if you do something, and I think actually like the ones who came up with these LLMs, they made it accessible to everyone in a very simple way. And that's like why they were putting in front of it a REST API. So that means like you're not restricting your models to like Python or C developers, but the whole world can actually like use it. If you're using PHP, for example, or Java, or whatever you want, basically like everyone can do it, and you can even call it from curl, right? So therefore, that was basically like one of the best ideas they had, to put something in front which makes it accessible for everyone, and that's basically just a REST API. So just that you see like what will go behind the scenes when you use like frameworks which abstract things for you. It's definitely really like HTTP calls which are happening, and I guess you know that. But you also will see like there is some information actually like going on here. And this is just an example how it could actually like look like. And you see basically like two parts where I'm injecting here the key basically, and also the prompt. And you might even have like certain roles for different parts of the message. I'm not going to execute that, but just like keep in mind the response will contain of like the answer, of course. But then on the other hand, we will also have like some statistical information, for example, like how many tokens were burned and other things actually, right? So it's a proper JSON document which is coming back, which the library we are going to integrate with needs to parse. So thinking or talking about models, actually, like there are plenty of models out there. And for me, the important thing actually like you need to understand is, if you use a tool like ChatGPT, just as an example, ChatGPT is for me like just a front end to like several different models. Because OpenAI provides you through ChatGPT things like models to deal with text, of course. You have like image generation models, you have text to voice model or voice to text models, and you even have like embedding models. When you upload documents, you kind of have a RAG in your ChatGPT to basically like extract the information needed for the prompt to like answer your questions, right? So there are plenty of models out there. Certain models are even specialized and only doing like one thing. And then you have like tools like ChatGPT, which integrate on top basically like with all the different models, right? And there are like many ways how to do things, as you see on the drawing. So the thing here basically is like we know that if we are maybe not precise enough or so, then actually like it might hallucinate, right? And that's why we have the colorful picture here with the clouds and so on. And that's definitely like the challenge. So to make sure that there is enough context to basically like create a proper result or a proper answer out of it. And this is kind of a challenge basically, just because I think that these models, if they're like blind spots, they just fill the space. So they behave like our brain, because like if we do not know about something, or if we cannot fill the gaps, then our brain doesn't feel well, and it tries just to come up with some maybe crazy ideas and just like fills these gaps, right? And large language models are very similar actually like to the human brain. So the question is actually now, when you're going to use large language models, is the question, which ones should you use, or which one should you use? And there is actually like a very good idea out there, which people came up with, and they said like, let's like rank those models. And there are like leaderboards out there, and actually also have on my presentation the links, you can directly jump there. You could see on this leaderboard basically comparison between the different leaderboards because of like the context window size. So that's the tokens you can actually like put in and work on the information provided, right? You see like things regarding the prices, for example, and a few other things. So they can be ranked, and maybe you want to go for a cheaper model than a more expensive model, depending on your use case. There are other leaderboards out there which are also specialized for certain topics, right? If you think of like, you want to have a model which is maybe specialized in doing math, then a general purpose model like OpenAI models or Claude models are maybe not the ones you want. But we see basically these days that like models are converging to these general purpose models, that most of them basically like provide you good answers for almost every task. But there are also like some specialized out there, and like these vibe checks are basically like community ratings, so you get an idea which model performs better for a certain task. And you could even say like almost every week this kind of like lists are changing, because new models out there, new version of models are out there, and obviously also the rating gets updated because of the experience of the users. And then actually like there is this LLM leaderboard where people even can compare it, and you can actually like play around and have like a battle between multiple models, so you see like what is the different results. And that's actually also quite a cool idea, so that people are writing prompts, comparing it with the different models, and then you can basically like vote for them. I just want to show you here some examples how you can get a gut feeling what kind of model might be good for you and which one you want to integrate. So let's talk about a few advanced AI concepts, right? We have to be aware of that the model actually like does not learn. There needs to be a release, it needs to be trained newly, right? And that's very important. So that means like if we want to deal with up-to-date data, we always need to provide it. And that means like we have also to check like what's the current model. And maybe if you don't want to have like a breaking application or a broken application, you want probably also like to pin down a certain version of a model. And usually in the documentation, you will find this kind of like information from when was the model actually released. And that's really important, because like the knowledge, the public knowledge is from a certain date, right? When they started doing the training. Now the question is actually like, how do I add my own company data, which maybe is not even in the internet, not even public, right? And that's like, there are like certain approaches which we can actually use to bring in this like real-time or almost real-time information. And yeah, and we have to deal kind of with the limitations we have. So the thing regarding bring your data is actually like, yes, we cannot train our modules because that would be probably too expensive for most of the companies. Fine tuning, it's still possible. So you get like your own deployment and you could still like fine tune the model, like maybe adding like 2 more layers on top of it and so on. But that needs already quite a lot of knowledge. So I would say like for most of the software engineers, and if you just like start prototyping a new application, it's maybe the best idea just to like enrich the prompt in different ways. And that's like the things regarding prompt stuffing, RAG, tool calling, or even these days like MCP servers, which are very similar to the tool calling approach. Now let's dive into the topic regarding Java and AI, because like we are talking at the Java conference, and for us it would be interesting like what's out there, and of course in the Java ecosystem also like big enterprises want to use actually like AI models now these days for small tasks. So everyone kind of starts experimenting with those things. In the Java space, there are like 2, I would say, libraries out there which can be properly used for this. It's like the Spring AI, so this is like an independent implementation, basically like from people from the Spring team and the community. And you have on the other hand LangChain for J, which also got like quite a bit of support through Quarkus basically, because LangChain for J is kind of like the preferred way to integrate models from the Quarkus ecosystem. Microsoft has like another thing which is called semantic kernel, and semantic kernel comes also like with different flavors, with different implementations, and it's also just like an abstraction on top of the REST APIs, basically like of these models, right? Good. Now the question is actually like, since we are in the Java space and the 2 big projects are Spring AI and LangChain for J, the question is actually like which one should we use? And I found like this nice Reddit post where a person actually was asking which one should I use? Which one is better? Which one has more capabilities and stuff like that? And the answer to that one I found awesome, because the guy said basically, does it really matter? Both are just API wrappers because it's REST APIs, and actually like it's more important which model we are using, because like this makes the huge difference, right? So that's actually like the idea. That's actually like what we should be aware of. So now diving into the Spring AI part, of course, is like very interesting for us because it makes our life simpler with all these ideas, how a Spring project is built, right? So you would get like features automatically if you use Spring Boot, like for example observability, just like built in, because like all the Spring libraries these days, when you add an actuator to your Spring Boot app, actually have automatically built-in observability. Spring also provides you different things like integration for vector databases, like chat memory, tool calling, MCP server integration, and other things. But just like from the perspective how it should be done within like a Spring project with all these mental ideas, like how Spring does things, and also like how Spring usually creates abstractions so that we could replace things quite easily, right? So Spring AI, you could say, is very similar from the age like LangChain for J. They basically started around the same time with the first implementations, and they are like all of them are like influenced by the Python libraries out there. And of course, I mean, they are not copying them. They are not like just like a translation or so. They are just like they started from scratch, but they got really inspired and now they are like doing other things. And I'm sure there is of course people like watching the competition and see like what they should as well like integrate, because maybe it was just a nice idea. So Spring AI is currently based on Spring Framework, the current version, and as well on Spring Boot. So getting started is super easy. It's basically like as you would do with any project from Spring Cloud or from Spring Data. You're just pulling in the BOM file basically like for doing the version management. and you work with that, and then you just go and add starters, right? So if you do the skeleton project from Start Spring IO, it will be done for you automatically. Basically, the same applies for Gradle, right? So this is just like my example because I prefer for presentation, Maven because it's just like simpler to understand. Then actually like you would pull in a starter, and the starter are named with a specific pattern. You see here Spring AI starter model OpenAI. But if you would use another one, like for example Anthropic Claude or like some others, you would be able just like to replace the starter. And this is kind of the abstraction you get actually like from Spring or from Spring AI, with the idea that you just can replace a few things and maybe adjust the properties. As you also see below, actually, like we would use properties. They're also like in a certain fashion, and of course, we are not checking in the API keys for the LLM, right? So that's why I'm using an environment variable, which will be automatically injected here. Good. So the first thing actually, like we are talking about, is chatting, of course, and when we are creating a chat or using like a chat bot, basically, then we start doing like prompts. Now in Java, or especially in Spring AI, they had the idea to use a library which is called the string templating engine. And it's an open source library which allows you to do something similar like what you would do like with prepared statements in SQL, right? Where you had like placeholder which can be replaced, as you can see in the example, like here with the genre. And then actually like you create out of this template a new string which is fed into the chat client. The chat client actually like can be called, and the call basically like gives you the answer, and with .content we are just like extracting now from the JSON document which is coming just the answer. In the example below you see actually like that we are going for a chat response. And the idea of a chat response is something similar like you would probably know from response entity, right? Where you have kind of the header and the footer part in there. And that's like what we see here as well. We can go and extract just like the certain areas of the JSON document, which is designed or defined behind the scenes, right? So we can like read more information than just like the answer part of the statement. Great. And the chat client basically like is not injected by the starter by default. You would get like with any other client in Spring like a builder first, and the builder needs to be configured. You can't just like do something like I did. You could specify a system prompt which can be overridden later, or you just call like chat client builder.build and you create out of that the chat client. It's very important to understand that Spring Boot, for example, for REST clients, web clients, and so on, or the templates basically have builders because of the observability features, which need to inject some interceptors to make sure that, for example, some tracing IDs and so on are passed to the system you're calling, right? So that's why that's important. We are just like working on the builder, and that means like we need to call builder.build to create the client, right? You see also then the client itself has a Fluent API where we can easily like create our prompt, do the call, extract things, and you can also imagine this is quite of a normal thing these days, because like many client APIs like are following these days now this kind of like Fluent API approach. The last example is actually like quite a nice idea, because there, instead of just extracting just a string, I'm saying, hey, the result which is coming back, map that to a particular class or a record. In this case, it's I know I did it as a record. It's working. So actually, like my prompt gets manipulated. That actually with Jackson, the result can be like mapped on a Java class, and from there I just can like start using now my Java object so that I do not need to like do the mapping myself. Right. So you could say Spring AI is heavily influenced by the model from OpenAI, we have request response, of course, but then actually like what the parameters are on the API, like the model you are selecting, the messages you pass, it's like heavily influenced by how the API from OpenAI looks like, right? As a result, you would get back the model which is answering, maybe even with a specific version number. So you say like it's GPT like 4.0, and then you get even like the model back with a timestamp at the end. So you know like what model was answering. You see then also like a list of choices, a finishing reason, some statistic information like usage of tokens, and so on and so forth. Good. So now let's have a look shortly. Before we dive into the next topic, I will like present you some small demo so we can have a look at this, how this looks like. And therefore, I'm just pulling up Visual Studio Code where I have like some examples available, and we just like see like what's going on there. And of course, I will provide you a link at the end with the repository. You can play on your own if you have these keys available, right? So let's go for the first example. The first example is just like the OpenAI chat basically example, which is quite simple, and it just should actually like get like my client builder. I created the chat client, and then I'm executing here my prompt, right? As we said before, the answer is basically like a enum, right? No, not an enum, a record, sorry, with two fields like prompt and response, and basically like it gets added here. So we tell the client the answer which is coming back needs to be mapped on that particular object. Regarding the configuration, what I used here is I just like did things like specifying basically like the configuration for OpenAI. I'm choosing a model. I'm like making things more visible for you so we can see something in the logs and better understand what's going on, right? I turned off the Spring Boot banner basically, and I said it's not a web application, that because like there is no need to like do something like starting up a Tomcat or whatever, right? So that's actually it. Anyhow, let's jump into the application, and I'm just going to run it here. Yes. And we will actually like see our Spring Boot application here just started regularly, and then actually like it started here, and then actually like it was writing my prompt to the API. And interestingly, the thing is, to the prompt something actually got added, and you see that below here that it said your answer should be in JSON format. Please use that RFC for a JSON specification to make sure that we get like proper JSON, and do not use markdown code blocks and so on, because actually like things get harder to parse, right? So that's why things need to be removed. It also provides us actually like the JSON schema, where we said like prompt and response will be the fields of the object we are like mapping the whole thing against, right? And that's like what you see here. So prompt and response. And if now the execution happens, the model might realize, hey, I have the prompt and maybe can add the prompt into the prompt field, and I have a response field, so probably the answer needs to go there, right? So the model tries now to do the matching. Maybe it works, maybe not. It's not always guaranteed, right? Because we did not give enough hints for that. I could have specified it even more if it's not working, right? And then actually like we see the answer coming back, right? And at the end, I'm printing everything here, where I'm saying here, it should share me a tip, basically like how can I improve in general like Java code, and it gives me like an idea like using the final keyword for parameters and local variables to signal immutability, right? So that could be a thing. So we have kind of like the prompt in front and like the answer at the back. And it was before just a regular Java object. Good. So jumping to the next topic is actually like we can also work with images. It doesn't have to be always text. And therefore, the question would be maybe like, can we interpret images? And you probably know this is just like the weather forecast on on Google. If you search like for a city and say like, tell me the weather there. And the question would be, if I provide basically like an image, if it can interpret it. And we know that ChatGPT or OpenAI has a model which can do basically like do some OCR on images we upload, and then basically like we get answers to that, right? And this is basically like my next example I'm going to show. So here, and this is actually like the image example, which in our case, I'm just closing things again, creates a chat client. I'm adding now to the prompt an image here, as you can see. I call it and I get the answer, right? And the answer or the question is actually like, what will be the weather like on Tuesday, which is part of the image, right? And by executing this, you would get the proper answer to that. So you see also like there was the image uploaded, basically like in the base64 string, which is part of the request, right? And then the response actually like is coming back. To be honest here, I probably have to do a pull request because it's actually not printing like what the answer is in JSON format. Only like that it's this class here. And the answer then, which is like the final answer, like logged from the application, is actually like here where it says like the weather is to be expected 22 degrees and so on with like light rain and stuff like that. Good. So let's jump to the next example then. So this would be like the question like dealing with audio, for example, because you can also deal with audio. And that's quite neat because like you can basically like transcribe anything, right? You just provide like an audio and you're like specifying then or extracting the text, right? And so actually like the tool needs to decipher what was spoken in the text. And I can show you that actually as well in an example, and I find it quite interesting. So let's use the one where I specified the audio transcription example. And this is basically like the thing. I just like close things down here so you can see it. I'm injecting basically a MP3 file, and the MP3 file gets then passed as a audio transcription prompt, and we just like try to convert that basically like to the text. Now let's run this, and this is slightly different because I did it as a web application. So it's simpler for me to like prove you some audio, right? So you can hear it, how it sounds and stuff like that. And we just like do it here in the browser. Localhost 8080. And let's go for the original one. So like that would be, you should hear now something, which is kind of an audiobook, and it's in German, basically. So you hear somebody talking actually, and I just have like 42 seconds in the MP3 file, so it doesn't take like a very long time. And actually like when I'm going to call here a endpoint, which is called transcription, it's going to transcribe these 42 seconds into text, right? So the example shows now basically in the backend that the MP3 gets uploaded and it's going to translate things. But of course it does mistakes because like our detective is not called Meloni, but he's called Maloney, and that's just like wrong. So sometimes even these models do wrong things. Maybe you want to have a translation not in German because the audio was in German, but maybe you want to have it in English. And maybe you want to like do even other things, and that's what I do right now. So I used like some provider options, like specifying the format, how it should like translate it to like English, right? So basically like German audio to English text with the timestamps and so on, right? And that can be done actually like in the IDE. When I said like we use these provider options, we said like I want to have it in English. I have a prompt added. So the prompt actually here is just a hint that the detective of the audiobook is actually like called the right way. So I gave a hint with like the spelling of the name, which is kind of weird because it's pronounced English, but the whole audiobook is German. So that's why the model was not proper doing it, right? And I just gave it a hint, basically. I said, don't be too much creative here. And I also said, for example, like use that format here for the transcription response. So that's like how I could use that. Of course, now let's get a step further. We could even say like we could use text and like make some audio out of that. And that's possible as well, actually, like if you are using a speech model. And the speech model takes a text, which is here basically like injected, and it's the same thing. So it's just like taking the text basically like which is injected, and then it's executing some audio. And as you can see, also just like for the purpose of like demo, I just like return it in the controller as a streaming format so we can get the player and we just can play it, right? So we can do that right now. Oops, that was the wrong one, I guess. I pressed the wrong button, sorry for that. We'll just like start the application now. Should be the right one, the speech one, yes. And actually like we just do here speech. So you can hear now actually like that the text I'm using is now spoken by another person. There is no music and stuff like that. It takes a while now. And as you can hear, it's even translated to English. Right. And probably we all know that like having slow red text is like boring, right? We want to like improve it maybe. And that means like we could even play it faster, right? So there are options you can say or provide, and also with the prompt that you could say like, let's run it like 30% faster. Philip Maloney's hair-raising cases. Hair-raising cases of Philip. And now you realize actually it's getting worse, right, with the quality. But I was also able to change the voice. So OpenAI has basically like a few voices you can choose. And like in the example here with the provider options, I was selecting a specific voice here. And as you can see, when I use auto-completion, you can see like the voices they have implemented actually, and you can choose from them. So you cannot use like your voice, but you can use like one of the default ones here, right? Good. So that's another nice thing. Great. Let's jump back to the presentation. So you see also like in the presentation like some parameters, the one which was a transcription model, the other one actually like for the speech model. And probably you have also realized in this case we don't work with a client. So the thing is actually like when you use Spring Boot, the chat client or like an image client gets injected, and the clients are like the highest level of abstraction you can get. If you want to have like two different models used at the same time, or even different model providers used at the same time in your Spring Boot application, you would have to configure like the model itself. So the client is on top, basically like the underlying abstraction is like the model implementation, which we're just using here right now. And then you would actually have the REST API below, like the REST client from Spring, right? These are actually like the three levels. And sometimes for certain models, you need to use the model implementation, and on others, you can actually use the one on the higher level, the client one. Of course, Spring also supports you like with RAG, so retrieval augmented generation, so which is basically like the idea where you add your own data, your own documents, or at least like even some chunks of it, right? And the idea to that is always like if your data is more up to date than like what the model is trained on, then basically like we are shipping this information in the prompt, right? And that means like you can basically like have a higher priority with the data you send over the one which is in the model. And for example, this is just an idea like for something, if you ask for it, right? And then actually like you go and say, no, in the prompt I say these and these are my sports. And then you ask like how many sports were there, but you said like which ones were there, right? And then the model is counting for you. And the difference now is quite big because we had by default like 45 different sports. And if you say like these are the ones, right, it tells you 12. So your data has precedence over the training data. And that's why it's important actually like to stuff your prompt with things. And that's like how we do it like with extensive prompts. So, or with RAG, for example, we are just adding context to the prompt basically. And we burn token with this approach, of course, because your prompt just gets way bigger. And yeah, that's just the idea of like stuffing the prompt, just like adding context, adding your prompt basically like to it, and then it will work on this plus the general knowledge. With RAG, it's like this, that your data is usually stored in a vector store, or your documents are stored in a vector store, and we do something like similarity search on a vector store, and basically like things get pulled in, right? So that means like your data, your prompt gets enriched with chunks of the documents in the vector store. And then you have your augmented prompt, and the answer is sent from that one. So vector store are multi-dimensional databases basically, and your chunks will be stored somewhere. And as I said before, there will be like some similarity search executed. Interesting to know for us is actually like that depending on the algorithm you're using, you get a certain amount of dimensions for your vector. And Spring AI uses the text embedding adder model. As you can see there, if you would upload something actually like to ChatGPT, you would get an other or two other options for this embedding model, and they might even have like more dimensions actually. The values are between -1 and 1, and that means like in this space everything gets actually like placed, and we search things which are close to like basically like the prompt, right? And that's actually like what you should see in the example. So every kind of chunk you provide gets a vector, and then it's searched basically like with the prompt in this area where the chunks are basically like related to. Okay, there are quite a lot of vector databases out there. There are many, even more like the ones we have here on the slide, and also all the big the big databases support now vector search as well, right? It's just kind of an other API with some additional information. Now within actually like Spring AI, it allows us to basically like import your data, like with a document reader. The documents might get splitted into certain chunks, and the chunks are stored afterwards here in the vector store. So by adding a dependency for a vector store, basically like it gets configured automatically, and you might have some customization done via properties, for example, if you run it on a separate server. But for example, you could use just like a Postgres vector store basically like as a Docker container, and you could get Spring AI connected to that one. And as you can see here, basically we do the same prompts, system prompt, user prompt. We use an advisor, or like there is also slightly other approaches there, where we do the similarity search. So the chunks get added to the prompt, and then you get the answer to that, right? Good. So I'm not going to demo that. I think you will have maybe time to play around with the examples. I will have, or I need sometimes at the end, like for the MCP, because I find it new and also like more interesting. So that's why I'm just skipping here the demo. Now tool calling is another approach where you basically can do everything. You can actually like say, hey model, if you need data, tell me, and I will provide you data from here. And then you can use that data to give me an up-to-date answer. So you can imagine something like if you say, please provide me the weather from Munich, for example, New York or Zurich, the data is not in the model, right? Because they have to be trained. And therefore, your application might to expose some endpoint saying, hey, here you can fetch up-to-date information when you need it. And then actually like you can provide me an answer. So it's kind of a ping pong game, forth and back, maybe several times until the result is generated by the large language models, right? This is just like the ping pong which is going on. Yeah, and it feels like if you look at this like more in depth, that actually like the model is calling your code. It's not. It's just sending a text back saying, Spring AI, execute that Spring Bean for me, right, with these parameters. But it feels like the model is doing some action inside your application. So it's kind of remoting. So this is actually like how it looks like, because you can expose any kind of Spring Bean as a tool, and you would like expose those tools then actually to the model. So that means like your prompt gets enriched with a definition or with a description how your function internally can get called. And therefore you would get like an answer back, right? I'm just going to run my example here so we can have a look at this one here as well. And I'm using now the implementation with Anthropic. It's actually like the same like with OpenAI, but just like exchanged with the model underneath with the starter. So I can also demo case another one, right? So you see the Spring Bean here for the weather service, and the class which is implementing it, it just has an apply method because it's a function, right? So request response basically, some dummy implementation, and I have also some units specified, and as well some information on my request and on my response, right? And as you can see here with this JSON property description, I specify what the parameters are and how they should look like. This is basically like just for the model to know that, for example, it needs to ask for countries in the US, for example, with Fahrenheit, and with other countries, for example, for Celsius. So I had to specify that in a very clear case so that actually like the thing will return the right values, right? So the thing now, as we see here, we just like configured our tool basically. And if we run that, you will realize our Spring Bean gets executed. So Spring Boot is starting up. It's sending the whole thing actually like to the model. And now the answer is coming back, and it should tell us like what's the weather in these cities. And as you can see here, the answer is coming back, and it says like in Munich it's like Celsius, in Zurich as well, and in New York it's Fahrenheit. So, and you know that the temperature is not correct because it's just like a dummy service, of course. So tool calling is very powerful because you basically can do everything with that. You can execute basically every code. It's perfect for any kind of Java integration you want to do. Now there is a new thing actually which is called like the model context protocol, which is a little bit hyped these days, which allows you to call even other things, right? If they expose this model context protocol. And it's something kind of this, right? Where like a salesperson just tells you, hey, this kind of pen has an MCP server, and that's like why you want it, right? Yeah. So it's a very loose coupled protocol, but it allows you, for example, to execute Python, Node, and other stuff actually. And it's becoming kind of a standard for the integration in this kind of like applications. And as you can see here, Spring AI has an integration with a Spring AI MCP client. Spring AI provides you also like a way how you could write your own MCP server if you want to, right? So some of the servers might run locally, others might run really like in the cloud, and you need to do remoting. That means also like some communication goes over HTTP, other communication goes just over the MCP protocol, which is basically like standard in, standard out communication in a very unstructured way. I have here like 2 examples for this, and one could be like that we say we are doing a Google search or a search engine search basically to get some answers. And this is something I want to show you here as well, right? With the MCP way, where we see in a second here that we can basically here call a node module. You see here npx, and we start basically like the node module, and we would actually like use the node module as a way to communicate to the search API and getting an answer back. I know that the thing is a little bit more complicated than what we have seen before, because we have to specify here 2 callbacks basically. I know it's a little bit more complicated, but I hope things get a little bit easier like soon-ish. So if you run that, actually, you will realize here that the application has started and some answer will be then provided from a search. And that means like we are just like asking questions about Spring AI in the internet, basically. I think already it has, no, I think it may take a while because the answer is not here yet. So the question is basically here. I'm curious. Well, anyhow, we'll leave that here, I guess, if it's not working. What I could do is I could show you the other example. I have another example like which is based on the weather data. And it does a very similar thing. It's just going to ask some weather information here. And it does actually the same. It uses like an MCP client here, and it calls a weather application, right? A weather API. And if I'm starting here my application, I'm showing you in a second that I can run a curl on the command line to execute it. I have here prototyped the whole thing, and I'm using curl to do that because I'm posting now on the endpoint my prompt. And what you saw now is, I'm just scrolling up. This is kind of like the data, which is like coming back basically like from the node application and gets added to the prompt. And then actually like the model will provide us an answer on this very special format of data, which is just like plain text from the node application, which was printed on the console, right? Good. So let's try to finish things up. Yes, model context protocol. Now these days, actually, like when you use Spring AI, you need to use patterns, and patterns might mean like that you need to have like a flow or like a workflow of things. And as you can see here, also like we do quite many things. So you use patterns, you use tools. Sometimes you even need to keep like the result for the next prompt to feed in, where you need memory and other things, right? And the workflow patterns, they are just kind of evolving these days. For example, you know about like routing patterns, or if you need to like parallelize things and other stuff. And this is kind of like enterprise integration patterns, which you are going to implement. And you might even have like multiple calls than just like one, of course. It's very common that, for example, so you get some input, the router needs to decide like which the next step is to be called and what to do with that, right? And then you could even like chain different things in your workflow, basically. As you have seen, Spring AI is not providing like workflow stuff in the framework itself. It's more like a client to talk to the LLMs, but there will be in the Java space like libraries for like implementing workflows and other things as well. Okay, so we have seen today several challenges we can solve, right? For example, we have seen that we have different kinds of prompts, like even system prompts to define the overall goal. We have been talking about converters, where we have seen that like data gets mapped to the JSON format, which can be easily parsed into a Java object. We have been talking about prompt stuffing, which is used for tool calling, MCP server, RAG, and other things. We have not really touched like chat memory, because like if you need to do calls multiple times, you need to keep like the previous answer so you can feed it into the next prompt, because like the API is stateless, right? So that's why we need to have some things like chat memory implemented, right? And then actually as well, there is also like evaluating if the answer is correct, right? And also Spring AI provides you tools like evaluators to like validate if the answer is correct or just hallucinated. Great. And of course, we know that artificial intelligence or like generative AI is currently like changing the world quite a bit, and it has an impact on many different things. Yes. So that's about my presentation. And if you're interested into the slides and also the examples, just scan my QR code and you will find everything on GitHub.
Thanks a lot, Patrick. Yeah, pretty comprehensive overview of everything that might be connected in a Spring application from AI world. Yeah, and it was really nice to see many examples and like real use cases and practical examples of this usages. And yeah, it's cool that Spring ecosystem evolves and trying to keep aligned with all this AI hype.
I guess they have to, right? So because everyone else does, so they have to do that too. And unfortunately, as you have seen, these were just like the integrations, right? Like how you would talk to a generative AI model. But the question still is like how you make sure, for example, that if a user adds part of the prompt himself and it's not sanitized, for example, how to make sure that it cannot or it's not malicious, you know? So these are still things actually like which are possible to like do within Spring AI, but you as a developer still have to think of like input output validation, this kind of things, as we have done before, right? So I mean, imagine if you do RAG and they would ask like what kind of salary will Ole have, right? And the data is because it's in an Excel sheet somewhere there, you know, because you connected your SharePoint or whatever. It might be that like people could read that, and we don't want that, sure, right? So that's like where also guardrails come into place. Not only guardrails on the model, but also like guardrails like inside your application, and you have to build those things too.
Yeah, and by the way, we have one question related to your presentation. Can we have a link to the repo that was on the demo? Maybe you can post it in the chat. Yeah, right now.
We can do that, yes.
Yeah, thanks. And we have a couple of questions. So the first one, also about how to keep aligned with the latest trends. What needs to happen in the world for Java to become the most popular language for working with AI?
That's a good question. So I don't know. I mean, it's probably already like the most popular programming language for the big enterprise. And that means like if everyone starts adopting these kind of things, it will be there for that, for sure. I think the challenge is more like what we have, and since it's such a hype in the last like 2-3 years, I would even say like it just needs to become normal. You know, we had like hypes in the past, like for example, NoSQL, blockchain, and stuff like that. Everything is still there, you know, but nobody talks about it anymore because we integrated that into our application, and it just became like part of our daily life. So I mean, Java and AI space and the most popular language, it doesn't matter. It's just a REST API, right? So everyone can use it. I mean, I see where the point or the question may come from. Python libraries and so on, they are maybe like more advanced at the moment than like what we have in the Java space, right? That's maybe the things. And also like with agentic frameworks and stuff like that, and we are in the Java space just at the beginning.
Yeah, unfortunately, Python took this part of area, and now it's just a competition.
Yeah, but enterprise applications you don't want to build with Python, to be honest, right?
Yeah,
so
that's where Java rules. And thank you. And we have next question. Do you think LLMs are ready to be part of production critical workflows yet?
I know that like there are out there several applications which use this kind of technology these days, of course. I guess, or like what I would say is like you can build a very fast prototype with large language models. Your management will be happy to see that you took maybe 2 days to like do something very complex, right? And they think it's like fast and cheap, right? And then actually like you will have to maintain the application probably more often because the models are changing over time. And I also like had once the issue that I did not pin a specific model with a date, with a version number, right? So they just upgraded, made the new default, and my code was not working anymore. So that means like it's probably like with other APIs, they give you some time of grace period where they say like in 3 months your model is going away and you have to change it. So that means like you still need to maintain your application, adjust basically the thing, except if you run the models like in-house, right? Then it's different. And we also I mean, I just read yesterday some stuff that like all the AI providers, the public ones, they're kind of selling your data. Maybe you don't want that, right? They're not as well transparent as we like. It's also to be more independent. I mean, we love to maybe also have like providers like in Europe doing these things and not only like the big companies in the US. So yes, I mean, there are applications out there. Often there are chatbots. I know some applications which do more nice things, to be honest. But I think you would have to tame your application or your large language model, provide like good guidelines, be very precise with the task which needs to be executed because of hallucination and other things. And it's not so easy to make it really, really good, you know? So this is still something we need to find out. And then actually like the other thing, as I said before, input validation, output validation, guardrail stuff. So yeah. Still,
Yeah,
like,
thanks.
good work needs to be done there, like as we should have done like all the time before, right?
Yeah, thanks for your thoughts and input. Yeah, it should not be just, as it's called right now, wipe coding, right? And just
Definitely
building
not.
random stuff without
Yeah.
understanding it. Yeah, we still should take care of that. And the last one, the last question. How well does Spring AI handle context management or history across chat sessions?
That's a very good question because I did not show it before. In the example, it should be implemented as chat memory. So this is kind of like an API they provide additionally, where you could actually like keep the conversation from the previous API call and add it basically like to the next API call. So this chat memory abstraction Spring provides gives you also like the integration, for example, that you can store it in a database, because the obvious simple one is basically like in memory, but if your application is deployed across multiple nodes in the cloud, then you need kind of like have a shared space, right? And they do that. So they provide several database integrations. Otherwise, you just do your own, right? And this is like how you do this this chat memory. And I find it very interesting when I usually like work with developers and we prototype some stuff. They think like what they see in ChatGPT is like what they would have if they would do the API calls, right? But ChatGPT is kind of like the application which does like all these funny things like chat memory. It knows your user profile. It knows your previous
Also client, yeah.
conversation stuff and so on. It's the client on top, right? On top of the API. And behind that, when you ask to like generate an image, it's just a client calling then that model which generates the image and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly.
And what do you think might be the future of this Spring AI project? What might be new, or will it be more lightweight, keep more lightweight as a client, or become really orchestration tool of different?
Well, I'm not sure like what the future will bring. I just know that like there was general availability in May, end of May this year, and that means like about a month ago. So that means like the Spring team usually supports this stuff like for 7 years. So like it became now like base infrastructure. The other thing is actually like that the inventor of Spring, Rod Johnson, came up with a library. It's called Mbubble. So it's basically something which builds on top of Spring AI, which should give you some things like agentic workflows and things like that. So I think, or it looks like at the moment, it could be that Spring AI still stays like the basic infrastructure level, and then other library providers will do something on top of it, so that you have like in Python, like Crew or other agentic libraries which help you to do the orchestration, to the workflow and stuff like that. Yeah. So we see at the moment some things going on there in the Java space, and it looks like Spring is at the moment just like basic infrastructure.
Got it. Yeah, thank you. Really interesting topic, a great presentation from you, many examples. Personally wanted to try everything by my own later. So thanks again participating in our event. Yeah, it was a pleasure to have you in our event. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Take
And
care
have a
and
nice day.
enjoy the day.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Bye.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom, to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Я бачу, тут багато людей зібралося. Дуже вас всіх радий бачити, тому що це перша конференція, яку я відвідав за останні 4 роки зі зрозумілих причин.
Живемо ми, звичайно, в дуже непростий час, і важливо, окрім того, щоб продовжувати займатися нашою професійною діяльністю, підтримувати нашу армію, завдяки якому ми маємо можливість так зібратися і продовжувати просто працювати.
Я приїхав з Одеси на JavaDay Lviv. У мене тут дуже багато друзів, з якими я спілкуюся, і це така можливість провести формальне, неформальне спілкування на професійні теми.
One thing I know, and I will always tell all my Western colleagues, is that Ukrainian engineers are the best, and we should hire them more. And that's also one way to support Ukraine.
Дуже не вистачає якогось офлайн комунікації між всіма людьми, де можна послухати дуже цікаві і якісні доповіді і в той самий час підтримати ЗСУ, завдяки яким ми сьогодні і зібралися. Тому дякую організаторам і сподіваюся, що в майбутньому будуть тільки більше івентів і перемога.
Знаю, що цей JavaDay планувався з цією темою ще до повномасштабного вторгнення. Проте пройшов час. Я дуже тішуся, що команда JavaDay зробила це. І сьогодні ми маємо можливість послухати класних спікерів, зібратися тут всі разом.
I'm not a military guy, I'm not a politician, but I can support in small ways. And I think that if everybody supports in small ways, then Ukraine will easily win this war.
Дуже добре, що навіть в такий скрутний час люди приходять, щоб здобути знання, а всі ми знаємо, що знання – це що? Правильно, це база.
Друзі, зараз у нас невеличка обідня перерва, і о 15:00 буде наступна доповідь, тому можна зараз трошки перепочити між доповідями, підкріпитись чимось смачненьким. І також хочу нагадати, що в нас триває збір разом з фондом «Допоможи герою» Help a Hero на високоефективні дрони, щоб захищати російську навалу та й захистити Україну. Тому, будь ласка, донайте на збір, поширюйте його між своїми друзями та знайомими. І також пам'ятайте, що від донату від 300 гривень можна буде отримати невеличкий сюрприз-сувенір від фонду Help a Hero. Тому слідкуйте, не відключайтесь, і в кінці сьогоднішнього стріма буде цей власний розіграш. Всім дякую, побачимося за 19 хвилин і смачного. Па-па.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom, to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Я бачу, тут багато людей зібралося. Дуже вас всіх радий бачити, тому що це перша конференція, яку я відвідав за останні 4 роки зі зрозумілих причин.
Живемо ми, звичайно, що дуже непростий час, і важливо, окрім того, щоб продовжувати займатися нашою професійною діяльністю, підтримувати нашу армію, завдяки якому ми маємо можливість так зібратися і продовжувати просто працювати.
Я приїхав з Одеси на JavaDay Lviv. У мене тут дуже багато друзів, з якими я спілкуюся, і це така можливість провести формальне, неформальне спілкування на професійні теми.
One thing I know, and I will always tell all my Western colleagues, is that Ukrainian engineers are the best, and we should hire them more. And that's also one way to support Ukraine.
Дуже не вистачає якогось офлайн комунікації між всіма людьми, де можна послухати дуже цікаві і якісні доповіді і в той самий час підтримати ЗСУ, завдяки яким ми сьогодні і зібралися. Тому дякую організаторам і сподіваюся, що в майбутньому будуть тільки більше івентів і перемога.
Знаю, що цей JavaDay планувався з цією темою ще до повномасштабного вторгнення. Проте пройшов час. Я дуже тішуся, що команда JavaDay зробила це. І сьогодні ми маємо можливість послухати класних спікерів, зібратися тут всі разом.
I'm not a military guy, I'm not a politician, but I can support in small ways. And I think that if everybody supports in small ways, then Ukraine will easily win this war.
Дуже добре, що навіть в такий скрутний час люди приходять, щоб здобути знання, а всі ми знаємо, що знання – це що? Правильно, це база.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom, to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Я бачу, тут багато людей зібралося. Дуже вас всіх радий бачити, тому що це перша конференція, яку я відвідав за останні 4 роки зі зрозумілих причин.
Живемо ми, звичайно, що дуже непростий час, і важливо, окрім того, щоб і продовжувати займатися нашою професійною діяльністю, підтримувати нашу армію, завдяки якому ми маємо можливість так зібратися і продовжувати просто працювати.
Я приїхав з Одеси на JavaDay Lviv. У мене тут дуже багато друзів, з якими я спілкуюся, і це така можливість провести формальне, неформальне спілкування на професійні теми.
One thing I know, and I will always tell all my Western colleagues, is that Ukrainian engineers are the best, and we should hire them more. And that's also one way to support Ukraine.
Дуже не вистачає якогось офлайн комунікації між всіма людьми, де можна послухати дуже цікаві і якісні доповіді і в той самий час підтримати ЗСУ, завдяки яким ми сьогодні і зібралися. Тому дякую організаторам і сподіваюся, що в майбутньому будуть тільки більше івентів і перемога.
Знаю, що цей JavaDay планувався з цією темою ще до повномасштабного вторгнення. Проте пройшов час. Я дуже тішуся, що команда JavaDay зробила це. І сьогодні ми маємо можливість послухати класних спікерів, зібратися тут всі разом.
I'm not a military guy, I'm not a politician, but I can support in small ways. And I think that if everybody supports in small ways, then Ukraine will easily win this war.
Дуже добре, що навіть в такий скрутний час люди приходять, щоб здобути знання. А всі ми знаємо, що знання це що? Правильно, це база.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. To contribute, as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Я бачу, тут багато людей зібралося. Дуже вас всіх радий бачити, тому що це перша конференція, яку я відвідав за останні 4 роки зі зрозумілих причин.
Живемо ми, звичайно, в дуже непростий час, і важливо, окрім того, щоб продовжувати займатися нашою професійною діяльністю, підтримувати нашу армію, завдяки якому ми маємо можливість так зібратися і продовжувати просто працювати.
Я приїхав з Одеси на JavaDay Lviv. У мене тут дуже багато друзів, з якими я спілкуюся, і це така можливість провести формальне, неформальне спілкування на професійні теми.
One thing I know, and I will always tell all my Western colleagues, is that Ukrainian engineers are the best, and we should hire them more. And that's also one way to support Ukraine.
Дуже не вистачає якоїсь офлайн комунікації між всіма людьми, де можна послухати дуже цікаві і якісні доповіді і в той самий час підтримати ЗСУ, завдяки яким ми сьогодні зібралися. Тому дякую організаторам і сподіваюся, що в майбутньому будуть тільки більше івентів і перемога.
Знаю, що цей JavaDay планувався з цією темою ще до повномасштабного вторгнення. Проте пройшов час. Я дуже тішуся, що команда JavaDay зробила це. І сьогодні ми маємо можливість послухати класних спікерів, зібратися тут всі разом.
I'm not a military guy, I'm not a politician, but I can support in small ways. And I think that if everybody supports in small ways, then Ukraine will easily win this war.
Дуже добре, що навіть в такий скрутний час люди приходять, щоб здобути знання. А всі ми знаємо, що знання це що? Правильно, це база.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom, to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Я бачу, тут багато людей зібралося. Дуже вас всіх радий бачити, тому що це перша конференція, яку я відвідав за останні 4 роки зі зрозумілих причин.
Живемо ми, звичайно, що дуже непростий час, і важливо, окрім того, щоб продовжувати займатися нашою професійною діяльністю, підтримувати нашу армію, завдяки якому ми маємо можливість так зібратися і продовжувати просто працювати.
Я приїхав з Одеси на JavaDay Lviv. У мене тут дуже багато друзів, з якими я спілкуюся, і це така можливість провести формальне, неформальне спілкування на професійні теми.
One thing I know, and I will always tell all my Western colleagues, is that Ukrainian engineers are the best, and we should hire them more. And that's also one way to support Ukraine.
Дуже не вистачає якогось офлайн комунікації між всіма людьми, де можна послухати дуже цікаві і якісні доповіді і в той самий час підтримати ЗСУ, завдяки яким ми сьогодні і зібралися. Тому дякую організаторам і сподіваюся, що в майбутньому будуть тільки більше івентів і перемога.
Знаю, що цей JavaDay планувався з цією темою ще до повномасштабного вторгнення. Проте пройшов час. Я дуже тішуся, що команда JavaDay зробила це. І сьогодні ми маємо можливість послухати класних спікерів, зібратися тут всі разом.
I'm not a military guy, I'm not a politician, but I can support in small ways. And I think that if everybody supports in small ways, then Ukraine will easily win this war.
Дуже добре, що навіть в такий складний час люди приходять, щоб здобути знання, а всі ми знаємо, що знання – це що? Правильно, це база.
Can you hear me? I can't hear you. You can hear me. That's important. But I can't hear you. I heard the music from the video, so just a while ago. Still nothing. Sorry for that. It may be on my side. I just don't know. Maybe I can try to start presenting. If you can hear me, I guess my sound works. Still 2 minutes. No, that's all. Everything tuned up. Yeah. Yeah, my sound seems to be working. I will try this one. Speaker. Stuck. This also works. Everything works here. Okay, I will start. So, thank you for having me. I will be talking about the brief history of virtual threads in Java at the JavaDay Lviv, or WOF, how we say in Czechia. And I will start so we don't waste any time. I have a lot of slides for you. So first, a little bit about me. My name is Daniel Katz. I work in Oracle as a Java developer. I work on the project Helidon. You can find me on various social networks like Twitter and Blue Sky and Mastodon and all the others. There's so many of them nowadays. I'm also blogging sometimes. You can find most of my articles on Medium. What's the agenda? We have pretty wide agenda for this talk. We will start with the virtual threads. I won't be describing what the virtual threads are that much because you already heard that in every other talk about virtual threads already. So instead of that, we will take a look at some cool optimizations or tricks the virtual threads are doing behind the scenes and what makes them so cool. Then we will take a look at the timeline of Java concurrency to see, a little context of the things in concurrency in Java. We will do some time travel to see the green threads, which have been part of the Java years ago. We will play with them a little and try them out. Then we will switch to the operating system threads abstraction, take a look how we have worked with them for so many years, and then we will switch nicely to reactive Java to solve some issues we had with the platform threads. We will take a look at some advantages and disadvantages there. And then there will be a shameless plug from my project or our project Helidon. We will take a look how we leverage the virtual threads in the Helidon, how much it helped us, and what we have achieved with that. And at the end, if we have a time, we will take a look at Achilles heel of virtual threads. It's not such a scary Achilles heel anymore after the JDK 24 release, but we will get there hopefully in time. So this is the agenda and we can start. So the virtual threads, the blocking is cool again in Java. Finally, we have coroutines in Java, basically delimited continuations. You can choose to create a virtual user threads instead of the physical ones. It is way cheaper, so you can make millions of them. There is no pooling needed, and blocking is completely fine. Naive imperative coding style is safe with performance comparable with to reactive constructs. Work scheduling is done in JVM, avoiding the expensive context switching on operating system level. And we are saving all that off-heap memory otherwise allocated for physical threads. And how does that work? Let's look inside the JavaLang thread class. This is a screenshot from the source code of OpenJDK right before release of JDK 21. It changed a little nowadays, so it's not the same, but the trick is still the same. It's been more obvious back then, so that's why I'm using this screenshot. You can also see the blame here that it's been done by Alan Bateman, that's one of the guys behind the Loom project. So those super clever guys who are responsible for this super cool feature. If you will take a look at the sleep method in the JavaLang thread class, you can see that something completely different will happen for the sleep if we are running it on top of the virtual thread. And if you will follow the rabbit a little deeper down the hole into the sleep nanos, we will get into the virtual threads class, and we will continue into park nanos. We will find a method which is called yield continuation. And that's the kind of a proof that those are actually a continuations under the hood. It's just the API for this continuation cooperation is cleverly hidden, so we cannot really use it manually. But instead of us, it's used by the JDK itself. So when you sleep your thread, it will actually yield continuation, and all the cool stuff will happen also when you block somewhere and wait for something. I won't show you the diagrams with a million arrows. You already saw all those pictures, I guess. Instead, I will show you how it looks in your IDE. So this is a screenshot from my IntelliJ IDE, and I have stopped my debugger here on some virtual thread, and you can see that you can have millions of virtual threads, obviously, on top of a few carrier threads. But in my case here, I had only one virtual thread, so it's very simple. While I have a lot of carrier threads, the thing is that the for join pool is a scheduler for the virtual threads. So all those worker threads in the for join pool, those physical ones, we are trying to keep at some smaller number and use them really effectively. It's called from the point of view of the virtual threads as carrier threads, and because they are kind of carrying the virtual threads we are actually using from our point of view. Again, the virtual threads are scheduled over a bunch of physical carrier threads. Everyone who at least heard about virtual threads already knows that. The scheduler is a marvelous and battle-proven piece of engineering we have in Java for quite some time already. We will see that on that nice timeline later. You can see it yourself when you are debugging like that. That's what actually is happening behind the scenes. And here is the final proof. If you poke around a little more through the OpenJDK GitHub repo, you can find that the default scheduler is actually a forjoin pool. Here you can see it being set up. So that's the only available scheduler right now, but it doesn't mean it's a bad scheduler. It's actually a really good one. We will get to that later. More interesting thing is mounting and unmounting. You know, the process when we are switching the virtual threads on top of the carrier threads, how it's being done. We are actually calling that freezing and thawing. So when continuation is being unmounted from the carrier thread, the continuation part of the stack is being saved for later. We call that process freezing. And when continuation is mounted on carrier thread back on, its stack is being copied on top of the carrier thread stack. We call that process thawing. So I have prepared this small animation. I hope it will work. So we can try to demonstrate the stack manipulation with a small server example. When virtual thread gets blocked on the read socket method, so we, as most of the server, we are running this endless loop here. And when we are reading the socket, we are blocking until more data comes over the socket. So that will be the time when there will be little if somewhere, which will yield to the continuation. So the carrier thread is freed. And the stack of our virtual thread is saved for later when the data actually arrive over the socket. So we will take a look at what will happen. It will nicely animate. So we can see that we have moved the part of the stack which is related only to the virtual thread from the carrier thread and saved it somewhere for later. And the carrier thread is ready to serve some another from those millions of virtual threads we can run, right? And it's being saved for later when it's mounted again. Then, when the continuation gets mounted again, it's not that the whole stack is copied back, but just a few frames with a return barrier. And it's pretty cool thing. The return barrier is a lazy substitution which guards the return addresses of read socket methods, in our case, like that. So we can see that we don't have to move around the whole stack of the virtual thread. So we are not like in the operating system case. We are not moving the whole stack of the thread. We are moving only the part. I will show it on camera. Only the part of the stack which is related to the virtual thread only. The rest stays with the carrier thread, and we are saving it for later. And even though we are not moving all around, because as you can see in our example, we are moving in this example endless loop. The actual number of frames is only those which are, starting from the loop deeper. So we don't need to move everything, to the start server methods and so on. So instead of that, when the barrier is reached, we will load that one more stack when we need it. And we don't have to move around the rest. It will stay hidden for later when we need it. But while we are looping in this endless loop, we don't have to move around this stuck chain, how it is called internally, around. But instead, we will move only the part which is relevant to our live code. This way, we are saving a lot of performance here, and it's not. That's why the virtual threads are so effective and performant. And it's not the only super cool optimizations. There is more of them, like the stack chunks which stays saved for later. They can be compressed, so they take less memory. That's why you can have millions of virtual threads. And it's all happening on the garbage collector threads, so all the contention is acceptable. So there are really cool features inside the virtual threads, which enables them to be so performant, which you can discover. And if you want to know more, there is a really cool video on YouTube from Ron Pressler. It's called "Continuations Under the Cover." Under the covers, he explains the stuff way more in detail because he actually understands them. And if you want to know more, I can only send you in that direction. But that's why they are so cool. Now it's time for some history. Let's put some of the important Java concurrency events on the timeline so we can see the context a little better. So here is the timeline. If you look at it, this is the 30 years of Java, right? And you can see that out of those 30 years of Java, we didn't have the virtual threads for so long. If you look at the right upper corner, no, here, yeah, I'm mirrored. Okay, this way, you can see that that's approximately the time when we are using the virtual threads. On the left upper corner, you can see the time when we had the green threads in Java. We will get to it shortly, what it is and how it worked. That was a kind of user threads we already had. And we dropped them in JDK 1.3. So since 2000, we don't have them. And we have been using native thread abstraction only in Java. And if you look at the timeline, it kind of looks like nothing has been happening. It hasn't been happening much in the concurrency timeline in between, but that's not really true. We can add some cool stuff which has been happening. So you can see that in the same year when the green threads have been dropped off or ditched in 2000, the Doug Lee himself published his paper about fork join scheduling in the very same year. He was already proposing a different way how to schedule concurrent tasks directly in Java. And many others were trying to figure out the way forward. Like in 2008, the Matthias Mann released his continuation library. In 2009, there is this paper, Lazy Continuations from Java Virtual Machines. It's been authored by Lukas Stadler and Thomas Wentinger. If those names seems familiar to you, those are the guys behind the Graal VM nowadays. So some really clever people have been thinking about this back then. Then there was a release of JDK 7, the last one with the code name. It was Dolphin was the last one. Since then, the JDK releases don't have the code names. With which we got the fork join pool, and and the for-join pool has been actually implemented and delivered by Doug Lee himself. So thank you, Doug Lee, for inventing the stuff and give it to us. The for-join pool is basically not only a scheduler, is a framework for delimited continuations, but you have to drive the tasks yourself, and it can be the API can be quite complicated to use. In 2012, there was a Go 1.0 release with Go routines inspired by Erlang, and proofs that delimited continuations are really, really cool. In 2013, Ron Pressler releases his first version of his Quasar library. That's a lightweight threads inspired by Erlang, Go, and Matthias Mann's library. And that time he was working on some kind of concurrent in-memory database, and his customers didn't want to use async code. Obviously, who would want to, right? So he created his own version of continuations for Java. In 2014, asynchronous programming in Java gets way more friendlier with David Carnock's RxJava. So that's kind of a peak of the reactive programming, because we have really cool operators and we can actually manage the asynchronous programming a little better. All those callback hell isn't that unbearable anymore, but still, yeah. In 2017, the Kotlin has coroutines, but more importantly, Ron Pressler is joining Oracle to work on adding continuations and fibers to JVM. That was the original name of the effort. He joins Arne Bateman and all the other cool guys, and the project Looms gets in motion. And then it gets faster. We get first preview in 2022, and with JDK 21, we finally get the virtual threads, and it really fits nicely with the legacy threading API in Java. Everything is scheduled by battle-proven Doug Lee's for-join pool. So again, thank you, Doug Lee. You are our demigod of concurrency in Java. It's not only the for-join pool. If you look in the Java concurrency package in Java, you can actually see that his name is almost everywhere. And yes, he's on the book, on the famous book with trains, right? So most of us who has been trying to learn the concurrency in Java have read this book for sure. So that's our hero here. Now, a little recap. Virtual threads are user threads in Java. They are scheduled by Mighty for-join pool. They are inspired by Erlang, Go, and Quasar. It's many-to-many models, so many carriers are powering the many user threads. And how is it similar to the green threads? We will get there. But for that, we have to travel back in time. We have to travel back in time in 1997. And why into the 1997? Well, because it was pretty cool year, right? The Bruce Willis still has hair. Max Verstappen is born, and Sun's CEO Scott McNealy is on the cover of Fortune magazine dressed as a Java man. So that's a pretty exciting year, I would say. And also, in 1997, that was the already out Java 1.1, which is the earliest and easiest JDK you can try with green threads on nowadays. So it's more of a pragmatical reason, at least for me. All you need to do is download the latest Solaris and run one of the 1.1s downloaded from our archives. Oracle has really cool archives of old JDKs, but it's not like they are all of them. So the earliest one with the green threads you can find there is for the Solaris, and it's 1.1. That's why. Just be careful that not all the archives there are complete with both green threads and native support for you, because back then, we will get to it. Back then, the JDK was kind of like a puzzle with a lot of pieces, and when you didn't need something, you didn't have it in your archive or installed at all. And we will explain it right now. So the first thing you can notice on this really old Java is that in the bin folder, the Java executable is in fact is not a binary. It's a Korn shell script which gets together the right bits of your JVM based on the architecture and selected threading model. So you can see that there are two options. There is green and native. The green is the default, and then it puts together the right libraries for your running JVM. But first, let me take a step back and ask Wikipedia, what is the green thread? The answer is that it's a user thread scheduled by JVM instead of the operating system. So again, we are hearing the same again, like with the virtual threads. Important part is the claim that it emulates multi-threaded environment. And that's the difference. That's the big difference from the virtual threads. Green threads are many-to-one model. It only emulates multi-threading. We also already have had many-to-many model. It was similar to modern day virtual threads, but the magic happened in the native Solaris threads library, which has been later replaced by POSIX threads. So it haven't been there anymore. And it wasn't so performant as the virtual threads are nowadays, obviously. So let's give it a spin. We have traveled back in time to play with the green threads. So we will give those emulated multi-threading a ride. For example, this example runs 3 threads, and we will let them sleep in parallel, so we can actually see the concurrency in action, right? So we will sleep for 300 milliseconds, 200 and 100, and we should see how they are overlapping each other. So first thread should stop way after the second thread started, and so on. So when we try that, we can see that with the native threads on the left, you can see that it seems pretty much concurrent, because it is, right? So it's actually starting all 3 threads and then it's stopping. On the right, you can with the green threads, you can see that it seems fairly similar. It's starting 3 threads and then it's stopping 3 threads. So it seems to be they are overlapping really nicely. So that's a really good emulation. You fooled me enough. Now, let's make it a little harder. This time, no sleeping. We are going to abstract the thread with some actual work and pin the thread down so no one else can use our thread. Someone should be screaming right now, oh, come on, there will be the loop unrolling optimization and this won't pin thread at all. Well, remember, we are in JDK 1.1, so there is no loop in the unrolling optimization, and this will pretty much pin the thread very safely. So here are the differences. You can see that the native threads, again, they are pretty much overlapping. You can see that they are starting, then ending. So that's pretty much in parallel. With green threads, you can see that it's not parallel at all. It's actually the first thread needs to stop before the second starts, because it's running on top of the single thread. It's just emulating the concurrency, so it's not really concurrent, and it never overlaps. And as you can see at the bottom, the green threads have been default. So if you run it, our example run on default setting, you will see that that it's actually not being parallel, kind of like a Python nowadays, right? So this is what how the green threads worked. Here is a really nice diagram from the Solaris documentation. You can see how the mapping looked, that we are actually multiplexing over a single lightweight process or physical thread, how we call it from our side of the JDK. And this can be good enough on single CPU machines, actually. It's been pretty cool. But the times are changing and computers have been changing, and the computers are having more and more CPUs. So this was really not the optimal setup for our concurrency building blocks. To substantially increase application performance. Now I'm citing the actual reason why green threads are replaced by physical threads abstraction in 2000. So that's the reason why we don't have anymore. It's been only emulating concurrency, and that's why we don't have them. We can compare it with the other cool diagrams from the really nice Solaris documentation. You can see that one-to-one mapping is what we have been using for 20 or so or something years in Java. So with each Java thread, we have been actually starting new physical thread, and that can be quite expensive. We will get to it. And also the many-to-many with Solaris Threads library. It was very interesting. It's just also have been replaced by POSIX Threads API on the C level, and then we know the history. And what is left of green threads in Java 24? The green flag is still there. You can actually try it, and it will only print out that it doesn't support green threads anymore. It's kind of sad. There was some bits of logic left over a few versions back, but I saw that with virtual thread implementation, Alan Bateman have cleaned up that bits already. So only left over after the green threads is this one little flag, which is still there. You can try it out yourself. And we are stuck with physical threads abstraction since 2000. And it's kind of okay, because JVM spec doesn't actually state how Java thread should be mapped to operating system thread. So it worked really nicely. That's why we had the flags, and we have been able to switch from one to the other. One-to-one model, the physical thread abstraction have some problems, quite some. For example, starting the kernel thread is really, really expensive. Every kernel thread created by JVM needs megabytes of memory. The context switching on the operating system level is very, very expensive, and it gets even more expensive with more threads already started. So it gets worse as you're starting more and more threads. So what we have been doing about it, we have been creating a thread pools to avoid starting too many of them. We have been reusing the threads, to avoid the expensive thread start. We have been trying to avoid blocking of the thread to minimize the expensive context switches, because operating system doesn't know anything about how the data are structured in our use case on our JVM. So it just moves around the whole stack with all those megabytes of data from one cache to the other, and it's really, really expensive. So we have been avoiding that. We have been avoiding blocking by keeping rather the really small amount of the threads really busy, and by organizing the tasks for them in such a way no blocking is needed. So we have been actually scheduling the work ourselves, right? So how have we been doing that with reactive programming? That's the way how to avoid blocking, thus avoiding the context switches. And to do that, the code needs to be asynchronous. Don't let your thread wait for something. Continue to work on something else. A response or result will come by callback on someone else's thread. It means that instead of blocking, you just provide a callback function. But by ditching the blocking, we have lost natural back pressure. We can't control how much data comes back on the callbacks. So everything gets way more complicated. The callbacks are executed on different threads. No one is waiting for anything. The order of execution, well, there is no order of execution. Actually, all those race conditions are just waiting to happen. But luckily, we have reactive streams operators for callback orchestration. So the reactive operators are an implementation of reactive streams API, which is the set of APIs for orchestration of callbacks, surprisingly, with built-in back pressure mechanism. It was an attempt to bring order to the callback hell by a set of very strict rules, and is even part of the JDK since Java 9. You can find it in Java util concurrent package in the flow class. And but while the interfaces seems to be really simple, for the specification rules are ridiculously complicated. So they are actually so complicated that when you try to implement the interfaces yourself, your IntelliJ IDE will warn you off. Don't implement it yourself. This is actually a screenshot from my IntelliJ. Instead, there are existing libraries providing reactive primitives, really famous and good ones, with operators implementing reactive streams in some builder-like patterns usually. So you can use Eric's Java, that's like the most famous one from David Carnock and a bunch of Netflix guys. There is Reactor from Spring, also co-authored by David Carnock. There are Akka streams for any Scala people out there. The service talk from Apple is a really good one. We have in Helidon, we have our own operators. They have been also contributed by David Carnock. And Mutiny, that's really nice one from Quarkus and Red Hat. That one is a little different. It has very interesting context-aware builder pattern, if I can say so. So there is a lot of them out there. You can choose yourself which one you want to use. They are using common APIs, so you can connect them together. But still, it makes things easier. But still, it's still a trap. The reactive programming has a very steep learning curve. It's a maintenance nightmare. The debugging is really hard. The stack traces are practically useless. The blocking or abstracting code needs to be offloaded to extra threads anyway, because you cannot block anywhere. It has disastrous consequences. So don't. There has to be something better. And remember that the reactive APIs are viral. Once you use them, you have to propagate it further to avoid blocking. So it infects all your code base, and it's really hard to get rid of it. Trust me, we did that in Helidon. It's hard. So now let's talk about Helidon, my shameless plug. It's a project I'm working on, so it's obvious. I will do a short introduction and show you how we use the virtual threads. What it is and how we switch from the reactive APIs to blocking ones with the virtual threads. So what it is, it's a microservice framework. To describe it best, our main competitor is a Spring Boot. So that's the easiest way how to describe it. It's a web server. It's built to play really nice with Kubernetes. It's completely open source. All source code is available on GitHub. Even though we are backed by Oracle, it's completely open source. You can use it for free. Unlike Spring Boot, Helidon keeps the number of third-party dependencies as low as possible. This is very important for corporate users, as getting the approval for third-party library can be complicated in larger companies. Trust me, we know something about that. And you don't want to download half of the universe, just to print out the hello world, right? So that's the Helidon. Here are the examples. We have two flavors of Helidon, which you can use. We have Helidon SE and Helidon MP. Helidon SE is a micro framework. There is no magic, no injection, or in the later version, we have some build time injection, which has same performance, but that's out of the scope of this presentation. It's a really interesting feature. I invite you to discover more about it. Again, Helidon SE is a pure performance. You get it together with builders or lambdas or those build time annotations, but that's something else. And there is another flavor, the Helidon MP, and that is quite opposite. It's annotation driven. It's full implementation of CDI and JAX-RS. We implement the whole microprofile specification, and it's very easy to use. So if you ever used WebLogic, the Glassfish, Wildfly, WebSphere, you know how the JAX-RS endpoints looks like, and you can port your application really easily there because we are implementing the same spec. Of course, the latest and most modern version of it. Here is the comparison between Helidon SE and MP. Helidon SE is the builder pattern, so you can see that we are doing little hello world with HTTP GET endpoint or resource. I say resource, the Spring developer would say controller. On the left side, you can see Helidon SE builder pattern with Lambda, and on the right, the JAX-RS resource with annotations. So you can choose your way with Helidon. And what we did in Helidon, you can see that between Helidon 3 and Helidon 4, we did a big change. We have actually ditched Netty, which is really cool library, one of the fastest and best ones for working with sockets asynchronously in Java. The problem is we didn't want to work asynchronously with anything anymore. We wanted to use virtual threads because it's the same trick, under the hood. So we have removed the Netty and created our own brand new in-house web server with secret code name Nima, which is clean, fast, and optimized for virtual threads from the ground up. So there is no nuclear power plant with asynchronous and reactive APIs. We have really nice, clean, and small and simple web server to maintain, because everything gets way simpler when you get rid of the reactive APIs. And the blocking is embraced even in Helidon SE, so it's not reactive anymore. How does it look? You can see the difference between Helidon 3 and 4. You can see it best between the Helidon 3 and 4 SE, because SE have been reactive. So all those reactive APIs has actually infected our APIs. So as you can see, if you wanted to call from your endpoint another endpoint with HTTP client, you had to use reactive one. So on the left side, you can see old Helidon 3. And with reactive operators, we are actually calling another service. With callback, we are responding to our own client when we get the response. So that there is a callback in for single. We are doing some business to uppercase, very clever one, right? And we are also tending for errors with special callback for on error and so on. So it's hard to explain to that new junior developer joining your company, for sure, right? When you debug it, you are not going from up to down. We are jumping, from callback to the callback, because there is no order of things. The stack traces are kind of very complicated, almost unusable. So debugging it, maintaining it, explaining it to anyone, or even remembering what have you done last year in this corner of your project can be quite challenging. While in Helidon 4, the same code is blocking and imperative. You can see that we are using blocking client now, and we just request our data. We get the response. When we get the response, we do our business, and then we send the response. So it's imperative. The order of things is up to down. You can jump over it with the debugger really easily. It's easy to reason about. It's easy to debug. It's easy to maintain. And you can actually explain it to that intern developer who just joined your company. So that's the main difference when you switch from the reactive APIs to the virtual threads. And performance is almost on par. So why would you stay with the complicated stuff? The problem with the reactive APIs is that nobody does them right anyway. So in the real world, you usually get slowed down by someone committing something unthinkable in reactive way of doing things. Here is another timeline. You can see how it went with Helidon. We have been working on our virtual thread-based web server in advance, so you can see that we have released Helidon 4 right after the JDK 21 have been released. It's also the minimal version you need for running Helidon 4 because it's based on top of the virtual threads. And how we differ from our competitors. Our web server is built and tuned specifically for virtual threads. You can't just turn off the virtual threads in Helidon. It's not possible. There is no switch for that. It's not hacked in. It's just wouldn't work with physical threads anymore because it's optimized quite differently. All those contentions are very different with virtual threads. The pooling is destructive for the performance with virtual threads. So we have rewritten everything. It's super simple now, easy to maintain. It's really nice and clean web server we are working with right now. Work with sockets is specifically tuned for virtual threads. We have worked on that in close collaboration with Loom developers. Other frameworks support the virtual threads usually by offloading to them from reactive APIs. So you have kind of both worlds there. But, with those two abstractions layered over each other, you are always losing some performance. And it's even less maintainable because everything is super complicated. like this, you can see that in our world we are going from the imperative web server to imperative handlers, so everything is super easy. If you are running on the runtime which is reactive and just offloading to the virtual threads, you have kind of worst of the both worlds. So that's why we call it big win, that we have the really simple and easily to maintain web server in Helidon. And now we have some time for the bonus part. That's the pinning. I hope we have some time. Maybe if you can wave at, I don't see you. If you can wave at me if I have a time. I guess I do. Nobody's complaining.
Yeah, we still have a time.
I can hear you. Awesome. So I will continue with pinning.
Definitely.
What is the pinning? I have draw a really nice picture. It's like the peak of my graphic capabilities. So the pinning is a situation when your virtual thread is reaching somewhere where the underlying carrier thread can be blocked together with the pinning. So there is not that there isn't that clever logic if you are on virtual threads yield instead of block. This can happen, for example, if you are calling something through JNI interface and there is some mutex in your native library, you cannot really avoid that, right? So if your virtual thread is being blocked, then you never got your carrier thread back into the pool and it won't be available for another virtual threads. So it doesn't break everything, it will just degrade your performance a little. And we can take a look what to do with that. Usual suspect was, I'm saying was, synchronize. It wasn't always harmful. It was fixed with JDK 24, so the synchronize isn't really a big problem now for the virtual threads. And short-lived in-memory operations weren't harmful at all even before that. In case of pinning, the carrier thread pool compensates by spinning additional carrier threads, so it leads to performance degradation, but it still works. That's important. And for example, rand log has been always virtual thread friendly. So we will take a look at some example. This example I'm doing on JDK 21 because on 24 it wouldn't work because it's fixed already. So I'm using synchronize here and I'm doing some sleeping inside so I can simulate the pinning. We have discovered a few slides back that sleep is actually yielding continuation on the virtual thread, but this time the blocking happens in synchronize, so there is no alternative logic for virtual threads available and we just cannot enter the block anymore. So we have two options how to detect the pinning here. The first option for pinning detection is with JDK trace pin threads property. It's very easy to use, kind of tempting to use it all the time. You can exactly see where the pinning happened on the printing stack trace. You can tweak it a little with properties. You can set the property to short, so only the problematic frames are printed and so on. This approach is not recommended for production use with Helidon, definitely. The printing to system out with this type of contention can be quite problematic. As you know, the printing to the system console in Java is actually synchronized, so you don't really want to do that. Also, there was a really nasty bug. I think it's already fixed. There was really ugly deadlock which happened from time to time. So instead of that, there is much better way how to detect pinning. And that's a special flight JFR event, JDK virtual thread pinned. It's very easy to use as it is enabled by default for operations that takes longer than 20 milliseconds. The 20 milliseconds is kind of like agreed time after which we are considering a carrier thread as pinned. Until the lifetime is under 20 milliseconds when we are somewhere, it's considered not pinned, and after you can change that usually with this pin detection, but 20 milliseconds is kind of agreed on as the right time frame. We can enable it explicitly in our example and dump JFR recording like I did here to extra file and read it later. In the recording, we can find the very same information again about where the pinning crime have been committed. So we can see it's on line 6 in the main method. And of course, in Helidon, we also have those GFR events leveraged in our JUnit extension. So if you are testing with Helidon, you can turn on the pinning detection, and your test can actually fail in case you are doing something dangerous with pinning. How to fix that? Well, obviously, if you upgrade to JDK24, you will fix like 99.99% of pinning issues, because the monitor issue with the monitor in Java has been fixed, so the synchronized for is now virtual thread friendly. To fix that, otherwise, if you have to stay on JDK21 for some reason, fixing the implementation to the virtual thread friendly reentrant lock will help always. You can, if it doesn't work for you, if you are using some native library or having some task which has high CPU usage, so the virtual thread wouldn't help there anyway. If you are mining by bitcoins or something, then you can always offload to the new physical thread. So that we have some cool features for that in Helidon too. That's by the way, that's the same thing you would do in reactive code, right? If you have a blocking code on something very CPU intensive, you just have to offload to another thread anyway. Plus, you have to respond on the callback. This doesn't really happen in Helidon. As you can see, in Helidon MP, we have a few annotations for that. You can use jersey manage async. You just place it on Jaxares resource, and it will be run on the physical thread. You can use our own annotation, execute on, that works even on CDI beans, and then you can configure the thread pools and everything in Helidon configuration. It's also a really powerful tool. In Helidon SE, you have to get your hands a little dirty, because that's for the guys who want to, touch the performance themselves. Here I have used our thread pool supplier, so it supports the security context and stuff like that. But as you can see, even if I offload it here to the physical thread, unlike in the reactive code, I don't have to use a callback to return from that. I can just block the virtual threads until the physical thread is done. And because of the clever scheduling behind the scenes, I don't have to take care about it anymore. So it's even easier than offloading in the reactive APIs. And this is a very old slide. This is from pre-JDK24 release, where I have been explaining that a lot of libraries are already virtual thread friendly, like MySQL driver and Oracle driver, Mongo driver. Everyone is replacing synchronized with virtual threads. But the thing is that with the release of JDK24, we don't have to do that anymore, because synchronize is virtual thread friendly now. So future is now, and the pinning isn't that scarecrow anymore. And there is a proof. I have run our reproducer on JDK24, and you can see that that pinning crime doesn't happen anymore. Remember, in comparison with accidental blocking in reactive code, the pinning suddenly doesn't look that bad. It's not disastrous. Your server will still work. Your performance will degrade a little. If you block in your reactive web server, it will very quickly become unresponsive or something even worse. So the pinning was a scarecrow. It's not anymore, and even so, it wasn't that dangerous as blocking in the reactive handlers before. And that's all from me. I hope you like the way we have put the virtual threads in action with Helidon. I hope you liked my small history lesson. If you have some questions, now is the time. I will gladly respond to them.
Thanks a lot, Daniel. Yeah, that was a great history, starting from the early days of virtual threads. Oh no, it was green threads. Yeah, it was really entertaining and interesting to understand, and even to know that it has such a rich history. It's not just a recent feature. How long does it take to implement some stable feature? Pretty interesting. Thanks a lot for all these insights and details of virtual threads. And yeah, we have a bunch of questions So let's start our Q&A session. And the first, pretty long question. The first question from Frankie DeJong. Interesting name. And yeah. Okay, I'll read it. So, Daniel, considering your work on Helidon and its reactive foundations, how do you envision virtual threads reshaping the trade-offs between reactive programming and traditional imperative models? And do you foresee a future where frameworks like Helidon might learn more heavily on structured concurrency rather than reactive streams, now that the performance gap is closing?
The thing is with performance gap is that theoretically, with really properly done reactive coded web server, you should be, at least that's from my side how I see it, you should be actually able to achieve slightly higher performance than with virtual threads, because there is always some performance with that artificial scheduling, right? But the thing is that I have been supporting reactive web server for a long time, and I can tell you that I have never seen the reactive code used properly anywhere. It's always done badly, and just small mistake can mean like dramatic performance degradation in your code with reactive code base. So I think the simplicity of imperative coding is the added feature. The structured concurrency is really nice. I think the Java deserves APIs like that, because it will even further simplify those things. It won't be that interesting for Helidon as it is for other users, because we are doing a little different things inside our runtime. So we will definitely use it. But the structured concurrency as a feature is part of the Loom project. It's just not that important for us because we are behind our own API. We will, of course, make those APIs work really nicely with all the new features in Java, as we are always keeping ourselves on the edge. But the structured concurrency isn't really like the main important things. The main important thing for us was that we could escape for this clutch of the reactive. How do you say it?
Callback health.
Yeah, callback health. Exactly. That's the thing, because the whole code base is really complicated, and maintaining the project, which is that big and reactive, is quite challenging. And from our own view, that switching to the imperative coding in our web server made our life so much easier, and we can concentrate on new features. We can fix bugs way faster, because everything got so clean and nice. So I hope this will kind of go further, right? There is still place for the reactive coding, like for messaging and asynchronous communication. There is always a place for reactive APIs, but hopefully it will be used only when necessary, and not always just for sake of some artificial performance which didn't ever happen anywhere.
Yeah, agree. It won't gone. It will still have its own area as everything. Yeah,
exactly.
And thanks a lot, for answering this question. And we have next one from Mr. Mike. He's wondering why were green threads originally abandoned in favor of native threads?
Because it's been emulating parallelism on top of the single thread, right? That's kind of like on in the Python you have this GIL log, right? So if you are actually running only on one thread all the time. It was the same thing. They've been only making it look like it's concurrent, but it wasn't, and it was okay on those single CPU computers, because it made sense. You had only one CPU anyway, so why would you play for the real concurrency? But nowadays we have like hundreds of cores in servers, and it wouldn't really work. And back then, those Solaris machines actually already had a lot of cores. So I guess I was really small kid back there, but I guess that was the main reason. The performance was the reason.
Yeah, true. Different time, different goals.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
different tools. Yeah, thank you. And the next one from Dmitro Malyon. Is there any unfinished work remaining around virtual threads in the GDK, or is it final? Any enhancements are planned?
I heard about some plans for the scheduler being more pluggable. I don't know. There are some sides, siding with no, we don't want that. We have to keep the control, and there are some sides which, yeah, we can do more magic with that. But you never know, right? It's because there is a really cool API hidden, which is not accessible, from the outside. And there is really cool API when you can actually manage those continuations yourself. They have API for themselves. It's really nice. So there are actually delimited continuations in JDK, which you can use manually, like you can do it in Go, right? So this is really cool, but it's all closed in, just for the reason, what if we want to do some cool tricks to make it even faster, but if we give out too much of the power to our users, it may happen, it will block us, because it's happened a lot of times in Java that some features kept it, to be backward compatible, we couldn't really move forward. So that's one thing, I guess. This way, when it's not pluggable, it may happen that maybe we will have even the preemptive scheduling instead of this cooperative one. So who knows? Maybe we'll have even clever scheduler. I guess we will have it definitely. I'm just not sure if it will be pluggable or not. We will see. So there is a lot of room. There is great room for improvement. It's those few super clever guys who will be meeting on the JVM Language Summit. I think it happens sometimes like next week or something. So I think they are streaming it on YouTube. So follow that. I guess if there is some news from those depths of JVM, you could hear that first there.
Yeah, probably most of interesting things might be hidden from us, but it's on purpose to do not shorten your leg. Yeah. And the last one, do virtual threads, also from Mr. Mike, do virtual threads remove the need for completable future, or do they work well together?
They do. It's just you don't need it that much. The thing is that completable future and completion stage, those are actually reactive operators hidden in JDK, right? That was before the Reactive Streams API. We had it in Java. It's actually quite powerful, but it's the same thing basically. You have operators. You have flat map. It's just called differently. You have on error, on complete, on you can cancel thing. I think it doesn't support back pressure. We have it, our reactive operators in Halidon, they can kind of like, you can switch between completable future API and reactive streams API, so you can seamlessly switch, but you lose the back pressure there because back pressure is not supported by completable feature. So those are actually kind of reactive operators. It's made to make async programming simpler. And if you are using virtual threads and structured concurrency, you won't need that anymore, right? So hopefully, like as a last resort, you can always use it, right? But you shouldn't need to.
Yeah, true. And this was the last question. Thanks a lot for answering and on these questions. And yeah, and my personal, I never tried Halidon, but after your presentation, would like to. Yeah, since it has first-class support of these virtual threads and a good API, so curious to try. Yeah, thank you for joining us today. Yeah, appreciate that. And yeah, have a good day.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. To contribute, as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you. Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. To contribute, as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you. Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our...
Hey, let's meet our next speaker. Hi, Mohamed, how are you?
Let me unmute. It's always my problem when I'm speaking in a meeting and I really can't hear you, so I'm making sure that I'm mute. I'm very good today because it's one of my lovely conferences that I would like to join, as well as the Ukrainian community and people. So thank you for having me today.
Yeah, good that at least we can make it online. Yeah, hope that next time you can make it in person, and we will also hope so. So yeah, today is also a good topic, endless probably, microservices, monolith, and all of this dilemma, and how to better migrate from one to another, or maybe no need to do so. So glad to hear your presentation, and yeah,
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So let me So first of all, I'm very glad again that I'm joining JavaDay Lviv, and it was always pleasure joining in person past years. It was quite some good time coming to Ukraine even in person. So I hope so that I can join again and meet all of you in person. And welcome to everyone joining from the world. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, so wherever you are. So and thank you for joining me today. So today my presentation is about something like strategy, that how can you migrate from your monoliths or even modular monoliths to microservices. But always we would like to understand that all these kind of design patterns and strategies are like meant for one solution or tackling one problem. So there is no one design pattern could solve everything. This is why they are design patterns. And there is always a use case to solve, because everything in architecture is about trade-offs. Trade-offs is very, very important, because you cannot fit everything together. You cannot have like low latency and security with performance, with consistency of the data, and fault tolerance. All of this has to have to choose one over the other, but based on the business needs. So it's a special use case that I would like to share with you when we can move and migrate from monoliths. Not always it's the case, and you can be like from I have some applications in my company that I migrated sometimes from monoliths to modular monoliths, even not full microservices, but sometimes we need a full scale microservices, but it comes with a cost, as we will see. But here, so I will speak about tactical forking. It's one of the strategies that how you can move to microservices from legacy systems or monolithic system, and also all the consideration trade-offs that you have to consider, and also pay attention to, because there is a lot of hidden things during the migration. A lot of people like fall into, and they doesn't consider it, then it makes problem. So just to give you a short description here, like tactical forking is a strategy for implementing microservices that enhance your software development strategy and allow your software and your team to grow. Software and team. It enables you for sure deliver new features immediately using multiple teams and with controlled transitions to microservices-based architecture. So you don't have to go in one shot. You can take it gradually, and I will explain to you how. Excuse me, my voice. So my name is Mohamed Taman. I'm working as a solutions architect at Magna International. Magna International is a car part manufacturing as well as whole car producer. We have contracts with many big brands, and we do contracting for developing certain series like Supra, BMW, Z4, Series 5, Mini Cooper, sometimes Range Rover, some electrical car, now G-Class, also all produced at Magna, as well as we are like 12 divisions. So we're doing every division and group doing a specific, parts of the car, like electronics, mirrors, seatings, you can name it. And we are suppliers to outside like OEMs, and also we are supplier to ourselves, because we are also building the whole car, and we are building engines, exteriors, all of you, whatever you can find it from the car parts. So why I'm telling you this? Because it's very challenging. We are siloed IT. We are not like centralized. We are decentralized. We have different teams, different technologies, different use cases, business domains. But finally, if you come across the whole company, we have HR, we have finance, we have quality, we have shop floors, we have IoT. It's diverse, and the domains are too much and complex. And car manufacturing is one of the hardest engineering process, industry. So it's every single second and minute counts. So we have to be fast, very secure, reliable, as well as quality is very, very, very important. And insights about the data and, all of this. So this is why we need to consider how we are designing our software. Additionally, I'm a Java champion, so I love Java, I speak Java, I drink Java too, like now. So I can continue speaking. So I'm excited to show you how to use really tactical forking as a software development strategy and give you a realistic view of the possible challenges that you might have, so you have taken under consideration. So let's get started with this presentation. Are you ready? Me too. So what we're going to speak about today, or what we're going to explore, first of all, we need to understand when and why we need modularity, architecture modularity, why we are developing toward modularity. Then we will speak like, what is tactical forking? We need to understand what is tactical forking. Then if I choose it as a strategy, how can I start adopting it, this strategy? After this, how to adopt this tactical forking, as a technical implementation. Then also tactical forking impact on your team and development, because as I mentioned to you, there is a lot of trade-offs and also benefits. So we need to understand. So when you speak to your manager, speak to your business stakeholders, you have justifications why you need this. And definitely when the business will speak, how much time does it will take and how much money does it will cost. This is always what the business care and what is the business value that it will bring to me. But when you're speaking to your technical team or leader, you have to convince about the strategy, teams, and all the challenges and also preconditions and signs that make you choose tactical forking. Finally, I will give you like cheat sheet about the tactical forking challenges, so you can understand and you can have it in front of you always. So architecture modularity. Before discussing tactical forking and its potential as an approach and strategy for growing your software, we must first understand its origin, where it came from. The key concept here is modularity. Some of the modularity graphics here in this presentation I have borrowed from Mark Richards, or a presentation called Architecture Modularity and Service Granularity. It's a very good presentation. I advise you to have a look at this presentation. So first of all, first question that we would like to ask ourselves, like, why should I consider separating my application into smaller distributed components? Because it's very challenging. The more you have granular services, and to which level I need to, decompose, my monolithic application into separate, smaller component, because, everything comes with a cost. It will cost more, as well as manageability, and it needs ownership. So this is very important. Do I really need this kind of, distribution of my system into smaller component? And second question, how should I approach it? Now, if I decided to do this because certain reason, because of the business growth or something, and I need to ask myself, okay, how should I approach breaking apart my monolithic application into smaller parts? Because we have to consider many, conditions for modularity. So first thing, you have to consider maintainability. Yes, I need maintainable places that I can individually. So I don't want to, when I change something in my application, it breaks the others. So this is one of the consideration, maintainability. And also, if I change one of the part of the code or module inside the monolithic application, I need to retest the whole part again. But this is not the case here. I want to individually test what I have changed only. So it reduces the time, the build time, and also it will lead to faster deployment. Second thing is deployability. What if part of the code in my monolithic application, like authentication or payment, I have added another payment provider, but the whole application need to be redeployed, and now I have downtime, which I cannot achieve with the whole monolithic application. And then this is a way toward modularization. I need faster deployment for only specific parts of the application. Another one, scalability for sure. Monolithic application is one part, and when you scale it up or down, out or in, it will require like large piece of the server. And you don't need to scale all of this, and this comes with a cost. You need only small part, because not all your application need that scalability. Only one part of your application is very, very crucial that your users access or have heavy lifting, processing or something. Sometimes this is why we don't even divide the whole monolithic application into smaller parts for the sake of microservices or distributed component. Sometimes we evaluate that we want one small part. This is after observability and monitoring. I observed that this part of the payment processing or batch processing or preparing data for reports or or security authentication authorization, and okay, those parts taking a lot of time in order to support the request. So I can only think about taking these parts, extracting it into microservices, and then I will leave the complete monolith application as it is normally without any problems. And whenever I found more, load in specific parts, I can just divide as I want, because not all the application need to be divided. So this is also a strategy, and tactical forking will help you on this. So scalability is very important part, and also fault tolerance. In monolithic application, if you have one part of your application down inside, the whole application will not serve the request and respond, and it will hang. Then you have to fire another one and scale it out. And this is sometimes a big problem, because you need continuity of the application and also not giving bad impression to your customer. So here I will give you flow chart in order to justify why modularity is needed, and if yes, I will need the modularity, then which strategy I can use. So is modularity justified? If I say no, keep monolithic applications, very easy. But if it's yes, is decomposition feasible? Is it easy to decompose my modular, my monolithic application? Is it already modularized inside so I can decide? Or it's like too much spaghetti and everything inside is cohesion and very interconnected? This is very important also. So if it's no, please keep it for now, and because you need to redesign it again. And if it's yes, the composition is feasible, then is it definable component? So you can define it like, this is payment, this is order, this is user profile. Those are related to security authentication or authorization. I can take it apart from outside. If yes, then you can use component-based decomposition. This is feasible strategy for decomposing your monolithic application. If it has this kind of features like decomposition is visible, also it's definable component. And not always this is the case actually, but it's a strategy. But 90% it's not. Then which is no. In this case, I will go with tactical forking. And both of them, it will lead to building a distributed application out of the legacy system or monolithic application. So I hope now you can use this flowchart to justify your modularity and how you can choose either of the strategies, component-based decomposition or tactical forking, because it depends on their internal development and modules decomposition inside your monolithic application. So we have chosen tactical forking because those are the most cases with the legacy system. So let's see how we can move forward. So what is tactical forking? To explain what is tactical forking is and how it can be used as an approach and strategy for growing your software, we must first look at the situations where tactical forking becomes an option. And this is very important for us. This is where I fill out the ADR which is architecture decision record. Why I have chosen this, what is the use case, what is the trade-offs, and what other strategies could be used, but this is the best one of them. So when someone asked me, I directed him to the ADR, why I have choose this strategy, and it would justify everything for him or for the team, or when they ask why. So to illustrate, this, I will consider that, we are developing web applications, mobile, applications, and we have typical backend. So we will consider like typical software architecture. There is a backend, software and some front-end application, either separate applications or like mobile application, or served by any like interface served by the backend. As your software architecture becomes more successful as a product, you start adding more features. So this backend system, which contain all your business logic and the app's functionality, becomes increasingly large. This type of extensive, organically grown application is sometimes referred as a monolithic application. With this continued growth, we usually start experiencing challenges associated with monolithic applications. One of the first signs that we need a new approach and the strategy is when we change our application in one place. For example, some functionality for our mobile application, for sure, and accidentally can break other functions, for example, related to our web application. In addition to this, unreliability, another indicator for the new approach might be that it can become quite challenging when we start growing our team alongside our software. So all of them are going to develop in the same, code base. And this is very challenging because each, there is intertwined, modules. So we find that because we share the same code between multiple teams, the team cannot work autonomously and waste much time ensuring the changes are communicated correctly. And we are all facing this problem. And even then, the odd issues and odd bugs might slip through because we are all changing the same code simultaneously. So this is the second sign of the problem here. The obvious strategy change in this situation when we are dealing with this sizable monolithic application that's being worked on by multiple teams is to start breaking up, the application code into something like microservices so that each team has part of the code that relates to their area, to their business domain. But the problem with most of these microservices migration strategy is that they always assume that your extensive monolithic application is internally well organized. And, structured into component, that is related to specific functionality and part of your business, as I mentioned to you before. But however, this is not always true, which is why some microservices migration strategies failed dramatically. Your application might externally look well organized into different functionalities, into different business areas. But when you look at the code internally, all the code might be conjoined and coupled. And it's very hard to separate those different business functionalities into separate applications and microservices. The good news is that this is where tactical forking becomes an option. It becomes an alternative approach and strategy that you can use to grow your software and your team. This approach involves giving a copy of the entire code to each of your team and having some routing mechanism that routes all the incoming requests to the different parts of your application. it gives the illustration and illusion of the back-end system while giving your team their vision of the code that they can develop autonomously. So as you can see here, again, the strategy is very simple. You have a monolithic application. You just give the entire copy for each of your team. You have routing mechanism, the front end or the mobile application or whatever is connected to your back end. It's like API gateway or load balancer, whatever it is, we will decide later on, that can route the request to that certain area. And then, okay, one part, they will start working on the order management. Another part, they will start working on the account management, and so on. But when we have the same calls from the front end, it's normally served, and the front end doesn't know that there is multiple services has been separated yet, or the same code has been given a copy for different team. This is for business continuity, and we will see how we can do this technically. So not only can each one of your team now start adding new features to their versions of the code without having to wait for microservices-based systems. So you don't need to wait for the migration start first, I will decompose. No, start adding your features, and in the same time, you can also in the background start stripping away code. And this is very nice. That's not related to their specific business domain and to their particular business functionalities and areas. And with tactical forking approach, you will eventually end up with microservices-based system over the time and saving the business continuity for your customer. So the key advantages is that you won't have to delay any of your new features. The migration to microservices becomes a background task while each team develops its version of the code with their new features. And by the way, this strategy, because I have to give the credit for the first owner, like Discover, this strategy was first described and given a name by an individual called Fausto Della Torre. Yes, it's a summer. In the rest of the presentation, we will look at my view on how the strategy could work so that you can migrate your software to microservices-based system. But if you would like to have a look at the initial assumption and the name of this tactical forking, why it came from and why they wanted to have it, you can visit this link and have a look. So this is, before we move on to the next section, here is just a summary of all the key points mentioned previously. So the tactical forking is an approach and strategy to software architecture. It's to progress your software architecture. It's also to progress to add new features. It's to give a progress to your team for the purpose of eventually having microservices and immediately support development by multiple teams, because our business is growing. When to adopt tactical forking? Now we have understood. In the previous section, as I mentioned, I introduced tactical forking and briefly outlined the situations in which it becomes a very important option. And before considering this option, by the way, we should highlight the specific scenarios, which is the business case, in which tactical forking will be helpful. I will do this by providing a clear criteria that will help you assess its suitability. Let's start. Again, let's have our architectures. The first question from this criteria you need to ask is, do you need a modular software architecture like microservices based? And we have visited this in the initial architecture modularity concept of this presentation. So this is the first question. Do you really need it? A modular software architecture? This modularity, if yes, so this modularity allows you to change and upgrade a different business area within your software separately. This separation will ensure then the overall reliability of your system. Basically changing one component, here is the crucial part. Changing one microservices won't break other part of your software architecture as it was the case before. Another reason for implementing this kind of modularity and separation may be to enable multiple teams to speed up the development, adding new feature to your business, to work independently on growing and enhancing different areas within your software with minimal friction. Once we have answered this question about the need for modular software architecture, the next question in our tactical forking criteria is already your software code base logically modular? In other words, does your software have a distinct business areas and functionalities that can separate independently with their own functionality and data weight, like separate logical modules, that are separable into something like microservices? This question is very crucial because you can easily have the impression of, as I mentioned to you before, of a separate areas within your software. Still, they all work together to provide data and functionality, and individually they need more, weight in terms of data and functionality to be recognized as independent logical modules. Once we have established logical modules, we must answer the following question before tactical forking again becomes an option. Are these logical modules physically separable using traditional technique to separate, like, component decomposition? If they are easily physically separable because you have well-structured code, please use traditional techniques and avoid tactical forking, as it won't benefit you in this situation and bring complexity. However, again, in most cases, tactical forking is the only option because even though you have logical modules, they are physically too tightly coupled. The code is too physically intertwined, where these logical modules overlapping, making it very hard to separate quickly. Therefore, traditional techniques to extract these modules into microservices won't work or will take too long to develop. So before we move on, again, in the summary of this section, when to adopt tactical forking, I have summarized all the questions here in a simple cheat sheet for you so that you can ask yourselves the same questions to determine when to adopt tactical forking. If you answer yes to all these questions, for your software project, tactical forking might be a visible and viable strategy to grow your software and your team. In the next section, we will examine how practically adopt tactical forking as a strategy for these questions, for this purpose. If you have any questions, I would love to take it at the end so I can answer all of it. So I hope that everything is clear until now, and I will move to the next section, how to adopt tactical forking in a practical way. Let's get back to our lovely software architecture. All right. Again, so by now, you know what this tactical forking is and when it becomes a viable option. The next question is, how do we or you practically adopt this approach? The first step is to evaluate what you need to copy your clone so that another team have a complete copy of the software architecture that they can independently grow and own. So what do they need actually? Do they need a copy of the backend API, the backend database only, or do they need a copy of the entire front-end application, the backend API, and the database? It's very crucial to decide. In your average scenarios, actually, you will need only a clone of the backend API and its database, as they contain all the data and functionality. For example, all the business logic and the main things we want to grow and enhance. Usually the front-end application is only thin layer, and therefore in this example, we will only focus on the back-end API and the database migration. So before we physically clone anything, the next step is to identify the different business areas within your software as the logical modules, which we will discuss. We have discussed in the previous section. And this is very important to identify for which team we will have ownership. After doing this, now we are ready to clone. Depending on what areas you will work on and how many additional teams you have, we create a copy of the back-end API and its database for each of these business area into your source control system. And by the way, while talking about cloning stuff and source control, tactical forking is known as a tactical forking because it borrows the forking aspect of its name from the source control terminology. As I know that you might guessed it before. In the source code control terminology, as you know, forking means creating a copy of the whole code base as a separate branch that can be worked on independently. So the same idea came from here. And it's now only, and by the way, it's not only the code you need to copy in the source code control for each team and each business area. But you have to be careful. You also need to create a copy of the entire deployment pipeline for each new cloned version of the code so that each team can work and deploy changes independently without affecting each other. So each team needs to have its code in the source control and its build server configuration to build its version of the code independently. They also need their deployment servers configuration to independently deploy and release their code versions. Ideally, they also need their development and test environment to independently verify their changes in terms of upgrades and fixes. Once we have tactically forked our code and deployment pipeline into business domains, very important part, we then need to ensure that we have a clear ownership. Who will own this business service or microservices? One team could, own one business, one microservice or multiple microservices, but it's very important to be or to have a clear ownership. What development team owns what business domain? Our teams can work independently because they have their own code and deployment pipeline. And when they need to work together, there is a clear ownership and no confusion around who they need to work with. Okay, once teams are set up, the next stage of fun begins. They can start enhancing their versions of the code and specific areas related to their business domain and begin deleting parts of the code outside of their business domain. This process of enhancing and stripping away code is known as a refactoring. In our diagram, you can see that the green areas, where each team has added new feature or enhanced existing ones. And the gray area represent the code the team have started to delete. The deleted code related objects and data are removed because they are outside the team's business domain. So that we have entire code about the whole system. So they are focusing now on order, focusing now on stock, focusing now on account. So in account microservices, the other related code to stock and order doesn't make any sense. So I will start striping it away. This is the idea. Once we have these new enhanced versions, although we have multiple copies of the same original code, we still need to give the impression of one working backend system for the front end. We can use routing mechanism specifically configured or our tactical forking, for our tactical forking strategy. And this kind of routing mechanism, it will take incoming traffic and then intelligently for sure forward the traffic to a specific business area to the correct clone copy of the original software architecture that now represents that particular business domain. Thanks to our routing mechanism, our front-end applications will be oblivious that they are now talking only to multiple, backends. So they will not feel this, that I'm talking to multiple backends. It's only one backend, as it's like an illusion, fooling them into thinking nothing has changed. So business continuity again, because this is one of the first questions about what about the operational continuity about the current application. If I'm working with a bank, I'm migrating legacy system, I cannot stop not delivering people their internet banking and mobile channels functionalities. This routing mechanism can take many forms. By the way, you can have your own custom backend for front-end API that carries out this functionality, or you can have particular cloud-based component like API gateway to do the same functionality. You could even have something as a basic as load balancer that allow this configuration. It's finally based on your specific scenario. So I have described how tactical forking really can be made to work at a very high level. Still, you can use this example as a starting point for planning with your engineering team. This is a summary. Will be very helpful for you as a quick reminder of all the needed steps to adopt tactical forking practically. But now I start the previous section, as I mentioned to you, examined how to adopt tactical forking to grow your software. This section will discuss the strategy impact on our teams and our software development lifecycle as an whole. So let's see how it will impact us. Let's get back to our, traditional software, back-end and front-end database. And one of the first things that we need to consider is knowledge handover. This is because it doesn't matter how conventional your software architecture is. If it is an extensive system, it's bound to have subtle details that must be communicated to other teams that inherit your code. It's very important to consider. So when we carry out the first step of tactical forking, which is we covered in the previous section, we give each team a copy of the software and their deployment pipeline. As part of this, we also need to do knowledge handover. And this is very important. Your application is very extensive, has many configurations and subtle details about how it works and how the data works together. When we copy the code and give it to another team, you will also need to hand over all this knowledge as a part of the handover. And this can take really time. So although I have said tactical forking is an excellent way of getting your team to enhance your software quickly, that's still true, by the way. But still, the greater your application's configuration and data complexity, the longer it will take to new team inheriting your code to get started due to this knowledge handover. But you cannot not consider it into your, strategy. The other impact of tactical forking that needs to be considered is the impact on resources. You will need more resources to support all the extra clone software architecture as extra deployment pipelines. These are data centers resources like infrastructure, hardware, software on cloud or on-premise. You will also need extra engineers to support all these growth. So although tactical forking, again, is a quick way to grow your software, in addition to setting up time, you will also need extra funding for extra resources that you will need to do the job. So here, funding, so be careful when you do cost estimation for all these kind of resources in order to give a correct answer to your stakeholders so they know the budget. It's not only about the software. Another impact of the tactical forking strategy that we need to think about is the impact of the missing data and dependencies, because they were tightly together, so everything is fine. But when we start striping, there is common configuration, common libraries, common loggings, things like this. And all of this we have to consider because it should be shared among all of this, this is another point. So as the team take their copies of the code and start enhancing their business domains and deleting code and outside their business domains, there will be scenarios where the data overlaps. So for example, when generating an order report using a new order API, we might need a product names stored as a part of the stock API and maintained within the stock API database. With an order API database, this data is missing because this order API no longer maintained it, and it was deleted because it's outside of the order business domain. So this is a small scenario. One solution in this scenario is to call other API for the missing data. So when incoming requests come in and you need an additional data maintained by a different API, you make a call to retrieve this data from the component required. However, this comes at a cost. And you know what is the cost for sure. Have an API calling another API, which means your response to the calling application will be slower. Although this is an option, the impact on the performance shouldn't be ignored, because if you have multiple calls to different services and you have to wait the response, it will take much longer time. Using various techniques and design pattern to negate this impact would be the best. I will give you a small example here. Another solution is to this missing data problem is to use something like message broker. So every time data is created or updated, a copy of the data is placed into the message broker. If another API or microservices need a copy of the data in their database, they can take a copy of this data from the message broker and store it in their local databases. So this is usually the case. So hopefully from these examples, you can see that although tactical forking is very effective strategy for very specific scenarios, it impacts also our team and software development in general. And we must come up with extra resources and solutions to deal with this impact. Challenges of tactical forking that you have to consider. So in this section, we will look at some of the challenges I have met and the disadvantages of adopting tactical forking that you need to overcome and provide solution for it. But I will tell you how we can solve these problems as well and how we did it to grow your software. So again, the first issue concerned code quality, as I told you. As a part of the strategy, we stripe away some of the existing code to create new APIs. New smaller microservices specific to business domain. The problem with this approach, especially if you are coming from legacy applications, is that you keep much of the legacy code inside the microservices itself. So regarding code quality, your new microservices will be only as good as the old monolithic backend API and the backend database. So if you previously had a poor coding and database standards, for sure you would inherit many of these poor standards into your new microservices. However, you can tidy up the code and improve the design by adding new features, but with deadlines for new features, we all know these ambitious sometimes need to be materialized. So technical debt and adding to the backlog of enhancement and refactoring should be added to be considered a new sprint. Another challenging associated with technical forking is centralizing shared component that I told you. Even though each team has its code and deleted code outside of its business domain, common code and files must be still shared between teams to avoid duplication. And to avoid duplication, this common code and set of common files, must be extracted, centralized, and shared between the teams as maintained centralized component libraries or packages. A team will need to be assigned to the extracted and centralized this code. The team must also managing this code long-term as a centralized component with its all deployment pipeline. Again, the challenges here obviously comes from helping the team coordinate the effort to identify, extract, and centralize this component so that they can be used by all the teams. Previously in this presentation, we also highlight the impact of local missing data that has been separated into a separate business domain, for example, separate microservices. We gave an example of the order API needing product names. When generating an order report, product names stored in the stock API are not locally in the order API. And as we mentioned, the good news is that there is also our solutions to share data between microservices. The challenge here, however, is that we have a solution, but these solutions will, slow down our tactical forking strategy. Why? Solution like microservices to microservices calls and message brokers to share data require specific technologies and design patterns before they can be implemented with desired performance and reliability. So yes, tactical forking is a quick way to grow your software and support multiple teams. Still, many new technologies and design patterns might be required to support the new tactically forked software architecture. So we need also to consider the learning curve of the new technology and the right way to implement this technology to support our, needs. And again, I give you a head start with your tactical forking strategy. Here is the summary of all the key tactical forking challenges mentioned in this section to give you a starting point to formulate your plan for those challenges. By reaching here, I have finished my presentation. I hope that you really find it useful and when to use it and how to use it and which questions you need to ask yourself in order to make it justifiable and exactly the right strategy to move forward to your, microservices-based architecture. Now it's time for any questions.
Yeah, we have some questions, but first of all, thanks about insightful talk with a lot of insight and techniques, how we can fill this path between microservices and monolith, not only pros and cons of each other, but also how to move forward architecture. Yeah, pretty nice and really interesting, and many good techniques. And yeah, I'll try to read question by question. We have few. Let's start. I also have just some messages this is interesting because it's not about stopping and rewriting. It's about evolving and keep building product. Yeah. And next we have question from Andrei Ostapko. It's a bit long question, divided by 2 parts. Many organizations adopt microservices for flexibility, but end up creating distributed monoliths instead. In your view, what concrete architectural and process level decisions most critically distinguish a true microservices evolution from just a fragmented deployment of services? And how do you enforce those boundaries at scale without falling into chaos of over-engineering? Pretty complex
Yes,
question.
it's very good question and involve a lot of things, because we can summarize that we start by domain-driven design. Because with domain-driven design, you will identify really the domains need to be striped away. And also, as I had mentioned at the beginning, you don't need to decompose all your monolithic application into completely microservices. Because when we implement observability, we always need to see which part of our code really affected and have this. Because distribution into microservices is very complex, because you need to maintain a lot of things. It's not about only DevOps or CI/CD pipelines or infrastructure. It's also about the data consistency and shareability. It's not easy. The main problem for companies that, hey, let's go ahead, microservices-based architecture is the real silver bullet for our solution, and then failed. Or budget bankruptcy. I have joined a company that took over a project because it's even bankruptcy before it goes to production, because they have many granular decomposition to the point that decomposed for like trivial functionality, one functionality, just microservices. No, you also need to consider how many functionality could be, like user profile, could have also authentication, authorization, and could have maintaining user information. And really, do you need to separate it from the whole monolithic? Is there is a lot of big hit to that service to separate it outside of the monolithic application? It's a lot of consideration. But first of all, when you design for, study the system, see the most affected part, of the system, and start striping those away as you are moving to modular monolith. What does it mean? It could be design internally modular, component, and then you will easily, when you think about migration to microservices, you already internally, for example, quick example, I have a system that it was very big monolithic. It's about quality and claims come to our cars from. So we need to it's very crucial business, and we need to justify those claims in order to replace the part for agencies. But it's for business continuity, and it was very legacy system. What we did first, we work it as a modular monolith. We divided internally the code into modules, complete separate modules, but still inside one application. And they are communicating using messaging broker, not internally direct. Even in the same application, I can call that function. No, consider it's an API internally. And when we start make observation, we start to find, the claim processing and escalation takes a lot of time because it's hit the database, it's need to do an AI. Let's separate this to microservices. I still have 4 other components inside the monolith, but 2 other components extracted outside, and they could be deployed and scale out independently. But the only left out 3 components or 4 components inside the monolithic application, they doesn't need to scale. They're only running on the configured, CPUs and memory, and they are working nice, no problem. But if something happened more, I will easily fork it outside. So you have to balance, between like completely move or only you move part of the application because of the cost. Also, it's very important, and time to business. So it's domain-driven design was helping in this to make the decision, enforce, and this is the granularity of the service to cover.
Yeah, thank you.
And don't do the very granular design. Don't go for this, because the understanding of the microservices, it should do one function. No, it should do one related functions to the domain. That's it.
Yeah, that's a good example. Yeah, how to do it properly. Thank you. And also this Andreas Stopko. Yeah, thank you for the answer. He liked your answer. I think it's pretty comprehensive answer. Yeah, and detailed. Thank you. And we have two more questions. Question from Dmitro Malyon. What team anti-patterns can sabotage tactical forking strategy before it even starts?
What teams anti-pattern sabotage forking strategy? Okay, I'm trying to understand the question really. It's like what affects and can affect the team as an anti-pattern to move to
Maybe
tactical
what
forking strategy?
Yeah, maybe what team can do that it might be impossible to do such a tactical forking. I know what's that bad practices. I know that can prevent
just
you
as-
from moving forward.
It's just if you didn't identify really the ownership, and this is something I found in my company, because when we have component and we have standardized component, we'd like to know who is doing this. If it failed, we don't know who's the owner of this component. Something has been developed and teams started changing and evolving, and there is no clear ownership. So we don't know. So a lot of team has been involved and we sometimes stuck. And a lot of team can spend time overnight in order to solve something is not related to them because they are just development team. There is no clear ownership. This is very important. Understanding the boundaries, what is inside your domain and how you have the common thing. Sometimes we need data and we don't know where to get it from. And the collaboration. So if you define as an architecture, this microservices, you have a table in the architecture decision and the team formation, and always maintain this table. Who own what, who I can talk to, where is the common component, common files, common configurations, how we can maintain it, who will do it. It will go smoothly. This is mainly the big problem between the teams. If the not only tactical forking strategy is the microservices strategy, actually. Or multiple components when you have cross-functional teams. Always communication is the most important, and clearness and handover. This is why I told you challenges in the presentation. If you don't hand over, they will start reinventing wheels. They will not know where to get some other things. And when I have something to solve a problem, I need to communicate it across the teams. So they know. We now use this technology as a message broker. It will be deployed this way. Your typical topics will be 1, 2, 3, 4. So now we know. If they don't, you might find another deployment for another message broker, and they start telling you, we will use this for communicating the data. No, we have common.
Yeah, true. Communication.
It's communication. Yes.
Yeah, especially because strategy might be on paper, but if team doesn't understand it, it's another story.
Exactly.
Thank you. And probably the last one, interesting, from Mr. Mike. What about another way around? Have you tried reversing a tactical forking? If so, how did that go?
No, to be honest, if I want to reverse tactical forking, it will be like in my imagination, and actually practically it will be modular monolithic application. Because finally you have the modules, you will be inside and you still have the same technology, but you just decompose it back into one application for deployment. But it's like just, bring it into one box. But they are separate because it was, if you have lost teams, you don't have a lot of the team, it might come from the question, yes, I'm now trying to imagine what is the cases that I need to downgrade the system, because 2 teams maintaining like 14 microservices, it's too much. I lay over people now, for example, in our technology area, there is a lot of layoffs happening and the team will be reduced. No, let's reduce the complexity of the application because I cannot maintain all of this, but they are still modular.
Yeah, thank you. This was the last question, I believe. Yeah. Thank you for answering them, and and thank you for your talk. It was
thank you very much.
Interesting, and thank you for being with us today. Yeah.
No, it's my pleasure, and I wish you all to be safe and happy. This is very important in this very hard situation and hard worldwide situations and ugly things happening. But always I wish for all the people to be safe, happy, and have safe life.
Thank you. Thanks for these good words and for your support. Yeah, appreciate that. And
thank you.
Yeah. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you for having me. You too. And have a fantastic presentation with the awesome coming speakers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
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 Hi there. We are Help a Hero.
Так, а я нагадаю, що зараз у нас буде остання доповідь на сьогодні. І хочу ще раз нагадати, підтримати збір, який відбувається в межах сьогоднішньої події разом з фондом Help a Hero на високоефективні вбивчі дрони. Тому посилання є в описі стріму і також в чаті. Закидайте, будь-яка сума важлива, будь-яка допомога важлива. Тільки разом ми можемо зробити якісь зміни. Тому нагадую вам за збір і за 3 хвилинки побачимось на наступній доповіді.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom, to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you. Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom, to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you. Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom, to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you. Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. To contribute, as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Hey, Bruno.
Hey, hello, Ole. How are you doing, man?
Good, good. It's been a long day with a lot of like sessions and talks. And right now will be also a pretty interesting talk because for everyone who want to understand how to move forward in their career. And of course, when someone reached this milestone, okay, I'm senior, what's next? No one knows what's next, but I think it's not the final destination. There are many, many interesting stuff after that. And
oh yes,
we can avoid management as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. After the life becomes after senior. How about that?
Whoa, that should be a title of this talk.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's great, man. So thanks for the invite for here, and congratulations for the event. That's amazing. I know you had a long day. My day's just starting, but I'm so happy to be here with you guys. I love to be here. That's the way for me to be virtually with you guys in Ukraine. I'm every time that I went there, it was an amazing place, some amazing friends. So thanks so much for the opportunity to be here with you, all of you.
Yeah, it's also a pleasure for us to have you as a speaker today in our event. And as everyone who participating right now and watching, looking forward for your talk. Yeah.
That's very good. Very, very good. Awesome. So, Frank says you have a great microphone. So hopefully the microphone is good. Awesome. You have a great microphone too, right? So I don't know who he's talking about actually.
Yeah. So please, you can go ahead. Yeah. And
yes, that's good. All right. So, towards the end, I want to give a gift for everyone. I might need to put to share my screen, but for now it's all good. Okay. I'll ask you guys. And I see here, Frankie. So, hey, Frankie, how you doing? Andre is right there too. So how Andre, how you doing? Mike, lots of people here from the other speakers. So if you can hear me, if you can see me, say hello in the chat, right? So I can have a conversation because, just make sure that everything is good. Hey, hi, Mr. Mike. That's good. So hi, Ihor. That's good. Awesome. Lots of people there. Hey, Olia. That's good. Awesome. I know I'm butchering your names, right? I'm saying the wrongest way possible. So bear with me here. So do you want to say anything? Andre's here. Hey, Andre, how you doing, man? Awesome. Max is Stanislav. Hello. Okay. Hello, Bruno. We are good. You have a nice spirit. Awesome. Okay, yeah. Good. So let's rock and roll.
You shared your positive energy with everyone right now, despite that this is an evening for us, but everyone curious to hear something from you.
Yes, that's good. Perfect. Frank, your pronunciation, fantastic. Okay, Frankie, thanks a lot, man. Right, Ola, should I start?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Please. Let's go.
All right, so Andre's here on the chat, and I'll send him a message on WhatsApp. So Andre, right? Thanks. Actually, let me talk about Andre a little bit, right? So Andre, I was in Strasbourg the other day, like about a month ago, and that was the first time. I've been to France several times, but that was the first time I actually gave talks at user groups in France. I was very, very happy about that. And then I come to Strasbourg, and never been there, didn't know the city, and first time, and then who I see and I meet in Strasbourg, Andre, right? So hey, Andre, so good to see you there. And he did an awesome tour. He took me at night to walk around the cities, and I just had one day there. So Andre made that day amazing because it was great conversation, the user group. But then he took me to see the city and to see the cathedral and these beautiful buildings at night. So Andre, thanks a lot, man. You made my trip to France amazing, right? So awesome. Thanks so much. Okay, so let's get started with this. So let me just make sure that my camera is not following me too much here, right? So I can get you guys, so I can use the board a little bit, right? How about this? Yes. So okay, yes. How about this? Okay, cool. So then we have the board for us. Okay, guys. So let me, hopefully you can see this well. I'm just gonna go straight to everything. Before I start, right? I want you to know what's your situation right now. Are you a senior developer already? Let me know in the chat if you're a senior developer, and tell me how many years of career do you have, right? Total years of career, not, oh yes, I started programming 2 years ago. No, I want to whole time of career, because seniority is not about how long you've been programming. Seniority is about your whole career, right? That's what seniority is about. So tell me, are you a senior developer? How long have you been in your career? Hey, Samuel, so good, right? So Frankie says 14 years. Oh, last 7 years. Awesome. That's amazing. Yeah. So makes developer 7 years. That's awesome. Okay. So lots of senior developers here, right? That's amazing. Samuel it has a longer career, I think, right? Mr. Mike, 4 years. That's great, Mr. Mike. Do you consider yourself a senior developer? Do you have a position senior developer, or do you have a position mid-level developer? Let me know, guys. 19 years, says Ihor. Awesome. That's amazing, man. Look, let me tell you this, Ihor. With 19 years in your career, you can do anything you want, right? When you get to like Frankie, 14 years, Ihor, 19 years, especially after 10, but even more especially after 15, 20 years of career, guys, you are in such an amazing position, right? You can do anything you want. Victor's 23. Awesome, Victor. That's amazing. So 1500, that's great. So if you guys are having, especially guys that have, 14, 15 and over, if you're having any problem that we cannot solve here today, you send me a message and say, hey, Bruno, I have a problem. Because you guys, after 10, 15 years of career, especially after 20, you can do anything you want. Seriously, right? So if you're not able to do what you want, ping me, right? And let's do it, right? From Java 2, says Victor. Man, that's amazing, right? That's awesome. Yes, Java 2 came out in 1998, right? So that's a long time, Victor. That's amazing, man. Okay. All right. 24 years, says Oleg. Okay. Yeah, starting C++. That's amazing. All right. So you all here. Let me see how far I can write. I'll just write senior right here because we're not going to need. Okay. So senior, right? So life after senior, right? 16 years in customer service and specializing in Java. Amazing, Samuel. Again, it's for you too, Samuel. I already told you this because Samuel is here in Brazil. I've met him in person, right? So I already told you this, Samuel. You can do anything you want, man, with 16 years of career. That's amazing. You start off fantastic. Already looks promising. Okay, Java organization should be paying you. You haven't even started your talk, and it's already one of the best. Okay, thanks, Frankie. Thanks for all the speakers before me, right? Also, okay. So, guys, once you get to senior, that's an amazing moment, right? As a senior developer, you have a lot of autonomy. You can do lots of things. You work in interesting technologies. You work in interesting things. And here's what we want, right? We want to go beyond that. But you don't have to. You don't have to go beyond senior if you don't want to. Senior developer is a great position, right? Or senior technical. It doesn't need to be developer, right? Senior technical person, it's a great position. You have interesting challenges. You have interesting things to do. You can make good money. You can work internationally for projects. You can work for lots of companies. It's a great position to be, right? I was talking to a German developer some months ago, and he told me that he became a senior developer in Java 1.2. So he has been a senior developer for over 20 years, right? And he still like to be a senior developer, and he doesn't want to go any further. That's okay. So that's fair. I understand that. But for those that want to go further, you want to do something else, right? You want to have more impact. You want to have more results, right? You want to be able to make more decisions, right? So that impact is the word, right? So if you want to have more impact, right? Everything beyond senior is more impact, right? Is more impact in your company, more impact in your your city, more impact in your country, more impact in the world, right? So anything beyond senior, that's what we're looking for, more impact. So if you want to do that, here are the 5 paths. I'm gonna try to go fast on the path, but if I say anything that's not clear, I want you to ask questions immediately. Don't wait to the ends. I want you to write questions in the chat, as many questions as you can, so I can answer everything, right? So start asking questions right now so we can answer all your questions, right? Okay, so here are the 5 paths that I can see to grow beyond senior. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Yeah, you can see this. Okay, cool. So 5 paths to go beyond senior. The first one is what I call the people path, right? The people path is the one I'm going to go very fast here because that's the one that many developers don't want, right? So this is the manager path, right? You become a manager, you become a director, right? You become a vice president, okay? Oh, that's a little bit too much, right? So yes, that's the limit on my board right there. Okay, cool, right? So the people path, you become a manager, director, VP. That is the path that I think is the easiest path. All of those paths are very hard to do, okay? Very hard. Why? Because they require new skills. They require new way of thinking. They require, new responsibilities, right? So they're all very hard. But I think the manager path is the easiest one, not because it's easy, but because companies want you to do that. So they're going to push you towards it. If you don't do anything, they'll push you towards management, right? Many developers get to manage them not because they want, but because their companies push them. They offer money, they offer training, they tell you that's the only way for you to grow, right? That's not true. It's not the only way for you to grow, but they'll tell you this, and so you believe, and then you become a manager, right? So if you want to do, that's a great one. It has lots of impacts, but I know that many developers don't want that, so I'm not going to stand too much on this. But the manager path is one where you have reports, right? There are people under you. So managers manage seniors and other people, right? Directors manage managers, VPs manage directors, right? So that's the management path, is the people path. Okay, so who here wants to be on the manager path? Let me know. Let me know in the chat who wants to be on a manager path. All right. Now, lots of people want to tell me, Bruno, I want to grow beyond, I don't want to grow beyond senior because I want to continue to be technical. So my company tells me the only way for me to do is to be a manager, right? Nope, says right? No, you don't want to. Okay, so let's go to the next path then, right? So I want to continue to be a technical person. I want to grow inside my company, right? And I want to do this as a technical person, right? So that is the path that I call the technical path. Right? This path exists for a long time, but usually only on companies there are very technical companies, right? The technical path, when I worked for Sun in 1995, right? There were already people in the technical path, right? So it exists for a long time, but the name of this path was just kind of standardize it very recently in a book that came out during the pandemic, right? And so they call this the staff plus path. The staff plus path. Why staff plus? Because it's staff plus principal plus distinguish. Okay, distinguished, right? So those are positions, real positions, right? Oh man, I'm actually, let me move the camera a little bit more so I can get more real estate on the board. All right. Okay, good. Okay. All right. So, so staff plus means the staff plus principal plus distinguished. So those are positions, right? Those are positions that you can take in your company, right? So you can be promoted to staff position, can promote it to principal position. So today we see a lot more of those guys, right? So there's lots of people that call this their staff today in their companies. Lots of people that are principal, because it has been more common even in non-technical companies, right? Many people that have lots of technical people in their companies already have those paths. Many companies don't have that yet because they don't understand that path. And so if you want to get on this path, you might need to be very independent and kind of push your company to go on here, right? This is not an easy path, guys. It's a very hard path. Let me tell an example of a real example of a mentee of mine just telling me this other day. In his company, they have about 3,000 technical people, right? 3,000 people in the development path, right? 3,000 developers, let's say. Okay, so 3,000 developers in his company. All right, and then they have in his company from 3,000 developers, they have 120 staff developers, right? And they have around 13 or 14, let's say 14 principals and 3 distinguished. Okay, so if you take a look here, that is less than 5% of the whole technical team, right? Very hard path to go, because it's again, it's similar as management. It's not an easy path, very hard path, right? So because there's not a lot of them, but you can do it. Okay, if you want to be a technical person, you will continue to be a technical person. You can do this by going to the technical path, right? Now, here's the thing. Is there anyone here already at the staff or want to be a staff plus? Let me know in the chat, right? So here's the thing. People that think that I'm going to continue to be a technical, like I'm a senior, and I'm going to become a staff just because that's my next level, that's not how it happens, okay? Because a staff is not a better senior. Okay, a staff is not just a better senior. A staff is a senior that grew beyond senior. Make sense? You have to be beyond senior. More impact. Okay? You have to have more impact in your company. It's not just, oh yes, I'm just going to continue to do my code here and that's enough. No, that's not enough. You have to have more impact. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Okay? So that's the second path. So who wants to be on this path? Come on, where's everyone in the chat? Do you guys disappear? Let me know. I want you to answer if you want or don't want, right? I'm not asking who wants. I'm asking, do you want? Tell me yes or no. I want to be in the staff plus position, right? Let me know. Okay. That's the second path. The third path is like a separation. Frank says no. All right, doesn't want to do that. Okay, Frank. Let me know why, man. Maybe, why not, right, Victor? Good. Okay, Victor. So Frank, tell me why not this one, right? So anyway, the third path is one that I think it's like a separation. In the path, I would call this one the technical path too, right? But now I separate this because I think it makes sense. I call this the community path. So the community path is one where you become a technical person in a non-technical area of your company. Okay? So that means you're a technical person working with marketing. You're a technical person working with HR. You're a technical person working with sales, right? So that is the community path, right? So here are things like evangelist, evangelist, community manager, or DevRel, developer relations, right? And similar things like this. Those are paths where that's a very good path, by the way, guys. Very interesting. Why? Because you become the only technical person or one of the few technical person in a non-technical area of the company. That means that this is a path with lots of autonomy. Oh, by the way, those two paths here, lots of autonomy, okay? I mean, everything here, right? Autonomy is the name of the game here, right? But, when you staff, principal, distinguish, I forgot to say this, that's important. So before I talk the community path, staff, principal, and distinguish, they are equivalent to manager, director, VP. Okay? So staff is equivalent to manager, a principal is equivalent to director, a distinguished is equivalent to a VP. It has the same level of responsibility, similar level of salaries, right? But those guys here don't have anyone under them. Make sense? So let's give an example. James Gosling. When I worked at Sun, James Gosling was a distinguished engineer at Sun. Sun did not have this name, distinguished. Sun called Sun Fellow. The Sun Fellow was a VP level at Sun. So James Gosling had no boss and he had no one under him, right? He went on to work for Google, to work for Amazon, and so he was always a distinguished engineer in those companies. So he was always at VP level. Okay, that makes sense. But as VP level, but he didn't have anyone under him. Okay, so Frank says the staff. Frank says the staff level operates more in the gray area. You expect to drive initiatives without clear authority. Success becomes less about technical skills and more about influence communication. Yes, all of those paths here become that, right, Frankie? That's the whole thing we're talking about here, right? Beyond senior, all of these becomes, success becomes more you driving what you need to do, you driving what needs to be done, right? Now, the interesting thing is that you say doubt authority. That's what happens when you become you're senior and you don't get promoted to those positions. Then you have no official authority, right? You just become a senior. That's one of the reasons why you need to grow beyond senior. Many people do a staff-like work or a principal-like work by being a senior. But what's the problem with that? The problem is that in the end, you cannot sit on the table. Directors and managers and VPs don't see you as their level, right? Because you're not at their level, because you're still a senior developer. So that's why you have no clear authority. But if you actually grow into those positions, you do have the authority, right? You don't have the power of a boss. That's very important, Frank. You're totally right. You don't have the power of a boss. So you cannot tell people anything because you're not their boss. You are their leader. There's a big difference between being a boss and being a leader. And a leader influences, doesn't tell what to do. A boss is someone that can fire you, right? And so a boss can tell you, do this, right? A leader cannot, right? So it's hard, man. You're totally right, Frankie. Some companies create staff roles without giving them actual scope or support, right? You get the title, but not the mandate, budget. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. Save that comment right there, Frankie, because I'm going to talk more about that in a minute, right? The whole idea about power, right, is that power is not what you have. You have influence and not power. Power is the power to tell people something to do, and that's what you don't have. For you to have power, you have to be on the people path. You have to be on a manager. You have to be a boss, right? And many of you don't want to be a boss. Being a boss is a good thing, right? If you want power, Frankie, then you go to the people path, because that will give you power, right? So on that path here, you have influence and not power. What can be very well used, right? Okay. So, but that's good reasons, Frankie, why you don't want to do this, right? You know, can you talk more about creating more influence? I'll save this. I'll do this because all of those paths here requires more influence. I'll talk more about this, Bruno, in a minute, right? Okay, so then you see now the community path, it's similar to the staff position, same problems that Frank is talking about here, right? Because you have to be very independent. You have to be, you know, to do things by yourself, right? You know, you many times you don't have the support. You don't have any of that. Same thing, right? But, you know, those positions here are very visible position, right? Lots of visibility because usually those positions are outward facing. Some very big companies have internal community managers or internal DevRels, internal evangelists, but usually those positions are outward facing. It's outside of the company. So that gives you a lot of visibility. And with visibility, you have more influence. Okay? You know, so those positions require that kind of thing, right? But those are very autonomous position, right? All of those positions here are very autonomous. Autonomy, it's very important, right? So this thing that Frank is talking about, right? That's a problem, but it's also a solution. You know, when you have more autonomy, you can do more things because you do what needs to be done, right? Because you do what you think needs to be done, right? So that's autonomy is very important. We're going to talk more about that in a minute, right? Okay, so that's the community path. Many people enjoy a lot this path here. Then what's the next path? So these three paths here, path 1, 2, and 3, right? Those are company path. Company, right? You know, you work this inside your company. You have, it's an official position inside your company, right? You get promoted. You know, you get you have to work with the company policy. You have to work with HR many times to actually get those positions, right? So those positions are inside your company. The last two positions, last two paths are more independent, right? And they can work in parallel, okay? So because they don't require your company to do anything because it's outside of your company, right? So one is what I call the independent path. Independence. I don't know how to write. Okay, independent path. So the independent path is when you sell yourself. You become the product, let's say, right? You know, things like consultant, you know, consultant, instructor, freelancer. Make sense? So that's a path where you basically, lots of those paths here, you sell hours. Oops. Okay. You sell hours, right? You know, why? Because you sell yourself. Okay. That's a great path to be. Lots of money, right? Lots of influence, lots of flexibility. You can do a lot of things, but requires a different mindset, right? Because now you have to go after your jobs. You have to go after things. And that's go for it. Okay. My personal opinion is don't chase titles, right? Chase the kind of work that energizes you. And if your company make a staff power level to create a staff power level to create systemic improvements and you're excited by that challenge, go for it. If it's just politics, slide decks and no code, stay senior and stay sharp. All right. So Frankie, that's a good point, right? But, you know, again, you can do those things. Same thing that you're saying here, right? You know, you can go code, you can do those things by being, we're going to talk more about autonomy here in a minute, right? So I think that's going to be important. Okay. So that's the independent path. Your consultant, thing like this. I'm gonna raise this here because otherwise it's not going to be fit on the screen. Well, actually, what I can do, let me remove the zoom a little bit here. Maybe I can. Yeah. Okay, that works. Okay, good, awesome. Okay, so then the last path, right, is what I call the entrepreneur path. Right, the entrepreneur path is, you know, is when you build a product. right? So it can be you can be like a solo entrepreneur, for example, right? You can be maybe a CTO of a startup, maybe it can be like a seed investor, of a startup, because you invest in your time, for example, right? Or something like this, where you're involved in building a product, right? So you're like the owner of the company somehow, right? You have shares, like good shares of the company, or something like this, where you make decisions on building the product of the company, right? So those are the 5 paths that I see here. The last 2 here, independent entrepreneur, you can do in parallel. Many people are, a manager or a principal or a senior developer, and they are a consultant for other companies, or they are entrepreneur by having their own business, right? So, with those 5 paths here, I think you should consider. Now, let's go talk about the questions here, because I think those are important, right? So come on, more questions, guys, so I can answer your questions. Now, what is the most important thing for all of those paths? There's 2 things, right? All of those paths is more impact, okay? More responsibility, right? And more, I'm going to write here in the bottom, because that's probably the most important. Well, I'm going to write here. And more autonomy. Okay? So that is the important thing, guys, that you have to think about. Those paths require, for you to think about the impact, responsibility, and autonomy. Now, when I mention responsibility for developers, there's one thing that's very normal, is that developers tell me, Bruno, I don't want to do more work, right? Responsibility does not necessarily means more work, okay? Responsibility, is that it's more impact, right? So what you do has a high responsibility. So, for example, you can be a senior and you're responsible for your code, but as staff, you might be responsible for other things that people are doing, right? A principal, you're probably going to be responsible for multiple projects, right? A distinguished, you're going to be responsible for everything that happens in the company. So that does not necessarily means more work, okay? But so one thing about autonomy that I think is very interesting. Autonomy is the ability of you doing what needs to be done, or what you think needs to be done. Autonomy is the ability to decide what to do. So several things here that you talk about, right? You end up draining, under-supported, right? I don't want to have meetings all day. All of those things depends on your autonomy, right? Because if you have autonomy and you don't want to do meetings all day, you don't do meetings all day, right? But if you don't have autonomy and you have to be on meetings all day, it's because someone else is telling you what to do. So when you grow beyond senior, the main thing you have to look for, the main thing that you're striving for, is more autonomy, right? For example, talk about James Gosling again. James Gosling was a VP, right? A distinguished engineer at Sun, at Oracle, at Google, at Amazon, right? James Gosling decided what he would do, right? And so because he decided what he would do, he could spend a lot of his time doing technical things, because those are the things that he thought was important, right? Now, if you do and you get your autonomy and you do something that's not worth for the company, it's not valid for the company, then you're going to lose your autonomy, right? Because autonomy has to do with responsibility, has to do with doing what needs to be done, has to be with impact, right? So if you're doing something in your company that doesn't have the impact that your position requires, then probably you're not using autonomy the right way. Okay? So now I want to go. I don't know how long. I forgot how long I have here. I think you should have 10 more minutes, right? So if someone can let me know here in the private chat or something how much more time I have, right? It would be great. But I want to go ahead and answer all those questions here. And come on, ask more questions, guys, because those questions are awesome, right? It's all amazing questions here. So so let's talk a little bit about things here because oh, I still have lots of times, Andre. Okay, thank you. Good. So yeah, so we can talk about all kinds of things then, right? So yes, guys. So send me more questions because we have lots of time. That's great. All right. So you know, let me just agree with Frankie here for a minute, right? So I agree. Don't chase titles. That's very important. Chase autonomy. Chase impact, right? Because once you get to, for example, entrepreneur path or the independent path, there's no titles here, right? You know, there's no titles. If you're instructor, for example, you could be instructor forever, your whole life. There's no titles here. But those paths here are the ones with the most autonomy, the most impact, right? You know, those paths are huge impact, huge autonomy, and lots of money, right? So there's nothing to do with titles. Okay, totally agree with you, Frankie, there. You know, now let's talk about here some of the things here, right? Oh, before I go to the other questions, just Victor questions, very specific. I like that, right? What do you think about team leads? It should be an official or unofficial position. So team leads, Victor, it's on the technical path, right? It's actually many companies, Victor, use team leads as an in-between people and technical, right? People call them your team leads so you can manage people without having the power to manage them. It's a way for it to get you, no, don't worry. You are on your path to become a manager, but you can learn how to manage them by being a team lead. That's thinking of a lot of companies, right? But a team leads or a technical lead, right? That's some companies like to call it technical leads. It's a technical path, but it could be a staff, could be a principal, or could be distinguished. It's more like a role than a position. Okay, so you are staff team leads, a principal team lead, or a distinguished team lead. So those here are more like positions, and team lead is more like a role. It's like architect. Architect is more like a role also. You know, it can be a staff architect, a principal architect, a distinguished architect. Make sense? So it is official, right? It could be totally official because people tell, you know, you are the team lead officially, but usually you are like a principal team lead, for example. Okay? And so, yes. Now, the problem with the team leads is that, you know, many times you do the work as a manager, but many times you doubt the power of a manager because you don't have the power to fire anyone. So if you cannot fire me, but you can tell me what to do, there's a mismatch there, right? You know, because that's why a team leader is a leader and not a manager. You influence people instead of telling them what to do, right? You don't have power. You have influence. So that's a very, very different thing, guys. You know, once you are on those four paths in the bottom here, you don't have power. You have influence, right? Let's think about the independent path, for example. You know, you work with a customer, so you have zero power on the customer. You can't just tell the customer what to do, right? You're not their manager. You're not their boss. You can't do anything with them. It's the contrary. They can fire you, right? Because you're the consultant, for example. So you don't have power. You have influence, right? You can inspire people. You know, you can impact people, but you don't have power, right? Same thing here. If you're an entrepreneur, you have a product, you have no power over your customer. You know, you can't tell your customer what to do, right? You can only influence them. Make sense? So that's the same thing here. You have no, you know, for the technical, the community path, you have no power. Now, on the manager path, on the people path, yes, you have power because you can fire someone, right? So if you can fire someone, then you're a boss and not a leader. Make sense? So that if you're looking for power, that's the people path. And it's not a bad path, guys. It's actually a very good path. Many people do very, very well. And contrary to what most people think, you can be a manager, a director, a VP, and he still codes. That's one thing that people don't realize is that, oh, because I'm a manager, I'm not going to code anymore. You have autonomy. If that's what you want to do code, you can do codes. I mean, there's lots and lots of VPs out there that they are very technical and coders, right? So if you want to do that, you can, right? It's up to you. Now, what you have to do is that you have to do this in a way that's responsible, right? So for example, if you are a VP and your job is to actually move the company forward, for example, don't go code what goes to production, right? Because if you code something that goes to production and it's something happens with your code, then you have to go and fix it, right? Because you wrote that. So go do some technical thing that doesn't go to production. Go do, a proof of concept, for example. Go do the next version of your software. Go do, a tool that people are going to use, right? Go do something that's technical, that's interesting, that's powerful, that impacts the company. But that is not the production code that needs to be supported because you cannot support it. Make sense? So yes, you can totally go be technical, even on the management path, if you want, right? I had many of my bosses, they were managers and they were still coding, they're still writing code, and sometimes a lot more than you think they would do, right? Okay, so Andre says, what about changing the dev stack, right? I'm going to go back to some of the questions, so I'm just going to go in the next one here, right? What about changing the dev stack language or moving to AI, for example, right? And restart your journey of a dev career. Restarting, tell me what does mean, Andre? I don't believe in restarting. I don't believe in restarting. I believe just moving forward. Everything you did until here, Andre, it's valid. It doesn't matter what you're going to do next, right? You change language, you're going to do AI, you're going to do, those are tools you're going to learn. Everything you work so far, it's still valid. I help people that are not technical, and I still help them, come in and do things, right? Okay, so yeah, it's not a problem at all, right? I don't believe in being in restarting the career, right? You just move it forward, okay? All right, so maybe I'm running out of time here, so let me go back in some of the questions here. So Frank says, Chris, here take, would you rather stay a senior engineer, work on 2 full-time projects with full technical focus, but only use 8 hours a day, or be a staff engineer, right? Leading initiative, drive impact, and sitting through endless meetings, but earning half the salary of the senior role. So Frankie, so it's, if you're on this thing, if you're in that situation, message me and let's talk more about this because there's a lot of nuances there, right? First of all, let me just tell you this. First of all, I don't believe that there is this confrontation you're talking about here, right? You can go to be a staff engineer and only work 8 hours a day. There's no, because you are a staff doesn't mean you have to work more, right? I don't think you have to sit through endless meetings, right? Just because you're a staff engineer. I don't think that idea that because you grew beyond senior, right? You're gonna have to be on endless meetings, this kind of thing. That's not true. That's not true at all, right? So that depends on what you're gonna do. That depends on how you position yourself. That depends on how you build that beyond senior career. Remember, guys, this is more autonomy. Autonomy is the power to decide what you're gonna do. So if you think that participating in a meeting is important, you will participate in a meeting because that's important for you, right? But if you think that meeting is not important, you're not going to participate in that meeting, right? So autonomy is the ability to decide what you to do what you want to do, right? So you, and of course with responsibility, right? So that's something you have to do, right? Okay. So let me talk about here a little things that Frankie mentioned in the beginning, because I think that's important, right? So the staff level operates more in the gray area. Yes, everything here, it's gray area. I want you to understand. That's why many people stay senior, because everything here is gray area. Why? Because of autonomy. Autonomy, you decide what you're going to do. And so everything's gray area. That's why those positions are so hard, because there's no clear message. There's no clear guidance. There's no one telling you what to do. What I hear a lot, I was just talking with 2 Java champions just maybe a couple of months ago, right? When we were in DevNext in the US. I was talking to 2 Java champions, right? And Trisha G and Jean Borvoraski, right? And both of them said the same thing. I have no boss, and I'm not boss of anyone. Let this sink in a little bit. I have no boss, and I'm not a boss of anyone, right? 2 very important things. That means gray area, right? No one tells me what to do. So I do what needs to be done for the company, right? So yes, you are expected to drive initiatives, right? Now the whole thing about authority is not authority, it's influence. You have to build your influence, right? Otherwise, nothing happens, okay? So you have to do that. And so, and then Frankie says, success becomes less about technical skill and more about influence and communication. That's very, very true. Yes, because now you have to influence people. Now, the technical skill is still important, because without technical skill, you know what happens without technical skill? You have no influence, because people don't trust you if you don't have the technical skill. So it's not true, Frankie, that success is less about technical skill, because if you don't have the technical skill, then you have no influence. Because remember, you are influencing technical people, right? So you have to have the technical skill. Otherwise, they don't trust you. They don't believe in you. They don't think that you're doing this right. Make sense? So very, very important that you do this, right? So one thing I want to do really quick here is that I want to give you guys a gift before my time runs out. So I'm going to go right now to careermasterplan.dev. You guys can do the same thing. Careermasterplan.dev. Can I write here in the chat? Yes. Okay. So, get the first chapter of my book for free, right? Okay. Let's see if that works. All right. Hopefully you guys can see that in the chat, but I'm also going to share. Oh, this comment has failed to post, right? Okay. So that did not work. All right. So if someone I'll put it here in the private chat. If someone right there can put this URL here on the chat for everyone to see, that would be great. Okay. Thank you, Zolak. All right. Awesome. So, but one thing I can do is that I can come here and I can share, share screen. I can share, this here so everyone can see that. All right. So if you guys go to this page here, right? Careermasterplan.dev. If you come here, you're going to get the first chapter of my book for free, right? So that's my book here. The Developer Career Master Plan can actually, can you guys see this? Oops, where is it? All right, so can you, come on, where is I disappeared. All right, here. Okay, you guys can see this. Okay, cool. So that's my book, Developer Career Master Plan. I wrote with Heather Van Kura, the head of the JCP, right? And so, and everything here, this book talks about the 15 steps for you to grow beyond senior, right? So if you want to grow beyond senior, this book tells you everything. I have a mentee of mine that she told me the other day, Bruno, I don't usually read books to the end, but your book I read to the end because there's so much great information. So if you want to do that, you go here and you get the first chapter for free. What's going to happen when you do this? One, you're going to get the first chapter for free. Okay. Two, you're going to get a series of emails with the best parts of the other chapters, right? So, I'll send that to you. And three, you're going to get an email from me with the book. So that means if there's any question that I was not able to answer here, just reply to me and I'll help you out. Okay. So that's a good thing. Now, okay. So let me go here and a little bit more here. Okay. Why is CTO independent path, right? Looks like a company path. No, Andre, CTO is an entrepreneur path, right? Yes, CTO could be a path, a company path if it is that's a VP level, right? It's a CTO, it's a VP level. It's if you are working in a big company. If you are an entrepreneur path, that's a startup, right? So you're CTO of a startup, okay? Okay. The mails from Golds. I don't know what's okay, Bruno. I'm not sure. It's yes. The email I'm sending to you is gold, right? I agree with you, right? Oh, the email is from Bruno is gold. Thanks, Bruno. Okay, so Bruno Souza. I'm Bruno Souza. He's Bruno Souza. Thanks a lot, man. So yeah, so the email is from Bruno Gold. Thanks a lot. Very good. Okay, what else? Let me talk about here. There's one thing I wanted to come back here. All right, so Frankie said you end up drained and under-supported. Guys, autonomy. The name of the game is autonomy. You say that Frankie says that balancing tech, people, and delivery at once. If your company lacks a healthy engineering culture, you may end up draining and under-supported. If that's why autonomy is so important. Autonomy is something that you have to fight for. You have to conquer. Autonomy you cannot get, right? So if you are making the decision to get drained, right? If you are making the decision to kill yourself, right? That's your decision. Stop. If you have autonomy, you don't need to kill yourself. You don't need to drain yourself, right? I have an article in my blog that talks about burnout. Burnout is not about being tired. Burnout is about being resented, right? It's about, get drained, not drained because you're tired, drained because you don't see results, right? So very careful. That's why you have to go after autonomy. Otherwise, that doesn't work, right? What else did I see here, right? Politics, slide decks, and no code. Again, autonomy. Autonomy, guys. I know a lot of principal engineers, a lot of distinguished engineers that do a lot of coding, right? That's what they want to do. That's what they love to do, right? So you can do that, but you have to know where impact is. Because if all you're doing is writing some tiny little bit of code that has no impact in the company, that you're not doing it right. You're going to lose your autonomy, right? Then the people are going to start calling you to all those meetings because they don't see the value of what you're doing, right? So that's something that you have to work with. All right. I think I mentioned everything here, right? So I'm trying to see if I miss any of the comments, any of the questions, right? Oh, Victor says, I'm an introvert and don't like to waste time on all-day meetings, right? So managed path is not for me. That's great, Victor. You can be a technical manager. That's not a problem. But, of course, managers will have to talk with people all the time. So, being an introvert, it's not a bad reason for you to be a manager or a staff or whatever, right? The best ability of all those things here, the best ability for you to have more impact is not talking, is listening. And introverts are great listeners. So if you're an introvert, man, you could do all those paths. But you're right. If you're a manager, you're going to have to be dealing with people all the time. And maybe that's something you don't want to do. All right. Okay. All right. So thanks, Ihor. So I think I mentioned everything here. Guys, you know, I know I'm out of time here. So if you want to get back here and kind of, so we can end this, you know, boundaries are more efficient. Maybe is a way to avoid this, right? So setting boundaries, I don't think that's the most important thing, Bruno, about setting boundaries. The most important thing is about you building autonomy and impact. And because then people are going to see the value of what you're doing instead of, because when people talk boundaries, they say, oh, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to say no. That's boundaries, right? I don't think that's the best way to do this, right? You know, don't learn how to say no. Learn how to say yes, but. That's my quick trip for you guys. Okay, Ola, thanks so much, man. It was amazing to be here with you. Really, really happy. And thanks for the opportunity.
No, thank you. It's such an energizing and motivating talk. Yeah, really. And it's something new, some new format for our event, such an interactive talk, and everyone involved in the chat. That's really great and something new. And I think that it's a great way to wrap up today's event. Like, it's not purely technical or focused on some specific technology, but something general that need for everyone, every engineer, everyone who want to grow and want to find their path. And to be honest, I think that after this event, after this talk, everyone will thinking about that, keep thinking about that, and discussing within the community, because for someone probably someone found how to move forward, someone found answers for their questions, because I think you provided many alternative ways what to do with our careers. That's a perfect. Yeah, thanks a lot for that. And
that's perfect.
It was honest, clear, and motivating. Yeah. Nice.
Thanks a lot, Ola. Thanks for everyone. And you know, just end with Frank's comment here, right? Master your craft, show up every day, and think like an owner, right? Very important. Think like an owner, right? Now he says over time, you become a company with one person, right? That's very important, right? That's the whole thing, you know. Independent entrepreneur. That's the goal, for you to be the owner of your career. So that's very good. Thanks everyone, guys. So very happy to be here. Thanks for a great event, and thanks for the opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Bye.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. To contribute, as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you. Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. To contribute, as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you. Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. To contribute, as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you. Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. To contribute, as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Окей, друзі, що ж, підходить до завершення наш сьогоднішній стрім, наш івент. Дякую всім, хто долучився сьогодні, хто мав змогу подивитись його, чи то повністю сфокусованим, чи навіть на фоні, але все одно, думаю, ви дізнались щось нове для себе, познайомилися з якимись новими спікерами, з новими цікавими темами, почерпнули для себе якісь круті ідеї, як рухатись далі, от якщо брати до уваги останню доповідь, тому що доволі різні сьогодні були спікери з різними темами, і кожна з цих тем, напевно, знайшла свого слухача. Отже, і хочу підсумувати сьогоднішній день, і вже пройшло багато годин цього стріму, і давайте завершувати. Хочу нагадати, що так як ця сесія, лайвстрім-сесія була на Ютубі, вона буде і доступна після в записі, і якщо хтось пропустив якусь частину стріма, не встиг на якусь доповідь, не хвилюйтеся, ви зможете завжди повернутись та передивитись будь-яку доповідь, якщо щось пропустили або хочете переглянути ще раз. І тим більше діліться цим лайвстрімом своїми друзями, знайомими, на роботі, всюди, щоб більше дізналися про такі цікаві теми та про сам JavaDay як івент. І, звичайно, ще раз велике дякую, що у нас була змога провести цей івент. Дякую Збройним силам України. Завдяки ним ми можемо такі івенти здійснювати, і ми можемо, власне, залучати все більше людей, ком'юніті, щоб допомагати їм, тому що ми повинні це робити. Це є наш обов'язок — допомагати всім захисникам, волонтерам та хто боронить Україну від російської навали. Дякую всім і ще раз світла пам'ять всім, хто загинув за Україну, за боротьбу за нашу землю. Хочу сказати також дякую команді організаторів, яке вдалося знайти таких крутих спікерів, зробити все, щоб відбулося, організувати цей стрім і взагалі, щоб все пройшло плавно, незважаючи на деякі невеличкі технічні моменти, але я вважаю, все пройшло круто, і великий кудос кожному з команди. І, звичайно, який івент без спікерів, він би не відбувся, тому дякую всім спікерам. Ми мали сьогодні 6 чудових спікерів, 6 різних тем, і це були дуже класні теми, і дуже вдячний всім, що мали змогу долучитися та поділитися своїм досвідом, якісь своїми інсайтами та цікавими ідеями своєї сторони того чи іншого топіку. Дякую вам велике. І також дякую ком'юніті-партнерам, це Coffee Jack та Scribit Talks. І тепер я хочу передати слово фонду Help a Hero. Нагадаю ще раз, я нагадував це протягом дня, так як ми збирали на дрони для цього фонду Help a Hero і назбирали вже непогану суму. Будь-яка сума важлива, будь-яка сума вже допоможе якось рухати це все діло далі і допомогти нашій армії, нашому війську і всім, хто обороняє Україну. І, як і обіцяв, будуть призи тим, хто топ-донатором або тих, хто донатив від 300 гривень. Можливо, це буде твій шанс виграти якийсь цікавий сувенірчик або подарунчик. Тому, Андрій, будь ласка, передаю тобі слово.
Привіт, Олег. В першу чергу хотів подякувати вам за крутий івент. Ви молодці, що вчергове доказуєте, що ви вмієте це робити. Я радий, що ви зібрали велику кількість людей і крутих спікерів. І дякуємо також, що нас запросили і почали збір на FPV, які треба багато постійно і в великих кількостях, і ефективні. І дякую всім також донаторам, які, власне, долучилися до цього збору. Це дуже важливо. Я думаю, всі розумієте, що все залежить тільки від українців, особливо в межах останніх подій. Треба розраховувати тільки на себе. Ось, і програє той, хто здасться першим. Я в це не вірю, що українці здадуться. Я вірю, що все буде добре і ми переможемо. Для цього треба просто працювати і не зупинятися. Цей збір, власне, на який ви сьогодні скидали гроші, це збір на FPV, який ми збираємо в межах проекту Hero 7, Hero Lab, який є фактично відкою фонду нашого Help a Hero, співзасновником яким я являюся. Я, власне, відповідаю за напрямок FPV, і ми щодня великою кількістю волонтерів працюємо над збіркою R&D і іншими цікавими штуками, дотичних до FPV і не тільки. І на це все потрібні кошти, потрібні запчастини для того, щоб збирати FPV, інколи запчастини для того, щоб пробувати робити якісь R&D, які часто коштують гроші, достатньо великі, але це необхідно, тому що все розвивається, технології йдуть тільки вперед, все змінюється кожен місяць, якщо не кожен день, і треба йти в ногу з часом, тому що в цій війні виграє той, хто буде найбільш адаптивним до поточного поля бою і до поточних технологій. І так як цю війну не можна виграти людьми тільки, бо в нас їх небагато, і дуже багато людей і хороших хлопців, дівчат вже загинуло, потрібно використовувати дрони максимально для того, щоб вберегти їхнє життя. Тому такий основний із напрямком, яким ми займаємося, це FPV, і без ваших донатів воно просто зупиниться, тому що не буде банально за що купляти ті ж запчастини, які коштують немалі гроші. Ось, і за те, що ви сьогодні донатили, ми хотіли би, власне, подарувати вам щось від себе. Це наші такі собі сувенірчики, які ми робимо своїми силами, тобто нам щось військові присилають, якісь частинки, якісь трофеї, і ми їх оформлюємо красиво, кидаємося просто своєю командою на те, щоб їх зробити, бо це все ж таки теж коштує грошей, і хочемо вам їх подарувати за ваші донати. Ось, і власне це, що зараз будемо проводити. Так, Олеже, мені треба показати мій екран.
Ти зараз, здається, шериш цю тулзу, то, можливо, переключись на ту тапку. І зараз Ігор тебе добавить, виведе на екран. І є.
Так, ми будемо розігрувати кілька сувенірів. За донат від 300 гривень можна буде отримати уламок літака Су-30М, що колись літав на Харківщині і не давав спокою харків'янам. Тепер він успішно приземлений і перероблений на такі красиві сувенірчики, які будуть вам постійно нагадувати про силу ППО України. Ось також у нас є красивий арт Хаймарс. Це є частинка Хаймарс ракети, яка відлітає, коли вистрілює, власне, ця ракета. І ми з тих частинок робили такі сувенірчики. Ось вона там за розміром десь ось така рамочка. Дуже красиво, доповнює там дизайн в кімнаті. Рекомендую, але вона буде, власне, розігруватися також за випадковим чином за донат від 300 гривень. Ось, і також...
Вибач, що переб'ю, хочу нагадати, поки Андрій ще розповідає, є шанс ще задонатити і можливість, власне, і виграти цей приз, тому це не зупиняйтесь донатити, будь ласка, скидайте донати. Продовжуйте підтримувати.
Влучно підмітив, ми ще не розіграємо, тому маєте ще шанс задонатити і отримати приз. Так, це досить красивий також арт такий, який наша Олеся зробила. І уламок Х-101 приземлений нашими титанами ППО на Сході. Це такий символ чергової скам'янілість, що застрягла в смолі, як нагадування про нашу силу і стійкість. Це такий вироблений найдорожчий вийшов сувенірчик, тому ми його розіграємо як топ-донат. Ось. І я поки навіть буду клікати тут розіграш, то ви можете ще донатити. Але дякуємо за вже задоначені 29 тисяч. І давайте так, добиваємо до 30-ки і починаємо розігрувати.
Давайте, кожен, хто зараз дивиться, закидає будь-яку суму. Та. Чим більше, тим краще.
Я буду тут оновлювати. Я, до речі, також айтішник, також джавіст. 10 чи скільки там років маю досвіду, але вже, на жаль, рідко виходить покодити. Я вже часто забуваю, як воно все робиться, тому мені отакі івенти, вони по душі, тому що вони такі повертають як інженера.
Тобі потрібно було долучитись до останньої доповіді, там якраз про те, куди рухатись і що робити далі.
Я хочу її обов'язково передивитися після цього, тому що сьогодні так не дуже вийшло побути на івенті. Усьому.
Друзі, не зупиняємося.
Давайте 30, я поки що буду клікати топ-донатора. Хоча ми можемо топ-донатора, до речі, в нас є, до речі, якийсь чат, типу, що можна лайв розіграти.
На
Ну,
Ютубі?
типу,
Так, у нас є на Ютубі трансляція, в принципі, зараз я тобі
ми
скину.
можемо топчик розіграти в лайв режимі, типу, хто дасть більше.
Мгм.
Ось, і давайте тоді зараз розіграємо по перші два. Сувенірчик. Ну, поки не бачу, розпочати, в принципі, ви записуєте, то я не буду. Так. Добре, що Монобанк розробив оцю тулзу, тому що я раніше писав сам її на Java, для того, щоб витягувати з Монобанку всі ці і виводити їх в нас на сайті, і потім робити розіграші.
Чому ти не запропонував цю тулзу їм?
Та бо я її писав за одну ніч, і вона так криво було написано, що мені стидно було її показувати будь-кому. Так, в нас вже є велика кількість транзакцій. Я думаю, я натисну, і перший, хто буде в списку, давайте ще оновлю раз. Окей, не треба було оновлювати. Нічого.
В твоїй точно такого не було тулзі.
Ні, працювала як конфетка, тільки треба було її, знаєш, підпирати з кожної сторони під час розіграшу. Але про це ніхто не знав.
Я думаю, це нормально, ніхто просто не хоче признавати, що так є.
О, ну так. В мене виглядало красивіше з цими, з презентацією, але ось наші переможці. Ольга, ви виграли брелочок Су-30М. Вітаю вас. Підтвердьте виграш у Монобанку, і ми з вами зв'яжемося для того, щоб вам відправити або передати, якщо ви у Львові, наприклад. Десь там
Так, Ольга, будь ласка, зв'яжіться.
Так, там просто в Монобанк зайдіть, вас там буде підтвердити. І натисніть «Та дозволяю, що розшарити мій номер телефону». Ростислав, також вас вітаємо з виграшем. Ви виграли цей прекрасний арт Хаймарсик. Не дуже милі і красиві загалом картини. Сподіваємося, вони вам також сподобаються.
Я, напевно, догадуюсь, хто цей Ростислав, тому якщо не підтвердить Монобанку, я сам його запитаю.
Ти його знайдеш.
Так.
Добре. І давайте тоді розіграємо уламочок X101.
Точно. Я обох знаю переможців.
Супер. Давайте так. Зараз ми визначимо поточного донатора і дамо хвилинку на лайв-аукціон. Якщо хтось дасть більше, то, відповідно, ця людина має шанс отримати цей приз. Так, і показати учасників, значить. Хто ж це в нас? Олег!
Я пропоную віддати наступному по списку.
Ну, дивись, ми віддамо тільки, якщо сума донатів буде більше. Тому ми Вікторії віддамо, якщо вона готова зверху докласти. Це можна зараз насправді офлайн казати, онлайн, тобто не спішити донатити, але написати, що я готовий дати таку-то суму. І просто ви докидаєте. Бо не певний, чи вона мені зараз... вже і навіть хтось задонатив. І я бачу, приходять донати, тому... Так. Тому я буду, в принципі, клікати, так мені не складно. Андрій. Я не знаю, поки не бачу прізвища, бо не хочу його там і шарити, але...
Я
Андрій,
теж знаю, хто це.
Олег, ти знаєш всіх учасників? Супер, хто дасть більше? Якщо ви там моніторите чат, то, Олеже, то гляньте.
Угу.
Я поки... в принципі, я буду бачити ще, чи надходять донати.
Та продовжуємо донатити, не зупиняємося, є шанс виграти цей приз. Всього-навсього потрібно закинути трошки більше, ніж Андрій.
Є шанс виграти війну, задонативши. І то велика доля. Ну, давай тоді я, скажімо, собі тут встановлю такий секундомір.
Давай, знаєш що, Андрій, тим часом, поки будуть донати надходити, розповімо про також цікавий лот.
Ну, добре. Я хотів в кінці, але гаразд.
Забираємо.
Дивіться, в принципі, це навіть добре. Ігор перебив вставочку. Олег, скажи, що ти і знаєш Ігоря.
Я знаю Ігоря. Це не співпадіння, ну я не знаю. Це співпадіння все точніше.
Знаєш хороших друзів. Так, в принципі, так, це хороша ідея, насправді, я так подумав. Ти хочеш розказати? Давай розкажу механіку. Серед всіх, хто сьогодні донатить і буде донатити і завтра, ми розіграємо ще додатковий приз. Олег, розкажи.
Власне, цими призами не завершується, тобто подяка. Є також спеціальний такий приз, лот серед тих, хто буде донатити, і це прапор України, і він підписаний боксером, відомим боксером, якого знають всі, я думаю, це Олександр Усик. І це, думаю, доволі такий класна така річ, яку навіть просто мати десь вдома, тому що всі ми маємо гордитися нашими сильними спортсменами, нашими воїнами. Там в нас дуже талановиті люди, і в спорті також. І це, можете повірити, це дійсно його підпис. Можна перепитати Олександра, чи це дійсно він. Насправді так. І так, як скоро відбудеться бій, тобто це також цікаво буде, якщо хтось отримає цей приз. Тобто будемо продовжувати донатити до кінця місяця та до 31 липня, і потім розіграємо з топ-донаторів ось цей приз.
Я тут випадково ходжу туди, бо хочу подивитися, що там відбувається. Добренько, тоді, в принципі, я даю ще 10 секунд, давайте так, на те, щоб хтось написав. І визначаємо нашого топ-донатора. Отже, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. І ого, я бачу, тут швидко докидували.
Опа.
Андрій перебив ставку, тому відлік починаю ще раз. Я, в принципі, буду бачити донати, тому якщо я побачу донат, я оновлю таймер. Бачу якийсь донат. Так, давайте ще раз просто натисну. Подивимося, хто в нас зараз топ. Бачу, де зараз Андрій.
Опа, оце битва, але таке протистояння – це круто. Продовжуйте далі. Поки що не спішимо. Хочу ще кілька слів розказати. Цей прапор, власне, був лотом на нещодавньому стендапі у Львові, який теж були різні благодійні лоти. І там розігрували як основний лот це ось цей прапор. Це, здається, стендап Battle Club, ось цей львівський. І там розігравали ось цей прапор. І тепер, відповідно, щоб, можливо, чому б ще раз його не розіграти серед наших підписників, серед тих, хто слідкує за фондом Help a Hero, серед ком'юніті джавістів. Я думаю, це буде цікаво поділитися таким призом з кимось ще. Тому така коротенька історія.
Десь піти в паб на наступний бій Усика і так просто показати. Хай позаздрять. Вболівальники.
Картина доволі велика така і важкенька. До речі, така гарна рамка дерев'яна, тому він, до речі, такий також упакований, все добре, в хорошому стані, його не розпаковували. От. Що там у нас з донатами?
Так, ну, в принципі, все. Я тоді ще раз запущу 10 секунд. Якщо
Мгм.
хтось напише, тоді ні. І давайте так. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ігоре, вітаємо вас.
А може після рефрешу щось зміниться?
Ну, я не бачу, щоб мені приходять сповіщення. Я не бачу, щоб зайшли. Так, все гуд. Нагородити переможців. І вітаємо його, дякуємо за боротьбу. Андрій, дякуємо вам також і взагалі всім учасникам, які долучилися. Ці нагороди це просто подяка, приємна, скажімо так, не буду казати несподіванка, бо мої дітей воно інакше звучить. Така приємність, яка буде там ваш інтер'єр доповнювати, але донатити загалом це є приємно, тому що якось відчуваєш свою залученість, і це необхідно зараз. Донати впали, але все одно люди, які донатили до того, донатять і далі, кожен по мірі своїх можливостей. І це приємно, що люди не зупиняються. Треба подавати приклад всім іншим, бо тільки так можна виграти ту війну, покладаючися на свої власні сили і працюючи кожного дня.
Маленької допомоги немає. Не думайте, що якщо вже хтось щось робить, якось допомагає, це вже щось. Тобто будь-що краще, ніж нічого. Тому будь-яка сума, будь-який спосіб, як можете допомагати, чи це волонтерство, не обов'язково коштує, це все важливо.
Так. Супер, тоді я вам всім дуже дякую. Нам вдалося на момент сьогодні зібрати 36 тисяч.
Супер.
Я думав до 30-ки добити, а ви перевершили очікування, молодці. Це вже буде 3 хороші якісь FPV-шки. Ну, може менше, але там нехай 2,5. Ну, я думаю, що з прапором ми доб'ємо ще більше коштів і відправимо. Не знаю, що то. Ні, на Ютубі, мабуть, не можна це говорити.
Та нічого, я згадував.
Подальше.
Так.
Олеже, вируби мій скрін. Хочу на вас також подивитися.
Так, і пам'ятайте, що продовжуйте донатити і закидувати на цю банку, так як ми будемо розігрувати також цей лот прапор з підписом Олександра Усика. Час є, прийде нова зарплата, тому є можливість закинути більше і перекрити. Діліться цією банкою, тобто репостіть між друзями, діліться з друзями, знайомими на роботі, щоб все більше допомоги було і більше донатів ми могли зібрати, тому що це, звичайно, основне. Основне – це допомогти війську, а це такий як приємний бонус, який ви можете отримати.
Так, і заходьте на сторінки JavaDay у LinkedIn і в Фейсбуці, а також на сторінку Help a Hero, мабуть, в Інстаграмі найкраще. Там будуть деталі по розіграшу, і, власне, там буде, я думаю, проводитися розіграш. Деталі, як воно буде проводитися, але донатити можете хоч сьогодні, хоч завтра, воно буде все включено в розіграш.
Тому всі, хто дивиться і буде дивитись, підпишіться на сторінку Help a Hero, щоб не пропустити. Багато є інших зборів також, і в майбутньому, щоб підтримувати, не тільки за цей збір, а взагалі. Щоб підтримати, більше людей знало про цей фонд також.
Дякую, Олеже. І всім вам також дякую. Всім чудових вихідних і спокійних. Па-па.
Так, всім гарних та спокійних вихідних. І дякую всім, хто сьогодні був з нами.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided over 35 million hryvnias in aid to our defenders, and it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. To contribute, as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.